Chapter 1101. While this top food connoisseur was daydreaming, his dishes were served to the table one by one. Well, Waldorf salad, borscht, roasted beef tenderloin. They smell good, and the dishes are well prepared. It seems that the kitchen assistants are very skilled and familiar with these dishes. Xia Shantai nodded. Then let's taste these dishes, first of all. Xiao Shantai looked at the roasted beef tenderloin, and took a knife and fork and directly inserted a piece of beef tenderloin. This beef tenderloin was first marinated, then the surface was fried with olive oil to a golden color, and finally the temperature of the oven was used to make the whole beef tenderloin taste good. Although Xiao Shantai did not have a super sense of smell like Ye Shan Liang, as a senior chef, he could also feel the general situation of the ingredients from the aroma. When he put this piece of beef tenderloin into his mouth, he chewed it slowly for a while, and Xiao Shantai's face moved slightly, and then he ate the borscht and Waldorf salad. Ah! Xia Shantai sighed, is the food here just like this? I thought the food in the garden restaurant that is famous in Shibuya would be very delicious, but I am a little disappointed. Disappointed. Xia Shantai no longer wants to eat these dishes. For Xia Shantai, the key to tasting food is mood. Xia Shantai's mood is not very good now, so he has no mood to taste the dishes here. Although it is almost time for dinner, Xia Shantai still decides to go to the restaurant that he tasted good before to solve his dinner. The waiter who was watching the expressions on the side saw Xiao Shantai like this and hurried forward. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Shantai pondered for a moment. Are these dishes made by your chef himself? This made the waiter stunned for a moment, but he still responded politely, yes, this is cooked by our chef himself. Is there any problem? It's not a problem. These dishes are much better than those in ordinary restaurants, but they are still very different from the garden restaurant I imagined. Xiao Shantai sighed. In fact, these dishes are indeed very good, both in appearance and taste, but they are still different from the reputation of the garden restaurant. This is also what Xiao Shantai, as a well-known food connoisseur, can feel. Otherwise, ordinary diners are unlikely to taste the subtle differences. After all, these dishes ordered outside are not made by the chef himself, and there is no such reservation today. The old man's words made the waiter's face change slightly. This was the first person among the diners today who said this. He thought of the instructions given by Chef Longden before. The waiter he quickly said to the old man, Sir, can you please wait a moment? Oh. Xiao Shantai was surprised and nodded, okay. In the kitchen of the garden restaurant, the waiter also told the story of the old man and his reaction. Xiaolin Longden's golden pupils flashed slightly. You said that the old man was not very satisfied with my dishes. Yes, Chef Longden, judging from the old man's reaction, he was not very satisfied with the dishes, and he just tasted a few bites. The waiter said quickly. Yang Mingjun, it seems that he should be a senior in the cooking world. What you said happened. Xiaolin Longden was surprised. This time when Xiaolin Longden was the chef, in order to prevent seniors in the cooking world from having any opinions about the garden restaurant, the waiter was also asked to observe the reactions of the diners. After all, Xiaolin Longden did not want to smash the sign of the garden restaurant. And at this time, it was time for Yang Ming to take action to restore the reputation of the garden restaurant. Then let's go, Yang Mingjun. Xiaolin Longden said with great momentum, as if there was something worth celebrating. In fact, Xiaolin Longden felt bored during the time he had been cooking in the kitchen, and now that the number of customers has gradually decreased, Xiaolin Longden has this time. Most of the dishes can still be handled by these kitchen helpers, and they are just going out for some time, not for long. The most important thing is that Yang Ming has not done anything today, and Xiaolin Longden's test in this restaurant is about to end, but without seeing Yang Ming's cooking skills, Xiaolin Longden always feels that things are not perfect, and she hopes that something exciting will happen in the restaurant. Well, it feels that Xiaolin Longden's idea is also very awesome, to make something happen in his own restaurant. In fact, Xiaolin Longden's family really does not lack such a restaurant. This restaurant is more important for external display. Now, this thing has happened, although it is still not exciting enough, but if the old man is really not satisfied, then it is really time for Yang Ming to take action. In fact, compared with Yang Ming, Kobayashi Ryodan can still be compared with him in basic abilities, such as cooking, and even on par with Yang Ming. Of course, they cannot be compared in knife skills. But Yang Ming has the Sharingan and those unique cooking skills, so Yang Ming's cooking level will be further improved, which is where Yang Ming greatly surpasses Kobayashi Ryodan. So, if the great demon king of Totsuki knew that Yang Ming's strength had reached such a level, he would probably be really shocked. In the understanding of Totsuki students today, Yang Ming's strength may be at the level of the middle of the 10 elites. This is also why these students don't know much about Yang Ming's performance in some places in Japan. Even if they occasionally see it, because of their shallow contact, they don't have a deep understanding. Kobayashi Ryodan and his friends are different, not to mention that Kobayashi Ryodan's own restaurant is also in Shibuya, and he knows the fierceness of the restaurant industry here. Let's not talk about these for the time being. Under the guidance of the waiter, Yang Ming and Kobayashi Ryodan came to the living room. Then the waiter took Yang Ming and the others to a table where an old man was sitting. Chef Longden, this is the old man who was a little dissatisfied with the dishes just now. The waiter introduced. Yang Ming was slightly stunned when he saw the old man, and the old man was also stunned, and the two of them stared at each other. Kobayashi Longden on the side was also a little confused. Could it be that Yang Ming knew this person, otherwise the two people's behavior would not be so strange. Teacher Xiaoshan, I didn't expect to see you here. Yang Ming came back to his senses and smiled. Xiaoshan Tai is a well-known food connoisseur in the American cooking world. Yang Ming learned about it when watching TV. Chapter 1102. Teacher Xiaoshan, I didn't expect to see you here. Yang Ming came back to his senses and smiled. Xiaoshan Tai is a well-known food connoisseur in the American cooking world. Yang Ming learned about it when watching TV. And Yang Ming has recently emerged as a rising star in Totsuki Academy, and has also attracted the attention of the United States and this food connoisseur. Yang Ming, I didn't expect to meet you here. I heard that you are participating in the autumn selection competition of Totsuki recently, right? Xiao Shantai said. Indeed, the finals are coming soon. Yang Ming nodded. What autumn selection? Will the first-year high school students be your opponents? The third-year high school students of Totsuki will not be your opponents either. Xiao Shantai smiled, I have heard about your cooking skills. You are really young and formidable. That, Yang Ming Jun. Xiaolin Longden whispered beside her. She felt as if she was ignored. Such a feeling is very rare. After all, in this restaurant and in Totsuki Academy, Xiaolin Longden is the focus of everyone's attention. But now, well, she was ignored. V. Longden, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Xiao Shan, a famous American food connoisseurs, even those top chefs have great respect for Mr. Xiao Shan. Yang Ming introduced Xiao Shan Tai's background to Xiaolin Longden. Mr. Xiao Shan, this is my classmate, Xiaolin Longden, and she is the chef of the restaurant this time. Yang Ming said softly. Since Yang Ming knew this person, he had nothing to hide. Otherwise, if the customer was not satisfied, Yang Ming would definitely take action. Such things would not be said. Oh, you are also a student of Totsuki. Xiao Shantai was surprised. Longden, right? Your dishes are great. You should be one of the so-called top 10 in your Totsuki. Yes, Mr. Xiao Shan, I am the second seat. Xiaolin Longden nodded, but I still can't satisfy Mr. Xiao Shan. Haha, my taste is very picky. Xiao Shantai laughed. But, Mr. Xiao Shan, why did you come to Japan? Yang Ming was surprised, mainly because Xiao Shantai's main battlefield is really in the United States. Of course, this does not mean that Xiao Shantai is not well known in Japan, but most of Xiao Shantai's business is there. As for me, of course I came to Japan for something, for the competition held by that old friend. This is a competition covering Japan. Xiao Shantai said slowly. Competition covering Japan. Yang Ming's eyes moved. Teacher Xiao Shan is talking about the World Diamond Cooking Competition. Oh, you know. Xiao Shantai was surprised. Yes, after all, this competition is well known in your Japanese cooking world. Yang Ming smiled. If Xiao Shantai knew that Yang Ming participated in this competition, I wonder what expression he would show. Listening to the conversation between Xiao Shantai and Yang Ming, Xiaolin Longdan did not interrupt. During the conversation, Xiaolin Longdan also knew about the World Diamond Cooking Competition, but it was more of a record of major events in the culinary world. This competition will last for a long time, starting from various competition areas in Japan, and then going to Japan to decide a fixed winner. Later, various countries around the world will compete, which is a grand event in the culinary world. Not to mention that the winners will join the ultimate challenge, the melee of world culinary masters. They can be said to be the top people in the entire world culinary world. At this time, Xiao Shantai suddenly said, "It's rare to see you in the restaurant, I really want to taste your food." Of course. Yang Ming smiled. He and Xiaolin Longden came out for this matter. Now that he met an acquaintance, it was even better. Then I will make the signature set meal that teacher Xiao Shan ordered just now. Yang Ming said. Of course. Xiao Shan said expectantly. Okay, Longden, come together, but I need your help. Yang Ming said. Okay. Xiaolin Longden nodded, and the two said goodbye to Xiao Shan and went to the kitchen. Now Yang Ming, as the chef, was in charge of everything. Xiao Shan was naturally waiting at ease. In order to eat good food, patience is very important. Some of the world's top restaurants require reservations, and the waiting time is sometimes not calculated by day, but by month. It can be seen how terrifying the top of the cooking world is. In the kitchen, Yang Ming glanced at the kitchen helpers in front of him, then, everyone, get ready to start cooking the signature set meal. Yes, Chef Yang Ming. These kitchen helpers said in unison. Their recognition of Yang Ming was stronger than that of Xiaolin Longden. Xiaolin Longden might have the help of his family background, but Yang Ming's was completely based on his strength. Then first make the roasted beef tenderloin. Longden, take out the marinated beef tenderloin for surface treatment. Yang Ming said. Yes, Mr. Yang Ming. Xiaolin Longden said quickly. Onions, carrots, potatoes, cut into pieces. Yang Ming directly poured various ingredients into the pan for frying. The skillful knife skills and amazing cooking skills dazzled the kitchen helpers around him and made people admire them. Olive oil. Give me time for coloring. Let's make the Waldorf salad and prepare the ingredients. Yang Ming kept directing the kitchen helpers, and he was also constantly cooking a variety of dishes. Xiaolin Longden, who was standing by, smiled and watched Yang Ming cooking. After seeing it for real, Xiaolin Longden realized that Yang Ming's strength had reached such a level. Perhaps Si Yingxi, the first of the 10 elites of Totsuki, would not be Yang Ming's opponent. As for herself, Xiaolin Longden already had this cognition. At this moment, with the cooperation of various talents such as the heart of the god of cooking and cooking skills, Yang Ming exerted his unparalleled ability. After this cooking, he and Xiaolin Longden left here. As for hiding their strength, this was unnecessary. After all, this is not a world of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The stronger you are, the more you get. In Totsuki, the help given to Yang Ming is getting smaller and smaller. Of course, Yang Ming temporarily he will not leave Yuanyu Academy at this time, but he has not really become the king of Yuanyu. As time goes by, Yuanyu should also have some places to increase Yang Ming's strength. Of course, in this regard, it is more about completing the task. After a while. Okay, bring the dishes out. Yang Ming smiled. These dishes are exactly the same as Xiaolin Longden's dishes before, but this dish seems to be more perfect in color, and the fragrance is constantly spreading, as if it has life. Chapter 1103. Okay, bring the dishes out. Yang Ming smiled. These dishes are exactly the same as Xiaolin Longden's dishes before, but this dish seems to be more perfect in color, and the fragrance is constantly spreading, as if it has life. Let me do it. Xiaolin Longden said, and then the two of them took the tray and put the dishes on it. Now Yang Ming and her will be temporary waiters. In the hall. After seeing Yang Ming and his friends, the famous food connoisseur Xiao Shantai said hurriedly, I can smell the fragrance of your dishes from a long distance. You are indeed a genius called a monster. Haha, Mr. Xiao Shan, stop joking. It's just a nickname given to me by some chefs in the same industry. Yang Ming smiled and put the dishes in his hand on the table one by one. There are not many dishes in this set meal, and it is food for one person. Well, although the dishes are the same, the glossiness of the dishes is like life. This is your unique ability, Yang Ming. Xiao Shantai looked at the dishes in front of him and nodded, then I will taste some of this roasted beef tenderloin. The fragrance makes people feel intoxicated. You added a variety of spices to adjust the taste of the beef tenderloin. Xiao Shantai inserted the beef tenderloin with a fork, then put it in his mouth and chewed it. In an instant, Xiao Shantai was stunned. The soft beef melted directly in his mouth, and the roasted beef tenderloin was rich and heavy. This roasted beef tenderloin is not like stewed beef tenderloin, which contains rich fat. But when the beef tenderloin is eaten, the ultimate deliciousness slowly spreads from the mouth and then from the nasal cavity. Xiao Shantai was completely intoxicated by it. This is the best roasted beef tenderloin. Wow, it's really delicious. No matter how many times I eat it, I will never get tired of your cooking, Yang Ming. Xiao Shantai was intoxicated with the pleasure brought by the food. Whether it is the main dish of roasted beef tenderloin, salad, or soup, they are all blended together. Such ability is not inferior to those star chefs, and it is one of the best among star chefs. Xiao Shantai kept tasting the food and made a satisfied sound. Yang Ming's cooking conquered his spirit and his body. Sure enough, he came to the garden restaurant this time. Well, Xiao Shantai has forgotten the idea that he thought he came to the wrong place just now. Yang Ming. Xiao Shantai suddenly said after drinking the last mouthful of soup. What's wrong, Mr. Xiao Shan? Yang Ming said. Maybe, you can participate in that competition, the World Diamond Cooking Competition. Xiao Shantai said slowly. In Xiao Shantai's cognition, Yang Ming's strength may be able to break out of the Tokyo competition area. Of course, it is hard to say in the entire Japanese competition area. After all, this time the definition is under 30 years old, and Yang Ming is only 15 years old now, a full 10 years of time difference. 10 years is a very important time gap for a chef. Just like some top chefs, such as Shigong, he is now only one step away from the top chef, and the rest are like Jian Hinateko and others. They are all the best in the competition. Just the fact that so many top 10 students graduate from Totsuki Academy every year and are scattered in Japan shows that the base number is very large. But participating in such a competition is definitely a way for Yang Ming to gain more knowledge. In such a competition, I am afraid that there will be very few chefs under the age of 20. Not to mention 15 years old, if Yang Ming participates in the competition, he will definitely be the most special one. By then, Yang Ming will also be well known in Japan. World Diamond Cooking Competition. Yang Ming nodded. I know, Mr. Xiao Shan. Think about it yourself. If you can solve it in the next 2 days, I can make an exception and let you participate in the competition. Xiao Shan said. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Shan. Do you know Mr. Fujiwara Koda? Yang Ming answered irrelevantly. Fujiwara Koda, that old guy, of course I know him. Xiao Shan was stunned. I've left everything to Mr. Fujiwara, so. Yang Ming smiled. Oh, okay, then I'll ask that old guy. Okay, it's getting late, and I should go back. Xiao Shan stood up from the chair. Yang Ming, and Longden, you two have to work hard. The future of the culinary world is in the hands of you people. Although Xiao Shan recognized Yang Ming very much, Xiao Shan also recognized the strength of Kobayashi Longden. As a student of Totsuki, he has such strength. He will definitely be a shining star in the culinary world in the future. Teacher Xiao Shan, take care. After Yang Ming and Kobayashi Ryodan sent Xiao Shantai to the door, they watched Xiao Shantai get on a car and disappear in front of them. By the way, Yang Ming Jun, that world cooking competition or something, are you? Kobayashi Ryodan looked at Xiao Shantai who was leaving and thought of what Yang Ming said just now. Yes, I have signed up for it. Yang Ming said. You. Kobayashi Ryodan was speechless at this time. For Japan, this diamond cooking competition, perhaps many students of Totsuki will enter the public's field of vision. After all, this is a very rare competition. So, Ryodan, cheer for me then. Yang Ming said. Don't worry, of course, you can't be eliminated early. Kobayashi Ryodan recovered from the shock and said viciously. Don't worry, remember what I said to you yesterday. Yang Ming smiled. Of course I remember. Xiaolin Longden thought for a while. When you were joking yesterday, you said something shocking. To become the king of Totsuki, all of us Totsuki students can only be your stepping stones. At that time, I was very curious about you. Fortunately, you didn't let me down. Xiaolin Longden recalled and nodded. Now I will expand this area. How about Japan? Yang Ming said lightly. Japan. Xiaolin Longden was a little numb. Could it be that Yang Ming planned to become the king of the Japanese cuisine? This statement, whether it is Mr. Ishikawa of Kagurazaka Ishikawa, or the demon king Nakiri Senseiman and others, cannot say such a thing. Because the king is not self-proclaimed, but requires the recognition of the entire cuisine world, or submission. Looking at Xiaolin Longden in a daze, Yang Ming smiled and said, "Okay, I'm joking now. Now I'm trying to qualify for this cooking competition." "Oh, okay, okay." Xiaolin Longden slowly came back to his senses. "Miss Longden." At this time, a middle-aged man slowly walked out and greeted Xiaolin Longden. Chapter 1104. "Oh, good, good." Xiaolin Longden slowly came back to his senses. "Miss Longden." At this time, a middle-aged man slowly walked out and greeted Xiaolin Longden. "Chef Kawashima, you are finally here. Now I will hand over my work to you." Xiaolin Longden looked at the man coming and breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man was called Kawashima Kazuo, the chef of this garden restaurant. "It seems that nothing happened, so I am relieved." Kawashima Kazuo smiled. "Chef Kawashima, I am afraid that if something happened here, you will arrive in time," Xiaolin Longden said. She still had some guesses about this. If she accepted this restaurant directly, she would not take any precautions. "Haha, Miss Longden is joking." Kawashima Kazuo smiled and looked at Yang Ming. "This is your helper today. Welcome, Chef Yang Ming." Kawashima Kazuo stretched out his hand. It seemed that he had also received the news and knew about Yang Ming. "Chef Kawashima." Yang Ming and Kawashima Kazuo shook hands and then let go. Kawashima Kazuo came over and freed Xiaolin Longden. Xiaolin Longden also completed his father's test and handed over the matter. Yang Ming and Xiaolin Longden left here together. They still needed to take a car back to Totsuki Academy. Those kitchen helpers were still reluctant to see Yang Ming leave. If Kawashima Kazuo was not here, they would probably be even more reluctant. Then everyone goodbye. Yang Ming and Xiaolin Longden got on the car and left Shibuya. Totsuki Academy. Dusk fell, the sky was slightly dark, and Yang Ming and Xiaolin Longden also returned to the academy. "That Yang Ming Jun, thank you so much today. Xiaolin Longden said. "Longden, remember that you owe me a favor anyway." Yang Ming smiled, "Go back and rest early." "Got it, I'll come to you if I have time." Xiaolin Longden nodded and smiled brightly. When Xiaolin Longden was dozens of meters away from Yang Ming, he immediately turned around and said loudly, "Yang Ming. Well, I won't give up, so you wait for me." After saying that, Xiaolin Longden left here quickly. "Don't give up, wait." Yang Ming smiled, "Is this being pursued?" Shaking his head, Yang Ming walked towards the Polar Star dormitory. When Yang Ming and others returned to the Polar Star dormitory to rest, in a high-end apartment in Tokyo, an old man was lying on the sofa and dialed a phone. This person was Xiao Shantai, whom Yang Ming and others met in the afternoon. "Hey, old Fujiwara, what are you doing?" asked Koyamata. "Nothing, I'm just taking a rest now." Fujiwara Sorita said, "Do you have something to do? You don't usually call me. I must have something to do with you." Xiao Shantai complained, "But there is something. Do you know Yang Ming?" "Yang Ming?" Fujiwara Kota hesitated. "The Yang Ming you are talking about is Yang Ming from Totsuki Academy." "That's him, do you know him?" Xiao Shantai said, but from Fujiwara Kota's hesitation just now, Xiao Shantai already knew that this old guy must have heard of Yang Ming whether he knew him or not. "Of course I know him." Fujiwara Kota smiled, "Before you were not in Japan, his affairs at Totsuki Academy were a big sensation in Japan at that time. But why did you ask him?" Fujiwara Kota asked in confusion. "Oh, Yang Ming boy, I met him through that old guy Nakiri Senseiman when I was in the United States. I didn't expect to meet him now, and I have eaten his food, which is not inferior to those star chefs." Koyama said. "I know that. When I met him before, I was as surprised as you." Fujiwara Kota nodded. "So, when I met him, I wanted to invite him to participate in this diamond cooking competition. Whether he can advance or not, it will be a good growth for him." Koyama said, "But," the kid said at that time, "just ask and you will know." "Haha, of course you have to ask me, because he has already passed my screening and entered the Tokyo competition directly. You were not there before, so you naturally don't know." Fujiwara Kota said. "No wonder." Koyama shook his head, "That kid." Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, but soon put the matter on the diamond competition in the near future. Both Fujiwara Kota and Koyama have put a lot of effort into this competition. This is their contribution to the culinary world. I hope that more and more young people will appear in the culinary world, which may guide the continuous growth and change of the culinary world. Okay, that's it, see you then. Oyamatai hung up the phone and stood up from the sofa. He thought of meeting Yang Ming today. Your strength is even stronger than what Nakiri-senseiman said. Oyamatai smiled, I look forward to your wonderful performance. Unconsciously, Yang Ming attracted the attention of several organizers of these competitions, and they all had great expectations for Yang Ming. Perhaps Yang Ming could really become a very bright star in this competition. No one knew what would happen to this star in the end. Time passed day by day. Ye Shenliang studied different dishes every day. He wanted to serve the most powerful dishes in the finals and defeat Yang Ming. And Yang Ming was of course constantly improving his own strength, so that Yang Ming could handle the ingredients more accurately and cook the dishes needed for various cuisines. In this state, Yang Ming understood and tasted many things that he had not noticed. Unconsciously, Yang Ming's various skills had become more and more proficient. On the day of the final, in the early morning, people in the fish market could be seen to be very busy. In order to get fresh and top-quality ingredients, Yang Ming came to this place early in the morning. Of course, in the fish market, Yang Ming also met Ye Shenliang, who was also selecting the best sea bream he thought. Yang Ming, I will not admit defeat in this final. Ye Shenliang looked at Yang Ming and said. Really? Yang Ming smiled, Ye Shen, I have seen your determination from your eyes, but I won't give in, just like you, I will defeat those who stand in my way. Yang Ming's eyes radiated a strong light, so, Ye Shenliang, accept failure this time. Then just watch. Ye Shenliang turned around and left here, going to another place to find fresh sea bream. I put everything I have into this dish today. Ye Shenliang's eyes showed a cold light. Chapter 1105. Autumn Selection, the day of the finals. It was still the moon and sky, still the familiar venue, and the deafening cheers of the audience. The only difference was probably the cameras on the competition stage and the reporters gathered below. Yang Ming was also a little surprised that everyone valued this competition. Can a cooking competition be broadcast live on TV? Is there really anyone who would watch a cooking live broadcast for several hours? The previous chef assessment competitions did not seem to have this treatment. There are a lot more guests in the VIP seats. He heard Ye Shenliang next to him say so. Yet, Yang Ming also looked over there. The VIP seats were specially reserved by Totsuki Academy. During the semi-finals, less than half of them were occupied, but now they are full. He and Ye Shenliang were both standing in the contestant passage leading to the venue. The lights around them were dim, but the eyes of the two people were faintly shining. Yang Ming didn't know Ye Shenliang very well. He was not a stalker like Misako Saberu, who wanted to keep everything in his mind. In fact, he first heard this name from Soma Yukihira. Later, after watching one of his matches, this talent left a deep impression in his heart. With an extraordinary sense of smell, he can illuminate a new world of food with just the smell. He is known as the God's Nose. He listened carefully to the discussions of the audience next to him. Color, fragrance, and taste are the three samadhis of food. If a dish wants to firmly grasp a person's stomach, it must first start with these three. This is the foundation of a chef's life. And that boy has reached the pinnacle in his grasp of fragrance. Compared with other people, he is like a key that can open any door on the way to the treasure house of food. Strong, very strong, stronger than any opponent he has met before. That is an opponent who has initially left skills and bravely moved forward in the direction of intention. While Yang Ming was looking at Ye Shenliang, Ye Shenliang was also thinking about Yang Ming. He had watched the video of the autumn selection carefully before, and watched every game of the finals carefully, observing every opponent carefully, and the one he valued most was Yang Ming. In Ye Shenliang's opinion, what was completely incompatible with Yang Ming's strong cooking skills was Yang Ming's weak desire to win. Of course, saying that his desire to win was weak did not mean that he was completely indifferent to winning or losing. He could see that Yang Ming also wanted to win, but at most he would do his best for a game, and would not fight to the death. What surprised Ye Shenliang the most was that Yang Ming's desire to win was far less strong than his pride hidden in his bones. Others won the game for victory, but Yang Ming did not want to lose. He did not want to lose, so he won. This sentence is simple to say, but it is terrifying to think about it carefully. People should not be arrogant, but they should be proud. If Ye Shenliang knew this sentence, he might understand why Yang Ming was like this. However, No matter what Yang Ming does, he wants to win, to have the last laugh in this autumn selection, and to prove that he is the strongest first-year student in Totsuki. From now until the official cooking, the time is counted as preparation time. Please invite the 2 contestants to enter and start preparing their own ingredients and cooking utensils. Ishiki Hui, wearing a slim-fitting uniform, stood in the center of the venue, calmly holding the microphone to host the final of this autumn selection, and his eyes were directed to the 2 people in the passage not far away. It's about to start. Yang Ming took a step and walked out of the dark passage, ready to greet the bright light that fell from the sky. At this moment, Yeshen Liang beside him suddenly accelerated and passed him. When passing by him, he left a sentence. Yang Ming. The person who stands at the top of the selection this time, will be me. This sentence quickly dissipated in the air. Yang Ming looked at Yeshen Liang, who only left him a back view, and smiled. So he was nervous? In the previous match, Yeshen Liang's performance was simply amazing. Standing on such a big stage, he was still so calm and quietly cooking, not letting people feel his emotions fluctuate at all, and he remained unshakable despite the audience's cheers. The entire cooking table fell into his domain, and the entire space was dominated by him, as if he had seen his heroic figure when he won while cooking his own food. In Yang Ming's opinion, Yeshen Liang should be the same as him, a type of stable performance, and all of this is built on their own unshakable self-confidence. But his words just now, which seemed to be a demonstration or to prove his determination, clearly exposed his slightly shaken self-confidence. Will Yeshen Liang like this become easier to deal with? Or more difficult? It has to be said that people are sensitive to others but insensitive to themselves. Yang Ming. Yang Ming. Come on. Yeshen Liang. Show your courage. The competition has not yet started, but the entrance of the 2 has set off a climax of cheers in the audience. The audience of this year's autumn selection is much more enthusiastic than before. In the media seats reserved for reporters, reporters discussed the grand occasion in front of them, and the camera was faithfully recording all of it. After all, it is the final of the autumn selection, and the strength of this year's contestants is far better than before. The audience was almost full in the semi-finals. Ishiki Hui saw that the 2 were already standing in front of their respective cooking tables, and the staff also brought up all the cooking utensils and ingredients, and nodded slightly to the staff standing in the corner. What happened? Why are the lights off? The lights in the venue that were originally as bright as day dimmed one by one, and then gradually brightened again, but it was not because the lights were turned on again, but because a huge gap appeared on the top between the moon and the sky as the ceiling moved. Wow! There is such a mechanism. Yang Ming watched the starlight falling from the sky and spreading throughout the venue, and what was even more eye-catching was the perfect moon in the sky. No wonder it's called between the moon and the sky. Just by looking up, you can feel the vast starry sky above your head, as if you were in an endless sea of stars. The wonderful design of this building can only be most perfectly reflected at this time. In ancient times, people believed that everything in the world was controlled by gods. In countries with a long history, there were rituals to offer sacrifices to the god of abundance in autumn and pray for a good harvest next year. Chapter 1106. No wonder it's called between the moon and the sky. Just by looking up, you can feel the vast starry sky above your head, as if you were in an endless sea of stars. The wonderful design of this building can only be most perfectly reflected at this time. In ancient times, people believed that everything in the world was controlled by gods. In countries with a long history, there were rituals to offer sacrifices to the god of abundance who ruled the autumn and pray for a good harvest in the coming year. For chefs, who are closest to all kinds of creatures and can even be said to be dependent on everything, autumn, with its infinitely rich ingredients, is the most important season of the year. The original meaning of the autumn selection that Totsuki Academy started at the beginning of its establishment was actually a gift to the god of harvest, just like those festivals. Moon Sky Room was also built for this purpose. The time of this final starts from the moment the moon appears completely and ends when the moon and sky in front of us disappear completely, which is about 2 hours. The time of the game is about 2 hours. Yang Ming couldn't help but complain after hearing this. Not only is the venue so freehand, but even the time of the game is full of poetic uncertainty. Is he addicted to playing with hazy beauty? However, this should have been calculated when the venue was built. The time required for the moon to roam through this corridor of the sky when it is full moon, even if decades have passed, the moon will not slow down a bit. Compared with the eternal eternity, a few decades is too short. It's a top-notch real sea bream. Tisk tisk, look at the crimson fish body, the smooth mucus, and the tightness that can be felt with the naked eye. This must be the Akashi sea bream without a doubt. Most of the lights in the entire venue were turned off, leaving only a few to maintain basic lighting, but the audience could see the silver sea bream from the moonlight cast above the contestants' cooking tables. Okay. While the contestants are preparing the ingredients, let me introduce the judges of this competition to everyone. Ishiki Hui, who was wearing clothes, had a serious expression that made Yang Ming almost unrecognizable. This guy is definitely not the senior Ishiki he knew. There are 3 judges in this competition. The spotlight slowly turned to the judges' seats in front, making the 3 people there extremely dazzling in the dark. There were 5 judges in the preliminaries of the autumn selection, the quarterfinals of the main competition, and the semifinals. Yang Ming thought that there would be more judges in the finals, but he didn't expect it to be reduced to 3. But, it is indeed the case. If it is these 3 people, it will be enough. The head coach of Totsuki Academy, Mr. Nikari Senseiman. The head of the tourism department of Totsuki Academy and the chief chef of Totsuki Resort, Mr. Dojima Jin. And the last one, the head of the research department of Totsuki Academy and the president of the Nikari International Cuisine Research Association, Leo Nikari. When Ishiki Hui introduced the identities of these 3 people, thunderous applause rang out from all sides, showing their respect for these 3 people. Half of Totsuki Academy is in the hands of these 3 people. Is that Alice's mother? She is dressed so beautifully today. Yang Ming sighed. What a beauty. She is beautiful, has a good figure and a good temperament. I don't know how Alice's father got her. It's really interesting. Soma Yukihira sat in the audience, with his hands crossed behind his head, leaning against the back of the chair behind him, looking leisurely. Ibuzaki Shun, who was sitting next to him, looked at him strangely. Look at this field. Soma Yukihira pulled out a hand, first pointed at the 3 people on the judge's seat, then pointed at Yang Ming and Yeshan Liang, and said, is it 3 big devils plus 2 little devils? It's true to say that, the people on the field can be said to be non-human beings, but... Ibuzaki Shun looked at Soma Yukihira with a squint, are you sure you want to call Yang Ming a little devil? I was wrong. Soma Yukihira immediately said reflexively. Thank you all for coming to this game. Then, now we are about to enter the cooking stage. Charming moonlight, ingredients on the cooking table, spring rain at hand, hair tied at the back, Yang Ming repeatedly confirmed twice that everything was ready, and then made an okay gesture to Ishiki Hui. The dishes he had to make this time were extremely complicated. If he didn't sort out the order at the beginning, or maybe they would be too late in time. Yeshan Liang then made a gesture to Ishiki Hui, indicating that he was ready. Then, cooking, start. Ishiki Hui picked up the microphone, and his voice resounded throughout the venue. With this announcement, Yang Ming and Yeshan Liang immediately entered the intense cooking process. The camera quickly shifted the lens to the 2 people's cooking table, and saw that the 2 people were processing the ingredients in front of them at a flying speed. Well, both of them started with other ingredients, and did not start with the sea bream. Dojima Jin confirmed it, and as he expected, the sea bream prepared by the 2 were still in the box and had not been moved for the time being. This competition lasts for 2 hours. If you process the fish at the beginning, the fish will be exposed to the air and the freshness will definitely decrease. Experienced chefs will not do that. Even though they are just students, don't underestimate them. Nikari Senseiman reminded Dojima Jin that this is Totsuki Academy, and you can't look at these children with the eyes of students. Yes, I know, Commander. How could Jin Dojima not understand? The light from those 2 children was just like that of him and Joichiro back then. On that full moon night 22 years ago, he was also under such moonlight, holding his beloved kitchen utensils, pouring everything into the cooking. Thinking about it now, it is still full of nostalgia. What is that child preparing? Nikari Aurora asked in broken Japanese. He was referring to Ryo Hayama. It was said that his daughter was defeated by this boy in the semi-finals. He was looking forward to the boy's dishes. Jin Dojima's eyes lit up, it's condiments. S.A. Suzuki. Jin Dojima felt that he couldn't continue the conversation for a while. It's a spice made by adding soy sauce to cooking wine, sake, etc., and later, it should be used in the dishes. But, what kind of dishes related to sea bream would use seasonings? He didn't figure it out for a while. However, this is also the charm of the competition, isn't it? If you can see through it at a glance, you won't be able to reach the finals. Chapter 1107. Dojimajin felt that he couldn't continue for a while. It's a spice made by adding soy sauce to cooking wine, Japanese sake, etc., and later, it should be used in the dishes. But, what kind of dishes related to sea bream would use seasonings? He didn't figure it out for a while. However, this is also the charm of the competition, isn't it? If you can see through it at a glance, you won't be able to reach the finals. As for Yang Ming, he didn't understand it at all. The sea bream was still placed in a box full of ice on the side, and the ingredients were already all over the table, making people worry about where to put the cut fish meat later. Moreover, Yang Ming was busy doing too many things. While boiling the soup and steaming something, the oil pan next to it was also heating on a low fire and was about to boil. At this time, Yang Ming was still doing his best to chop the ingredients. It was really worrying. Could he really handle this without using the clone technique? If he misremembered the time, it would be a mess. As a dish, there is no reason to use so many utensils. Speaking of sea bream dishes, he almost reflexively thought of the true sea bream continent map made by the Chinese cooking master. If he remembered correctly, it was a knife showdown in Guangdong with legendary kitchen utensils as the stakes. Facing the opponent's 4 sea bream dishes made with superb knife skills, the cooking master unexpectedly only used one dish to deal with it. That was the true sea bream continent map made by gathering the essence of 4 places. That is a bream dish that puts 4 dishes with their own characteristics, namely grilled fish wrapped in scallion pancakes with the flavor of the capital, sashimi wrapped in crab roe with the flavor of the magic city, kung pao fish cubes with the flavor of Sichuan, and fried fish and vegetable cubes with oyster sauce with the style of Guangzhou, in the corresponding positions according to the geographical location of their cuisines, and then adds fish heads and fish tails to form a gorgeous map of China. In this dish, you can taste different delicacies from all over the world, and the 4 flavors of dishes can be eaten in a specific order to enhance the taste of each other. With this dish, Xiao Dejia tied with the other party's 4 carefully prepared dishes. It's just good. Yang Ming will naturally not make this dish, and their test questions this time are not about 4 dishes of bream. But this does not prevent him from getting some inspiration from the true bream continent map. Almost done. Yang Ming touched the surface of the sea bream. After being taken out of the ice-water mixture for a while, the surface temperature of the sea bream had slowly risen. Are we finally going to start processing the sea bream? Is Heike Hui, who was standing at the edge of the venue, looked at the 2 chefs in the center. The sea bream they prepared were all the best Akashi sea bream caught at sunrise. Before going on stage, the freshness of the sea bream was kept with ice cubes, and it was not thawed until the performance. At this time, the ingredients were ready, and the sea bream was thawed to the point where it could be handled. The 2 people were just right in terms of time allocation, and they were evenly matched. Wait. What's going on? How did that boy scrape off the extremely hard fish scales just by touching it with his hands? There was a sudden commotion in the audience. Yang Ming rubbed his hands on the fish, and the real sea bream scales that would even be chipped by a kitchen knife fell off one by one. As Heike Hui got closer and of course could see the steel wire between Yang Ming's hands. The scene that looked like magic was also brought about by the steel wire. Scraping fish scales with steel wire is a method generally used by experienced chefs and fishmongers on the seaside. Although it is convenient, if the strength is not good, it is easy to scrape the fish body when scraping the scales. Seeing Yang Ming so skilled, Is Hui couldn't help but feel relieved. Yang Ming's hard training these days was not in vain. The hard work of everyone in Jixing dormitory these days was not in vain. After scraping the fish scales, Yang Ming put the wire aside. Only then did the audience understand how Yang Ming had just removed the fish scales. Before they could recover, Yang Ming started to move again. Picking up the dragon-slaying knife with his right hand and holding down the bream with his left hand, Yang Ming cut open the belly of the bream cleanly with one knife. The precise force was really amazing. There was only one kitchen knife, but the movements looked like one after another, so fast that it was dazzling. First, he used a large arc technique to deal with a large area, and then used the front part of the knife tip to target the fins and tail. In this way, the fish meat and fish fillets flew and landed on the plate next to him. When dealing with ingredients, the biggest enemy is indecision. This is what Yang Ming's teacher said to him when he was learning cooking at Yuanyu College, and he has always remembered this sentence. Hesitation in the heart will affect the skills when using the knife, and an excellent chef will evolve the use of the knife into an instinct. Once the knife is picked up, it will drive itself instinctively, without thinking, without hesitation, trusting the first sight, and making decisions based on intuition. The audience was completely stunned. To be honest, many students present also know Yang Ming's technique. Isn't it just using a knife to deal with fish? It's just that they are far from reaching Yang Ming's level. The perfect grasp of strength and angle, as well as the understanding of every inch of the structure of the sea bream, make Yang Ming's speed much faster than that of ordinary people. The most intuitive manifestation is that when Yang Ming completely processed the sea bream, Yeshen Liang opposite him has not even finished processing the fish scales. You know, Yeshen Liang's speed is already very fast. What a terrible knife skill! Kyuga Teraki, who had been following the game, couldn't help but admire it in his heart. In terms of knife skills alone, Yang Ming was better than him. Is he really a master? After all, Yang Ming's study of knife skills has reached the pinnacle. And half of the knife skills that Kyuga Teraki learned were learned from the teacher of Tatsuki, and the other half were slowly figured out by himself. Now it seems that he needs to improve further. I heard that Tatsuki Academy will also send exchange students to Tianfu Cuisine Academy for exchange and study next year. Kyuga Teraki has been considering whether to fight for this quota, but he is still hesitating. It's not that he is reluctant to give up the position of the top 10. To be honest, he is not very interested in the top 10. For him, it is just a sign of proving his strength. What he is most worried about is that after he leaves, the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Association will lack a leader who can suppress the scene. Chapter 1108. It's not that he is reluctant to give up the position of the top 10. To be honest, he is not very interested in the top 10. For him, it is just a sign of proving his strength. What he was most worried about was that after he left, the Chinese Western Cuisine Research Association would lack a leader who could control the situation. But after seeing this scene, he made up his mind to go over there to have a look. After all, it is one of the most famous culinary academies in China. There, he should be able to learn more about Chinese cuisine, right? As for the question of the leader, Kyuga Teraki stared at the figure below. Here, isn't this it? He decided. No matter what happens in the future, he will make Master Yang Ming stop being a hands-off boss. The moon has risen to the middle between the moon and the sky. Since there was no specific competition time stipulated at the beginning, the audience could only look up at the position of the moon to judge how long it would take for the competition to end. At this time, the full moon like a jade plate had gradually climbed to the center of the corridor of the sky. The competition had been going on for more than an hour. It should be almost done. Compared with ingredients like beef and pork, fish meat is tender and soft, and it doesn't take long to cook. It doesn't need to be cooked for a long time to make it tasty. More than an hour is more than enough. Finished. Just when everyone thought that the contestants' dishes were almost finished, Heike Hui's voice focused everyone's attention on the center of the venue. Contestant Yeshan Liang has finished first. His dish is about to be served. What? The first one to finish is that boy. The other boy is so fast in processing the ingredients. Everyone looked towards Yang Ming unconsciously and found that Yang Ming was still continuing to make his own dishes. Doubts and puzzlement immediately filled their hearts. When processing the sea bream, Yang Ming was ahead of Yeshan Liang for a long time. How come Yeshan Liang finished first now? Yeshan Liang also felt very strange. When he looked up, he found that Yang Ming, who started processing the sea bream at almost the same time as him, had already cut the fish fillets while he was still scraping the fish scales. That really scared him. Did he speed up the progress later and surpass him? In any case, he got ahead. By taking a step ahead, he seized the opportunity. Take this opportunity to completely conquer the taste buds of the judges with that strong fragrance. Holding the porcelain plate in his hand, Yeshan Liang walked forward step by step. The silvery moonlight fell from the sky, reflecting his silver hair, and the dishes in his hand were also nourished by the moon dew. He suddenly stood still for a moment. At that moment, he clearly heard that sentence from the loud shouts around him. Liang Jun. Come on. You must come on. It was like a blessing from the heart. Run, I heard it. I will come on. After that brief pause, Yeshan Liang raised his head and chest, and walked up the stairs leading to the judges' seats, aiming at the front. What's going on? That boy actually made an appetizer. The dish that Yeshan Liang placed in front of the judges was a plate of sea bream sashimi. No matter how perfectly the sashimi of the sea bream was cut, or how delicately the side dishes were placed, it was just an appetizer. What is he going to do? Ibuzaki-shun in the audience frowned, prepare for Yang Ming. The last sentence was of course a joke, but sashimi is an appetizer used to stimulate the appetite of guests during meals. After eating this plate of sea bream sashimi that made people feel unsatisfied, when Yang Ming's dishes were served later, the judges would enjoy it more, right? Does Ye Shenliang like Yang Ming? Is he giving Yang Ming a championship in this way? Ibuzaki-shun suddenly had an extremely absurd idea in his mind. Impossible. Ibuzaki-shun immediately dispelled the absurd idea, and then deeply reflected on himself, whether he had been with his Haiki-Hwei for a long time, and his thinking mode had become as unfocused as his. Of course it can't be a foreshadowing. Yukihira Soma added, also with a thoughtful expression, but it's definitely not that simple. If the sea bream sashimi in front of him is the dish made by Hayama Ryo, Yukihira Soma is 100% unconvinced. For one thing, it doesn't have any fragrance yet. How could Hayama Ryo, who has invested everything in spices, give up his trump card? Dojima-jin, who was on the judge's seat, took a look at the sea bream sashimi in front of him and said, then, let's start tasting. Please wait a moment. Hayama Ryo stopped him, there is still one last step to be completed. Sure enough. Dojima-jin's eyes flashed. If he guessed correctly, the previous condiments should be useful soon. A blazing flame suddenly appeared on the judge's bench. The flame of the flamethrower in Ye Shenliang's hand devoured the fish slices on the plate mercilessly. The crystal-clear raw fish slices were burned by the fire, and the skin slowly turned crispy and yellow, and curled up slightly. You actually use high-pressure fire to roast it. How is it possible? The fish slices will be burnt, right? The portable handheld flamethrower is a new outdoor product, usually used as a wild cooking utensil, used to light a bonfire in the wild, cook and boil water, which is very convenient. But the butane flame coming out of the nozzle has a temperature of up to 1400 degrees. The thinly sliced raw fish slices should be carbonized the moment they come into contact with the flame. But the scene in front of him was, the fish slices were not only not burnt, but as the flame moved, the roasted part slowly turned into a pink color that made people's mouths water. And the extremely impactful fragrance. It was like the fuse of an aroma bomb was ignited by a fierce fire. The three judges who were facing the overflowing aroma at close range had the deepest understanding of this. Okay, please use it. After putting away the flamethrower, Ye Shenliang smiled and invited the judges, this is my dish, grilled sea bream sashimi. The sashimi that originally looked a little thin has undergone a big transformation. Just looking at you can feel the deliciousness of this dish by looking at the tender and juicy fish fillet. And both the freshness of the fish meat and the crispness of the skin are just right. Then let's taste it. Put the fish fillet that is about to drip with gravy into your mouth with a fork, and the deliciousness will immediately melt into your throat. It is so fresh. The Akashi tie that was salvaged from the Akashi Strait at sunrise and rushed to Tokyo is really fresh. Chapter 1109. Then let's taste it. Put the fish fillet that is about to drip with gravy into your mouth with a fork, and the deliciousness will immediately melt into your throat. It is so fresh. The Akashi tie that was salvaged from the Akashi Strait at sunrise and rushed to Tokyo is really fresh. Is the sea bream in Japan so delicious in autumn? Leo Nagari couldn't help asking, if so, I really want to come to Japan every autumn to taste it. No. This is not just the taste of the sea bream itself. General Nagari Senseiman said in a calm voice, it's the pepper. The pepper is attached to the food, which makes the unique freshness of the sea bream more vivid. So the refreshing breath that passed through the tip of the nose, is the taste of pepper? It's very delicious. The taste of the sea bream, which is famous for its freshness and sweetness, has been brought to the extreme by it. This grilled sea bream sashimi is a rare good dish. General Nagari Sentimon's clothes fluttered as if a surge of breath was surging out of his body. It appeared. The general's lapel burst. Nagari Sentimon's robe suddenly ripped open, revealing his muscular lines. But what made the audience even more excited was the expression of Nagari Leo Aurora next to him. That trembling look. Is her collar going to rip too? It's not good, in such a public place, right? Some of the audience blushed at their own imagination. Ah, I'm so excited, what should I do? The beautiful lady in the luxurious long dress stood up with trembling hands, and described her feelings quickly at the speed of a tongue twister. You can't hear that her Japanese was so halting before. This is a very outstanding sea bream dish. From the beginning, the alternative cooking method has created a huge visual impact. From this point of view, it can be said that the plan was perfectly achieved. The sauce of this dish is made of olive oil, wine vinegar, and sea bream liver. The richness of the fish liver perfectly sets off the sweet and tender meat of the sea bream. The fragrant taste is simply irresistible. The use of seasoning is also very clever. It is difficult to roast fresh fish meat with a fierce fire, but Ryo Hayama applied a layer of seasoning on the surface of the fish meat in advance, which played a perfect protective role for the fish meat. While the seasoning was roasted dry, the sugar contained in it also made the fish meat more crispy. But the fresh sea bream meat did not get old at all. Whether it is the sauce or the seasoning, they all highlight this strong impact. The taste is more obvious, thoroughly highlighting the deliciousness of the sea bream. This is the word burst of Leo Nagari. The audience in the audience was stunned by this long paragraph, and they were also slightly disappointed. Where is the bursting clothes? And the people in Polar Star Dormitory looked at Alice Nagari with strange eyes. How to say, except for Alice, the reactions of the people in the Nagari family to the dishes are really different from those of ordinary people. Of course, Jin Dojima was still very normal. His clothes didn't burst, nor did he suddenly stand up and speak a long paragraph. He just tasted the dish bite by bite. As he ate, Jin Dojima couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The dish that Ye Shenliang made before, that gorgeous feast full of spices, was fierce and stimulating, as if it would destroy people's senses. Like the raging waves on the sea and the volcanic eruption on the land. Jin Dojima felt that such a method was a bit too much, just like a young man who didn't learn well, but ate a red fruit that increased his skills for decades. He couldn't hold back his martial arts, which was not too powerful. But tonight, Ye Shenliang showed them another possibility of his. With just a slight adjustment, he completely replaced the concept of a dish that was originally an appetizer and turned it into a veritable main course. Carefully selected, tempered, picked a few out of thousands of spices, and once the sword was out, it was invincible. Use the most appropriate and appropriate spices to release the pure deliciousness of the sea bream. Just like an experienced hunter, he only needs one shot to hit the prey. This already has the style of a master. Dojima Jin couldn't help but wonder, is it that Ye Shenliang originally had such strength, or has he improved during the autumn selection period? If it is the latter, the strength is already so strong, and the speed of improvement is so fast. What is terrible? This is terrible. Tisk. Slow down again steps. Yang Ming was also worried about his cooking speed. Although this dish was more complicated, he always finished it so late, which showed that he was still lacking in synchronization. For Yang Ming, who had been participating in various cooking competitions, the ample competition time and high requirements for dishes made him accustomed to meticulously crafting dishes to the point of no flaws. In a one-on-one competition, this habit was a bit of a drag on him. In a cooking competition, the first person to go on stage must have an advantage. Just like now, when Yang Ming's cooking was finished, Ye Shenliang's grilled sea bream sashimi had been tasted. Looking at the satisfied expressions of the three people on the judge's seat, you can tell how delicious the dish was. Their hearts were already occupied by the fiery dish. The opponent had already seized the high ground, established a solid line of defense on the high slope, and set countless traps, but Yang Ming still had to bite the bullet and rush up. Next, Yang Ming, please serve your dish. Is Heike Hui's voice made the audience who had been discussing the dish that Ye Shenliang had just made focus on Yang Ming. Finally it's done. I don't know what he did that took so long. Carrying the heavy plate, Yang Ming's steps seemed a bit brisk. Walking on the stairs stained by moonlight, he felt very beautiful, as if the dish and the whole person were purified. He had a hunch that this game would become a node in his trip to Japan. Nakiri Aurora looked at the girl in front of her with warm eyes, who gently placed the tray on the table. Is this her daughter's boyfriend? Although she hadn't been back to Japan for several years, Nakiri Alice, who often returned to Europe and called back, would always mention her friend named Yang Ming. She naturally knew how high her daughter's vision was, so let her see what kind of dishes Yang Ming made. Chapter 1110. Leo Nakiri looked at the boy who gently placed the tray on the table with warm eyes. Is this her daughter's boyfriend? Although she hasn't been back to Japan for several years, Alice Nakiri, who often returns to Europe and calls back, always mentions her friend named Yang Ming. She is naturally clear about how high her daughter's vision is, so let her see what kind of dishes Yang Ming makes. Yang Ming took a deep breath and gently lifted the lid of the dish. After that, white mist lingered around the plate, and the fresh fragrance from the ocean slowly overflowed like a stream. What is this? I can't see it clearly. Some people in the audience stood up eagerly, wanting to see the true face of the dish. Dojimajin, Nakiri Aurora, and Nakiri Senseiman were very close to the dish, so they naturally saw through the essence of the misty dish before the audience. It's so beautiful. Nakiri Aurora's tone was full of admiration and appreciation. At this time, the white mist had gradually dissipated, and everyone in the venue could see the dish clearly. Suddenly, the whole venue was silent, and time seemed to be frozen in silence, leaving only the sound of people breathing. The moonlight fell gently, and in the haze, it reflected the dish like a fairyland. Hokkaido. Honshu. Shikoku. Kyushu. This is Japan. After the fog dissipated, what appeared was the 4 islands of Japan arranged with sea bream dishes. This is my sea bream dish, True Thai Island map, please taste it, judges. I actually used sea bream to show the map of the islands of Japan. What a high level of knife skills is needed to do this. Some quick-eyed people in the audience have already taken out their mobile phones to search for the map of Japan. When they found that the map and the dish on the field were almost the same in arc from the outline to the corners, their jaws almost dropped. This boy must be a Virgo. It must be a Virgo. Who would go to such lengths for a dish? Then, let's start tasting it. Dojimajin was also surprised when he first saw this dish, but for a dish, it is useless to just look good, it still has to taste good. This True Thai Island map is composed of 4 colors. He hesitated for a moment and picked the scarlet part belonging to the northernmost end and put it into his mouth. If it were on a map, this would be Hokkaido. Located in the northernmost part of Japan, Hokkaido is famous for its charming snow scenery. Once winter arrives, the snow and wind will instantly drift in, freezing the mountains and fields outside. But, it doesn't matter. If you can't go out, it's the same in the house. In the cold winter, friends gather together and sit around the warm quilt. Next to the stove, my legs were slightly warmed by the heat. I drank and chatted while enjoying the snow outside. In this scene, if there was such a dish, it would be even more perfect. Say cook sea bream. The extremely refreshing rice wine was added to the dish, and the fish between the lips and teeth actually had a hint of mellow and sweet aroma. When the fish was chewed and slowly poured into the stomach, the warm air rose from the danchan, and the coldness of the whole body was swept away, just like being steamed in a sauna room. This is a genuine delicacy exclusive to Hokkaido. Unlike Dojimajin, Nakiri Senseiman chose the western part of Honshu Island, the golden sea bream dish. Honshu Island is the largest island in the Japanese archipelago and the political, economic, and cultural center of Japan. The entire island is divided into 2 parts, and the western part represents the Kyoto area. It is the gathering place of Japan's past history, but it faded out of people's sight with the changes of the times, leaving behind this place full of memories. Heian Ky, as its name suggests, is a spiritual hometown that makes all Japanese feel at ease. When people get old, they will inevitably feel nostalgic, and the same is true for cities. The dish that Yang Ming prepared here is the sea bream tempura, which has a long history in Japan. Tempura, a dish that wraps fresh ingredients in batter and then fries them, is called the 3 flavors of Japan together with soba noodles and sushi. And sea bream tempura has an even deeper meaning. Just like the 3 Kingdoms period in China, the era of war and conflict in Japan, where heroes emerged in large numbers, is called the Warring States period. Coincidentally, like the 3 Kingdoms, there were also 3 heroes in the Warring States period in Japan, the powerful Oda Nobunaga, the scheming Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and the forbearing Tokugawa Ieyasu, who formed a tripartite situation. Finally, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu who conquered the world in one battle, established the Tokugawa shogunate, and opened the Edo period. However, such a hero. In the end, he died of stomach disease because of his greed for the deliciousness of sea bream tempura. Yang Ming's nostalgic sea bream tempura showed Nakiri Senseiman what kind of dish this was and why the shogunate leader flocked to it. The sea bream has soft meat, extremely fresh taste, crispy skin. When used to make tempura, it does not require too many seasonings. It is simply seasoned with salt and vinegar, wrapped in a special batter and fried. But even with such a simple method, after being paired with this extremely fresh sea bream meat, the crispy and fragrant batter, plus the soft and tender meat inside, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and frying completely seals the freshness of the sea bream. When bitten open, it is so crispy that it makes people ecstatic. Kyoto. Tempura. He seemed to see it. The annual Jun festival was held in Kyoto again. Every household hung up magic lanterns and green curtains under the eaves, laid mats, decorated with flowers, erected screens, gorgeous and luxurious sedan chairs traveled through the streets of Kyoto, and street vendors shouted their goods. The usual driving passages were all open to tourists, and everyone admired the Komagato lanterns while enjoying the open-air stalls arranged by roadside shops. Only at this festival time, everyone would enjoy the delicious food on the roadside while walking, letting go of the freedom and happiness of enjoying the festival. Long dragon-like floats, lanterns that were bright all night, young men and women in yukatas in pairs, takoyaki, grilled dango, uji kintoki shaved ice, goldfish scooping, stepping on wooden clogs and clacking past the bustling stalls, and finally ushered in the climax in the romantic fireworks blooming along the river. What a nostalgic taste! He closed his eyes slightly. This is the pure taste of Kyoto. Chapter 1111. Long dragon-like floats, lanterns lit all night, young men and women in yukatas in pairs, takoyaki, grilled dango, uji kintoki shaved ice, goldfish scooping. Walking through the bustling stalls and wooden clogs, and finally ushering in the climax in the colorful fireworks blooming along the river. What a nostalgic taste! He closed his eyes slightly. This is the pure taste of Kyoto. Nikiri Aurora's choice is completely different. Since this dish was served, her eyes immediately locked on the bottom of this dish. The translucent and crystal rice, mixed with silver red sea bream meat, and colorful diced vegetables, the warm atmosphere of home that permeates it really makes people want to taste what it tastes like. A very Japanese dish. She thought so, scooped half a spoonful with a spoon, put it in her mouth, chewed it a little, and then couldn't wait to scoop up a full spoonful. Such an action, on her body, not only did not appear rude, but also showed a bit of approachable cuteness. Delicious. So delicious. The gorgeous and shining appearance exuded the aroma of heated meat fat. The sea bream meat mixed with rice was first roasted with charcoal fire to fully stimulate the freshness of the sea bream, and then quickly put it into the pot and cooked with rice. With Yang Ming's careful preparation, the sea bream was very delicious. The mellow flavor was not wasted at all, and was blended into the rice without reservation. Not only that, Yang Ming also added smoked meat with a strong smoky flavor, and carrots, lotus roots, and cabbage cubes that should have been added at the end, which still maintained a crisp taste, so that the soft and crisp taste continued to echo in the mouth. Every bite will make people want to further experience the salty fragrance of the fish and the glutinous fragrance of the rice, and the aftertaste will continue to spread in the heart. This is the sea bream rice widely spread in Shikoku and Honshu. This rough dish, which originally mixed sea bream meat and rice together, has a different delicate and elegant color tone under Yang Ming's clever control of the heat and careful flavor blending. After tasting the dishes of these three places according to their own interests, the three people on the judge's seat chose the last dish in the eastern part of Honshu Island. This is also where they are now, the center of Japan in modern times Tokyo. Rock and kimono match, buildings and shrines appear together in one picture. Such scenes are everywhere in this city where avant-garde and ancient charm collide, but they do not make people feel abrupt. This is Tokyo, where the future and tradition are united, reality and fantasy coexist, and the dazzling vitality and vitality make the whole of Asia tremble. And the dish that Yang Ming chose to put here is Taimao. The snowy mountains with red sea bream fillets remind people of Mount Fuji, which stands in the west of Tokyo with snow all year round and extremely low temperatures. Sashimi is a dish that tests the chef's knife skills. The position, angle, and force of the knife. 100 chefs can tell 100 ways, but Yang Ming can find the best ones. Where is the most delicious part of a sea bream? Naturally, it is the gills, dorsal fin, flank, and tail fin. These parts are moving all day long, so the meat is particularly tough, and it tastes more chewy than other parts, and it is full of taste. The fish meat in these parts is very rare, because it is very difficult to cut it. Only with extremely precise knife skills can such perfect fish slices be cut, which can be regarded as the essence of knife skills. However, the sashimi now placed on this iceberg is full of fish meat from this part. And this is not an ordinary thin cut, but a processed skin frost cut. After Yang Ming cut the sashimi, he washed the fish slices with hot water and skin, and then put them in ice water to cool quickly, so that the fish skin softened and elastic, and the color of the fish skin became particularly beautiful, and the sebum in it also greatly improved the deliciousness and plumpness of the fish meat. Difficult, very difficult, not only the difficulty of taking the materials from the parts of the sea bream, but also the control of the blanching time in hot water, etc. How many times did this girl cook sea bream to reach such a level? Is Heike Hawaii? Sorry, we can't remember, and, can you not mention sea bream? This sashimi prepared so carefully has an extraordinary taste. As soon as it was put into the mouth, a strong polar north wind swept through the heart, which was the temperature from the sleeping iceberg. But then, the frozen life revived again. Even in the freezing cold Akashi Strait, the sea bream will burn the fiery vitality and swim upstream, bursting sparks in the cold river water. Such sea bream, even if it is caught and becomes food on people's tables, will never be known as an existence that is abandoned, and will swim around in the mouth with a tireless swimming posture. The sense of weight keeps hitting the brain. This is the sea bream skin cream that can only be tasted in top Japanese restaurants. Now, the truth of this sea bream island map has been fully revealed. Sea bream cooked in wine represents Hokkaido to resist the cold, sea bream tempura represents Kyoto, which is full of history and tradition, sea bream rice represents the passion of Honshu and Shikoku, and sea bream skin cream represents Tokyo, which is full of vitality. These 4 dishes are the traditional methods of cooking sea bream in these 4 regions, which contain the customs and folk customs of these 4 regions, and are very representative sea bream dishes. And these are what Yang Ming asked everyone in Polar Star House these days. Sakaki Ryoko, who lives in Hokkaido, not only taught Yang Ming the cooking method of sea bream cooked in wine, but also gave her specially brewed rice wine. The diced smoked meat in the sea bream rice was kindly provided by Ibusaki Shun, and the diced vegetables in it came from the Polaris vegetable garden that is Heike Satoshi, Yoshino Yuaki and Tadakuro Megami worked hard to grow. There is also the layer of batter wrapped around the sea bream tempura that Granny Fumi and Soma Yukihira worked on with him, and the vegetables that go with the sea bream. This is a dish that combines the collective wisdom of Polaris Dormitory. The people of Polaris Dormitory in the audience also looked in Yang Ming's direction with expectation. Oh! Judging from the judges, the taste of sake-boiled sea bream looks pretty good, Sakaki Ryoko said with a smile. I think that Thai fish rice is great. Didn't you see the expression on Alice's mother's face? Yoshino Yuaki patted Ibuzaki Shun's shoulder. You said so, didn't you? Chapter 1112. The people of Polar Star Dormitory in the audience also looked at Yang Ming's direction with expectation. Oh! Judging from the judges, the taste of sake-boiled Thai looks good, Sakaki Ryoko said with a smile. I think that Thai fish rice is great. Didn't you see the expression on Alice's mother's face? Yoshino Yuaki patted Ibuzaki Shun's shoulder. You said so, didn't you? Ibuzaki Shun agreed casually, then frowned and said, no. What's wrong? Yukihira Soma finally noticed something was wrong. With those 2 on the field, it was easy to judge whether a dish was good or not. Why, whether it was the commander-in-chief or Mrs. Nikari, they didn't have their lapels torn. A very good dish, Nikari Senseiman thought to himself, and he had put down his chopsticks. The review is over. The True Thai Island map, composed of 4 sea bream dishes from Hokkaido, Honshu, Kyushu, and Shikoku, showed that Yang Ming had put a lot of thought into it, both in terms of appearance and taste. But, it was not enough. Nikari Senseiman put down his chopsticks, closed his eyes, and the aftertaste of the grilled sea bream sashimi that Ryo Hayama had just made remained in his mouth. The fierce dish, like hot lava, was too powerful. Compared with the 2 dishes, he couldn't even have his collar torn. His expectations and appetite had been raised by the previous dish. Perhaps, if this True Thai Island map was served first, they would still be a little entangled, but now this situation is beyond doubt. The winner is Hayama Ryo. This dish contains not only a sea bream, but also Hayama Ryo's heart as a chef who devotes everything to it. The moment this dish entered their mouths, his inner journey, his soul and obsession, his persistence in spices, and his determination to change the world of taste with fragrance, immediately appeared in front of them. This is a unique dish that only Hayama Ryo can make, which cannot be copied or imitated. Yang Ming's True Thai Island map cannot do this. Perhaps the heat, knife skills, and other factors make it difficult for this dish to be easily reproduced, but the inability to reproduce easily does not mean that it cannot be reproduced. Nikari Senseiman can't see the soul of Yang Ming in this dish at all. Only by constantly asking himself what kind of dish he wants to make, can a chef pursue perfection and finally stand on the top. Only the accumulation of knife skills and heat cannot create a unique killer dish. Nakiri Aurora and Dojimajin obviously hold the same view as him. Please wait a moment. When Nakiri Senseiman was about to announce the result, he heard Yang Ming say this. Anything else? His eyebrows were raised, and he was intimidating without anger. Sure enough, I still have to do this. Yang Ming touched his forehead with his hand. I always feel that this is very embarrassing. However, in this situation, if you continue to hide it, you will lose. Can the judges taste it again? If I add this thing? Yang Ming took out a bottle with a nozzle in his hand. The previous dish Red Thai Island map was all learned by him from his friends in Polar Star Dormitory little by little these days. The only thing that can be said to be his own thing about that dish is that the sashimi is in a tricky position that ordinary people can't cut. Such a dish can be said to belong to Ibusaki Shun, Yukihira Soma, Yoshino Yuki, Sakaki Ryoko, and everyone in Polar Star Dormitory. The only thing that can't be said to belong to him. However, he is special. It is because of him that everyone's hard work is gathered together. It is also for him that everyone racked their brains and worked hard to help in the past few days. Then, let him complete the last step of this dish. Bringing together everyone's hard work, all together. Although I feel that this seems to be similar to Mr. Yeshan, I really didn't know his cooking before. Yang Ming felt really embarrassed. This is why he has not done this yet. What about finishing the dish before the judges' table? This kind of gimmick, the same thing happens once is enough. But now it is no longer possible not to do it. The temperature of the dish is just right, and the soup in the bottle can just sublimate everything. Let's get started. Yang Ming, what is he going to do? Yoshino Yuaki asked curiously. Before the competition, everyone in Polar Star Dormitory didn't know what kind of dish Yang Ming would make in the competition, they just did their best to teach him everything about sea bream. The True Thai Island map that Yang Ming finally showed was undoubtedly very surprising to them. The dishes they taught Yang Ming had already cooked in the most perfect form in their eyes. However, looking at the expressions of General Nakiri and others, even such dishes could not beat Hayama Ryo. Yang Ming. What on earth did he think of? I don't know. Ibusaki Shun stared at that place, but, just believe him. No matter what he is doing, choose to believe unconditionally and support him, that is what they have to do now. This is... Nakiri Leorora watched Yang Ming's current actions without blinking. What came out of the nozzle of the bottle was milky white soup. Fish soup. Yang Ming replied with a smile, and then tried his best to control the direction and speed of the fish soup falling into the dish. That was during this long time of more than an hour. After removing the fish meat from the sea bream, the fish bones and fish head were placed at the bottom of the pot, and then the green onion and ginger were added. The lid was covered and the soup was boiled over low heat to make a white sea bream soup like milk. What else is added to it? Dojimajin carefully savored the fragrance. That kind of extreme fragrance is not just fish soup. There are also matsutake mushrooms. I see. Dojimajin suddenly became excited. Matsutake mushrooms. That is a gift from the forest, an elf-like food. Let him see what changes have taken place in this dish. It's raining in Japan. Nakiri Senseiman suddenly said something that was a little hard to understand. But as long as you look at this True Thai Island map, you will know what he is talking about. Chapter 1113. Let him see what changes have taken place in this dish. It's raining in Japan. Nakiri Senseiman suddenly said something that was a little hard to understand. But just looking at this True Thai Island map, you know what he is talking about. A layer of cool autumn rain. The milky white soup dripped into the True Thai Island map just like autumn rain falling into the earth, and then turned into turbulent mist, first rushing past the Hokkaido side, like a spring tide of melting snow, and then curling across Honshu Island, like the mist in an incense burner, and finally gathered in Shikoku and Kyushu. When Yang Ming stopped, the dish had changed a lot. Now the True Thai Island map has been sealed by a layer of white milky mist, everything is hidden in the thick fog, only the top of Mount Fuji floats above the thick fog. 3 judges, if you don't mind, how about trying it again? Before this, Yeshan Liang had used the flames in his hands to show everyone what the art of fire is. The blazing flames brought out the delicious flavors of the sea bream and the spices covering it, like a high-spirited war song. Now, Yang Ming used a completely opposite method to tell everyone present that not only flames, but water can do the same thing. The warm and thick white fish soup fell into the sea bream island map and disappeared in an instant, just like the autumn rain that moistened the soil. And the charming fragrance was instantly revealed, far-reaching and deep, no less than the dish that Ye Shanliang had just made. This dish, combined with the moonlight reflecting the frost, is beautiful. This dish now. How does it taste? Nakiri Senseiman moved the tableware with great expectations. Click. With a crisp sound, the spoon cut into the sea bream rice. Squeak. With a slight pressure, some white soup overflowed from it. Whoosh. The steam that came out was full of the aroma of matsutake mushrooms, which made him twitch his nose involuntarily. Ah! He scooped a spoonful and put it into his mouth, and he could feel the taste that was completely different from before. It contained a unique, simple, sweet and mellow taste, mixed with the breath of the sea and the forest. No, it was not only that. The milky white fish soup, like the rising sea level, connected the 4 islands together, and the 4 dishes that were originally distinct were slowly integrated into one under the effect of this soup. While chewing the dishes, several kinds of deliciousness stimulated the taste buds in stages and overlapped, and the unique freshness of the sea bream exploded in the mouth one after another. The mild taste of sashimi and the temperature of the heated sea bream formed a sharp temperature difference contrast. The sea bream at different temperatures jumped on the tongue, which further highlighted its presence. The foreshadowing buried in the cooking process has been fully revealed under the pouring of this pool of fish soup. Isn't the supreme deliciousness of the fish meat dissolving on the tongue along with the vegetables the taste of the season? In this dish, the full deliciousness of the sea bream at its prime time is preserved. Temperature, heating, time, these are Yang Ming's seasonings. The fried batter of tempura also became a juice-sucking existence. The bream tempura that was full of soup condensed the energy of the bream inside, and released a strong impact at the moment of biting. In the face of such power, it was impossible to avoid this direct attack. Waves in the body. The Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief's clothes were torn. This is Japan in Yang Ming's eyes. They finally saw it. Under the influence of the fish soup full of autumn atmosphere, this piece of land was transformed into an autumn scenery. In Japan, which has 4 distinct seasons, the longest one is autumn, which is the season that can best understand the precipitation of the soul and make people feel clear-minded. The maple trees all over the mountains in Hokkaido gradually turn red in autumn. From north to south, with the alternation of cold and warm, you can see layers of red oceans of varying depths. The snow water from Mount Fuji flows through the strata and is filtered into clear spring water, which then emerges from the ground, nourishing the tall maple trees by the stream. In Kyoto, red leaves appear in the city. Kinkakuji Temple, Sanzenan Temple, and Kiyomizu Temple are all surrounded by red leaves. Walking through the paths intertwined with bamboo leaves and maple leaves, walking on the quaint paths full of autumn and red leaves, the sun slowly falls, and the scenery is infinitely beautiful. This is not a beautiful scenery that can be simply summarized by a few words of Japanese autumn scenery. They have completely entered Yang Ming's vision, and from the perspective of a girl from China, they watch this poetic land. This is a dish that can only be made by a chef who is proficient in Japanese and Chinese culture. In other words, this is also a must-have dish. A unique dish that cannot be copied by others is a must-have dish. Although both are must-have dishes, these 2 dishes are completely different. One is a representative work of fire, hot and fierce, and contains Ye Shanliang's love and enthusiasm for spices from beginning to end. The other is the embodiment of water that embraces everything, the sea embraces all rivers, and the gathered flavors flow continuously in the mouth, containing Yang Ming's unique understanding and experience of the country of Japan. The review is over. Then, start judging. Nakiri Senseiman announced. Ye Shanliang and Yang Ming looked at each other, stood in front of the judge's seat, waiting for the final result to be announced. No matter what the result is, whether it is crying or laughing, this long autumn selection is finally coming to an end. Thank you for your hard work. Nakiri Sentimon's voice was full of passion, and he didn't sound like an old man at all. At the decisive moment, both of them used their best methods to make delicious dishes. If we just talk about cooking skills, the 2 are almost equal. Yang Ming nodded silently. The grilled sea bream sashimi cooked by the flame of the flamethrower was cooked to perfection. Even if he were to cook it, he might only be able to do that. And what's even more amazing is that although the theme of one dish is fire and the other is water, the taste of the 2 dishes can be said to be equal. Equal? This situation has happened before. 2 dishes that are absolutely indispensable and taste so perfect, at this time, we often use another standard. That is, whether this dish reflects the uniqueness of the chef, whether it can make people see the chef's face from the bottom of their hearts when tasting this dish. If it can be done, we often call this dish the chef's must-have dish. Chapter 1114. This situation has happened before. Two dishes that are absolutely indispensable and taste so perfect, at this time, we often use another standard. That is, whether this dish reflects the uniqueness of the chef, whether it can make people see the chef's face from the bottom of their hearts when tasting this dish. If it can be done, we often call this dish the chef's must-have dish. Yang Ming had heard others say this before, but it was a more vague and general statement. On the road of being a chef, above the top of skill, there is also intention. So, has my dish reached that level? However, after our confirmation, Nakiri Senseiman looked at Dojimajin and Nakiri Leo Aurora on both sides, and then continued, these two can be said to be must-kill dishes. They both contain the will and belief of the chefs who made them. The audience who had been keeping quiet before finally couldn't help it, then who won? Ignoring the audience's eager calls, Nakiri Senseiman continued to speak at his own pace, although both are must-kill dishes, one of them obviously started earlier and went further on this road. The winner of this game is... Yang Ming closed his eyes and waited quietly for the result. In the past 6 months all of them appeared vividly in front of his eyes. Finally it's the finals, but what kind of dish should I make? 3 days ago, Yang Ming was still worrying about this question. He overturned and picked up countless possibilities, constantly struggling, but still couldn't find the answer. Then, make a dish that belongs to everyone. Incorporate memories and hopes, confusion and calmness, confusion and hope into it. Belong to everyone, and also to myself. Since I came here, I should leave something behind. Yet. Before he opened his eyes, Yang Ming heard a cheer. Before Nakiri Senseiman announced it, the name of the winner had already been displayed on the big screen. The winner of the final of the 43rd Autumn Selection Cooking Competition. It's the chef who made Sea Bream Island map. Yang Ming. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked at Nakiri Senseiman in disbelief. His kind eyes were full of encouragement. When he received the trophy at the final award ceremony, Yang Ming still looked like he had just woken up from a dream. Ha! I actually won. This feeling. It's really happy. Okay. Let's give the warmest applause and cheers to the two who presented a wonderful game. So far, the autumn selection has come to a successful conclusion. The final result is... Top 8. Alice Nakiri, Shun Ibuzaki. Hisako Nido, Soma Yukihira. Takumai Yang Ming. Subarumi Misaka, Ryo Hayama. Runner-up. Ryo Hayama. Champion. Yang Ming. After the champion was announced, no one was surprised at all, but they did not expect the commander-in-chief to so readily decide Yang Ming as the champion without any explanation. Ryo Hayama's dish was obviously not bad, and there should be a fierce competition between the two, but the commander-in-chief seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Ming. The mystery behind this is quite interesting. Some people quietly discussed whether it was because the commander-in-chief was partial to Yang Ming this time, so Yang Ming won the championship? But it was soon drowned in the spit of the people around. Yang Ming's cooking skills were so perfect. He easily crushed Mei Zouang in the semi-finals last time. Isn't it normal to defeat him this time? The commander-in-chief did not explain to them, and he also had his own reasons. People who have not tasted Yang Ming's cooking cannot experience the transition from quiet to romantic and quiet. That has surpassed the level of a must-kill dish. Although Yeshen Liang's cooking is also rare, it is very cliché to say that in the face of an absolute gap, even a must-kill dish is useless. Yang Ming made this dish, how can he not be judged as the first? Dojimajin looked at the distraught Yeshen Liang, walked over slowly, handed him a plate, and it was Yang Ming's dish in it, shook his head and said softly, "Try it." Yeshen Liang took the dish unconsciously and put it into his mouth like a robot. In an instant, he suddenly opened his eyes. This taste is like this. Tears flowed unconsciously from his eyes. He did lose, and lost completely. He didn't like the feeling of losing, but he had to admit that Yang Ming's cooking skills were better than his, even far beyond his. He could imagine that even if his cooking skills broke through again, it would be difficult to surpass Yang Ming's previous food, and it was even more like showing off his sword in front of Guangong. Yang Ming's control of the heat was far better than his, unless he broke through the spices again. But the sadness of losing the game was hard to hide. Yeshen Liang raised his head, not wanting anyone to see his tears. He was very competitive and felt sorry for Run and disappointed her. There was a series of footsteps, but it was Zijian Run who ran up. Her face was full of tears, even more exaggerated than Yeshan Liang. She cried with joy, "Congratulations, you proved yourself, that's a killer dish." "Yes. A killer dish." Yeshan Liang murmured to himself, "but I still lost to him." He turned his head to look at Yang Ming, clenching his hands, "I will win it back later." The venue was full of joy. Yang Ming was welcomed to the center of the venue by his Heike Hui. Irina and Alice were all smiling around him. Leonora Nagiri also looked at Yang Ming with a smile, "Congratulations." Yang Ming was the first, Ryo Hayama was the second, and Mimasaka was the third. Only the top three were qualified to stand on the final stage of the autumn selection to receive their own glory. Yang Ming stood in the front. He was tall and good-looking, and his cooking skills, which he had shown before, aroused admiration. The champion of the autumn selection was just a feast for the first-year students of Totsuki. The award ceremony was not too grand, but it was enough for Yang Ming to smile. After all, this was his first achievement on the road of being a chef, and he brought Chinese cuisine to the stage of Totsuki. If he could get the first place in the future and make Chinese cuisine famous, he would think of it more exciting. The autumn selection is over, the champion is Yang Ming. Is Heike Hui shouted with a smile, and hung the champion's medal on Yang Ming's neck. The lights of the venue gathered instantly, making Yang Ming's already outstanding appearance even more outstanding, and many people remembered Yang Ming. Chapter 1115. The autumn selection is over, the champion is Yang Ming. Is Heike Hui shouted with a smile, and hung the champion's medal on Yang Ming's neck. The lights of the venue gathered instantly, making Yang Ming's already outstanding appearance even more outstanding, and many people remembered Yang Ming. In just one night, Yang Ming's Chinese cuisine has become a hot topic, and they have a corresponding understanding of the killer dishes. They have always heard people say how powerful the killer dishes are, but the first-year students cannot imagine what such dishes look like. Even if the commander-in-chief positioned Yeshan Liang's cuisine as a must-try dish, people still couldn't feel the mystery contained in it. However, Yang Ming's cuisine thoroughly displayed that artistic conception and mystery in front of everyone, and finally made everyone have a real understanding of Yang Ming's cooking skills. The next day, almost all students of Totsuki were talking about the magic of this dish. It can be foreseen that this dish will become a legendary dish of Totsuki, and the students' enthusiasm for courses and cooking skills will be doubled. Yang Ming also won the championship reward, the head of the high school department. He can participate in the meeting of the top 10 and obtain certain resources of authority. As for the others, Yang Ming still needs to study slowly, but the previous 2 points are the authority of the top 10, especially participating in the meeting of the top 10, which means that the situation that may have formed a stalemate in the past was broken instantly. So during this period of time, Yang Ming was studying the authority of the head of the high school department, and he also communicated with Irina about some things he didn't understand, and the relationship between the two was restored to the previous one. All of this was seen by the commander-in-chief, who wrote a few words on his notebook. In a room in a certain building of Totsuki, there are 10 stools placed here. There are 10 people sitting here, and many people are familiar with these 10 people. They are the top leaders of Totsuki, the 10 elites of Totsuki. Now Yang Ming is sitting here, and next to Yang Ming, stands Yizhen. First of all, welcome our 9th seat of the 10 elites, classmate Yang Ming. Si Yingshi said lightly. I didn't expect it to be like this, Yizhen, I didn't expect you to be the first to leave the team. Nagijima Fuyasuk said, looking at Yang Ming, welcome, Yang Ming. Thank you, Nagijima Senior. Yang Ming smiled. Just don't challenge me, challenge Si Yingshi. Nagijima Fuyasuk smiled. Okay, this time it's not just about welcoming Yang Ming to become one of the 10 elites of Totsuki, we also have to discuss the next step. Si Yingshi said, the autumn selection is over, and there are still various things to do later. Yizhen, you go back first. Yang Ming glanced at Ruishan and said. Yes, Lord Yang Ming. Ruishan's Haijin also nodded and left here. Then, everyone, the meeting begins. Si Yingshi said. Okay, the arrangements for the next aspect are here. Everyone is responsible for their own work. Si Yingshi said, I hope there will be no problems below. There is a problem, Senior Si Yingshi, why didn't I see you when the autumn selection competition happened? Kyuga Teraki complained. Isn't this handed over to you? I am very confident in you. Yingshi said hurriedly. You don't know, I was really worried to death in those days, I couldn't eat or sleep well, if something happened this time, I would be miserable. Yingshi fell into a cowardly personality again. Okay, everyone disperse. Xiaolin Longden made the final summary. The 10 heroes and others left here one after another, and Xiaolin Longden called Yang Ming. Yang Ming-jun, congratulations on your victory this time. Xiaolin Longden said. This is not taken for granted. Yang Ming smiled. Haha, Yang Ming-jun, sometimes you really deserve a beating when you look like this. Xiaolin Longden waved his fist, but the important day for your first-year high school students is coming soon. Field practice. Yang Ming was stunned, and then smiled. Yes, it is field practice. This is also a test with a high elimination rate after your residential study, but it should be very easy for Yang Ming-jun. Xiaolin Longden said, after all, you are the chef of the hub. Don't worry, I have great confidence. Yang Ming nodded. Field practice would be difficult for other people with high grades, but for someone like Yang Ming who has experienced many battles, it seems very easy. Yang Ming is the chef of Yang Ming's shop and the chef of the hub. Japanese cuisine, Chinese cuisine, French cuisine, it can be said that Yang Ming has been involved in the most extensive dishes in the world, and the important dishes involved in each cuisine there will be many differences in points. Then let's talk about the field internship. Originally, it refers to the chefs who prepare in the kitchen. They are called interns. The field internship system of Totsuki Academy is that the first-year high school students are sent to various restaurants outside for internships. They are sent to various places such as high-end restaurants, food manufacturers, and even public institutions. In order to let students experience the flavor of actual combat in advance, this is also a part of the formal teaching. It is even said that many students are favored by the store where they are interning during the field internship, and then they can work in that store. It is also a very difficult social reality to find a job in Japan. Of course, for most Totsuki students, this is not attractive. Most Totsuki students' families are enough to make them worry-free, and they can also inherit those businesses in the future. In Japan, many are family systems. The passing standard this time is also to leave a result that can be seen with your own eyes during the internship within a week. So when you know about Totsuki's field study, you can understand why Yang Ming can easily complete this field internship. Yang Ming now not only has practical experience, but also has too much practical experience. He is not like the small restaurant at Soma Yukihira's home. As the chef of his restaurant, even if the group is small, it is facing Tokyo. These are nothing. Xiaolin Longden said again, your diamond cooking competition is about to start. Diamond cooking competition. Yang Ming chuckled and lay outside. Indeed, the elimination round of the Tokyo division is about to begin. Aren't you afraid? Xiaolin Longden asked. No, I'm not afraid. I should say that I'm too excited now to be able to compete with the former students of Totsuki. Yang Ming smiled. This is the Yang Ming-jun I like. I will cheer for you then. Xiaolin Longden smiled lightly, then goodbye. Chapter 1116. No, I'm not afraid. I should say that I'm too excited now to be able to compete with the former students of Totsuki. Yang Ming smiled. This is the Yang Ming-jun I like. I will go to cheer for you then. Xiaolin Longden smiled gently, then goodbye. After saying goodbye to Xiaolin Longden, Yang Ming met his Heike Hui not far away. Just now, Senior Longden asked you something. Is Heike Hui asked in confusion. Nothing, isn't the field practice about to start? Yang Ming said. Field practice. Is Heike Hui laughed, speaking of this, even the first seat of Totsuki, SIAG, is not as experienced as you. By the way, what do you think about Nakiri Tsunshima? Is Heike Hui said. For the time being, I will keep an eye on it. Yang Ming said. You have to be careful, Nakiri Tsunshima is a poisonous snake. Is Heike Hui said slowly. Don't worry, Senior is Heike Hui, even if it is a poisonous snake, when it has no fangs, it has nothing to shoot. What I am doing now is to tame this poisonous snake. Yang Ming smiled, nothing, Senior is Heike, I'm leaving first, see you in the dormitory later. Looking at Yang Ming leaving, is Heike Hui smiled, Yang Ming, I look forward to how far you can go. 3 days later. The field study is about to begin. Don't bring so many things. As Hikihue pointed out, Sakaki Ryoko, Yoshino Yuaki, and others, you don't need to bring anything for the internship, just bring the tools you are familiar with. I'm so nervous. I heard that the dropout rate is very high. Yoshino Yuaki was also unusually nervous. There was no way. Field study could be said to be the last hurdle of the first grade. As long as you pass it, you will be promoted to the second grade without any suspense, but the dropout rate is also surprisingly high. I heard someone say that there is a 30% elimination rate, which is even more terrible. This is different from the huge foundation of residential study. Those who can survive to this day have gone through challenges again and again, and they all have their own cooking skills, but even so, there is such a high elimination rate. Sakaki Ryoko lowered her head to organize the tasks issued by Tatsuki. See if anyone in Polaris dormitory is in the same group, or if there is a nearby restaurant, maybe they can take care of each other. Yang Ming has arrived. Yang Ming-jun is up too. Tadakuro greeted. Sakaki Ryoko also finished her analysis, with a helpless look on her face. This time, no one in our Polaris dormitory is in the same group, and the distance of the field study is very far. Let me see. The invitation was sent this morning. This is also one of the tests. Yang Ming doesn't feel any pressure. His cooking skills have reached an amazing level. He is not afraid because he won the championship. Moreover, this field study is also a test. What he pursues is not just passing the field study. Watched for a while. As Hikihue clapped his hands, it doesn't matter if we are not divided into a group. I believe that everyone in our Polar Star dormitory can come back as they wish. Although the words are straightforward, but it also inspired some fighting spirit. Especially the strong fighting spirit of Soma Yukihira, which made everyone gradually feel at ease and eat breakfast with all their strength. After breakfast, it was time to say goodbye. Yang Ming was the last to leave. He held his own field study location, a French restaurant, Excellence. It was said that it was a high-end restaurant that was about to be rated 1 star. The quality requirements for the work must be very high, and it can also be seen that the commander-in-chief tested Yang Ming. And his partner was Irina Nakiri. When they arrived, Irina Nakiri had already arrived in advance. When she saw Yang Ming, she was not very surprised, but just smiled slightly, but the whole person still posed as the Ice Queen, which was her habit in the outside world. She wore the school uniform of Tatsuki, her arms were folded, her face was smiling, her temperament was confident and calm, and the aura she exuded made people feel different at a glance. The people around were whispering, "Is this the granddaughter of the rumored General Tatsuki? She is really different. Just looking at her aura, she is stronger than Chef Sanyama. That person." Someone noticed Yang Ming, that is the champion of this year's Tatsuki Aki selection, right? It is said that she is very good at Chinese cuisine. The dishes she makes have received extremely high praise. I even heard that a 3-star restaurant has paid attention to him and is waiting for him to graduate. What a strong lineup! It seems that the manager has really put a lot of effort into getting the evaluation of a 1-star restaurant. Not only did he hire Chef Sanyama with a high salary, but I heard that he also found some chefs with a certain reputation in the cooking world. Although the whispers were small, Yang Ming heard them clearly and had a certain understanding of the situation of this restaurant. At this time, after Yang Ming and Irina arrived, the manager of Excellence Restaurant also appeared. She was a wealthy woman. From her dress, she did not look like the manager of a restaurant that was about to be judged as a star. She was even more amiable. Her tone was even somewhat flattering. "Welcome, I didn't expect that the academy would send Miss Nakiri Irina this time. It really makes our store feel honored." When she saw Yang Ming, she opened her mouth slightly. "You must be classmate Yang Ming, right? I also participated in the finals of the autumn selection. The dish was so beautiful that people couldn't help but indulge in it. I think with your arrival, the business of our store will definitely rise step by step. It's a pity that it's just a field study. It would be great if we could hire you as the chef of the restaurant for a long time." This person's attitude was humble, his tone was flattering, and even a little flattering, but it didn't make people feel the slightest bit disgusted. It can also be seen that being able to be the store manager is capable. "Can we start working?" Nakiri Irina didn't care at all, as if she had gotten used to such flattering words. "My time is not wasted on this." "Of course," the store manager said with a forced smile. After looking around, his face suddenly froze and he asked the employee, "Where is the head chef Umbrella Mountain?" A waitress with a good figure and elegant temperament whispered, "Chef Sanchin just went out for something." "Going out?" The manager was stunned. Doesn't he know that he has to pick someone up? And there's still an hour before the peak period. Yang Ming frowned, vaguely remembering that the chef seemed to have a very unruly personality. Chef Sanchin said he was going out to buy a pack of cigarettes. The waitress whispered, and her personality was obviously a little weak. The manager's face changed, and then he smiled again, "Then take Miss Arena and Yang Ming to get familiar with the restaurant first." Chapter 1117. Yang Ming frowned, vaguely remembering that the chef seemed to have a very unruly personality. Chef Sanchin said he was going out to buy a pack of cigarettes. The waitress whispered, her character was obviously a bit weak. The manager's face changed, and then she smiled again, "Then take Miss Arena and Yang Ming to familiarize themselves with the restaurant first." Without the chef, she had no way to arrange work. After all, although she was the manager and the boss of this restaurant, she had to look at the chef's face, especially at this critical moment of the selection of star-rated restaurants. She couldn't offend the chef. But Arena and Yang Ming here are both from Tatsuki, so she didn't dare to neglect them. The waitress responded respectfully and took Yang Ming and Arena to see the restaurant. The structure is simple and the decoration is luxurious. And the restaurant has nothing to do with them. They just need to do a good job in the kitchen. Yang Ming smiled at Arena and said, "I didn't expect that I would be doing field study with you this time." Arena's cheeks turned slightly red, as if she had thought of something. She couldn't hold back her ice queen face anymore. She glanced at the waitress and said, "Of course, Tatsuki wouldn't arrange for us to practice in an ordinary restaurant, but it's always better to be with you, rather than with some students, and have to consider whether they will hold us back." Her tone was natural, as if he was talking about something that was natural, and he was not nervous at all. The waitress next to him was surprised when she heard it. What a confident statement! Soon, the kitchen was all visited. The kitchen was almost comparable to Alice's research center. It was clean and tidy, with complete equipment, and the background of this restaurant could be seen. When he returned to the hall, Chef Umbrella Mountain had not returned yet. The waitress looked a little embarrassed. "It seems that the chef has not returned yet." The store manager's face was not very good. "Do you have a sense of time?" The waitress sent a text message to the chef, but waited for a long time but there was no reply. Just as she was about to make a call, she was stopped by the store manager. "I just called, but no one answered." Her tone was also a little unhappy. Arena's face was cold, her arms were folded, and she exuded a cold aura. Field study has always been a tradition of Tatsuki, and these companies have already notified them a month in advance, and the Excellence high-end restaurant has contacted Tatsuki in advance. Why contact Tatsuki? Because Tatsuki has a very high reputation in the culinary world. If it can become Tatsuki's internship site, it will also add a chance. At this critical moment, for the store manager, even if there is only a little hope, it must be grasped tightly. After all, the gap between star restaurants and high-end restaurants is very large. And Chef Sanchin was hired with a high salary, and even had a share promotion. He is a serious French chef. He has worked as a chef in a 2-star restaurant before, and he also has a French cuisine team. It seems that because he couldn't negotiate the price with the manager of that restaurant or something, he was attracted by the manager of Excellence restaurant with a high salary, just because he valued his experience as a chef in a 2-star restaurant. As for his team, those chefs are also chefs who are proficient in French cuisine, and they are all good. But who would have thought that after Sanchin came, he had a bad temper. Even when receiving Tatsuki students, he went out for more than an hour under the excuse of buying a pack of cigarettes and had not returned. This shows the other party's attitude, and it seems that he doesn't think much of Tatsuki. However, the store manager looked down on them. They were just students. No matter how famous they were in the academy, they were just students. How could they compare with the experienced chef Omakiyama? The other party was from Tatsuki anyway. How could this be possible? Everyone was waiting for someone. Customers came one after another, and they were a little unhappy when they ordered. "What? Chef Omakiyama is not here? I came here specifically to eat his food." "Yeah, it's 11 o'clock, why are you not here?" Yang Ming smiled at Arena. "Why don't we compare who cooks better French food?" He wanted to see how good Arena's chef was. Arena nodded. "Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing your level in the finals." They had agreed on this, but the store manager was not happy when he heard it. and hurriedly persuaded, this is not good. The chef hasn't come yet, and you guys are cooking directly. This seems to be a little disrespectful to Chef Omakiyama, right? Disrespect? Yang Ming was amused by this. The other party knew that they were coming, but they deliberately didn't come. Is this respect? And the restaurant has to ask the chef to make a dish? Are you afraid that we will mess it up? Irina naturally knew this, and her face turned cold. Just as the store manager was trying to persuade her, Chef Sanoyama finally came. The door just opened, and a man in his 30s came in first, with a face full of stubble and sinister eyes. You can tell at a glance that he is not a good person to talk to. Behind him followed a man and a woman, who looked powerful. The man's surname was Yamamoto, and the other was Chef Yamamoto, the chef of a French one-star restaurant. The woman was younger than them, named Keiko, a gourmet, responsible for food appraisal. The store manager naturally knew these two people. The unhappy expression before disappeared instantly, and instead replaced with a humble expression. He immediately ran over, Ms. Keiko and Chef Yamamoto? I didn't expect you to come. Chef Sanchin picked his teeth with a toothpick and said, I just went to eat with them and discussed some things, all about the star rating. The store manager smiled shyly, and didn't say much. What do Chef Yamamoto and Ms. Keiko plan to do here? Just a visit. Chef Yamamoto and Keiko bowed slightly and said something, but did not express the clear meaning of their coming. However, this ambiguous meaning made the store manager misunderstand, thinking that Chef Sanchin brought helpers for the reputation of the store. Welcome, welcome. The store manager said enthusiastically, by the way, let me introduce you first. She extended her hand to Yang Ming and Irina. These two are interns sent by Tatsuki, Ms. Irina Nakiri and classmate Yang Ming. Irina nodded slightly, saying hello. Yang Ming extended his hand, please give me your guidance. Sanchin glanced at him, but he seemed not to see his hand, and nodded, I understand. No. Face? Is this a show of strength? Irina next to him also had a cold face. This guy came late on purpose, perhaps to invite these two people, but now this attitude is so arrogant that it is too much. Chapter 1118. Yang Ming stretched out his hand, please give me more advice. Sanchin glanced at him, as if he didn't see his hand, nodded and said, I know. No face? Is this a show of strength? Irina next to him also had a cold face. This guy came late on purpose, perhaps to invite these two people, but now this attitude is so arrogant that it is too much. Chef Yamamoto also pretended not to see them, just talking to Chef Sanchin, as if he was deliberately ignoring them. Only the gourmet Miss Keiko took the initiative to stretch out her hand and shook hands with Yang Ming. Hello, classmate Yang Ming, I have heard of you. Hello. Yang Ming shook hands with Keiko, and his face relaxed. When Keiko spoke to Irina, her tone was obviously much gentler. It turned out to be Miss Nakiri Irina. I have heard of the reputation of God's tongue for a long time. You are also very prestigious in the food industry. I just didn't expect to find out that you are so young after meeting you. Irina smiled, but her expression was a little formulaic, and she was obviously dissatisfied with the attitude of Omeyama and Yamamoto. They didn't speak loudly at this time, and the waiters around couldn't see clearly, but they saw it clearly. Seeing that Irina and Yang Ming were ignored, Chef Omeyama and Chef Yamamoto didn't pay any attention to them at all, and they immediately whispered to each other. I think Chef Sanchin is here to put pressure on the manager. I heard that Chef Sanchin is not satisfied with the previous share distribution. It is already a condescension for him to come to such a non-star restaurant. How can he still enjoy such treatment? That can't involve those students. Students? I think the chef looks down on them. To be honest, if it weren't for the star rating, the manager couldn't stand Chef Sanchin's temper. No wonder the chef from the two-star restaurant was fired directly. Some waiters around obviously had some grievances against Sanchin, and it was hard to say at this time. Yang Ming had good hearing and understood it. He sneered, held Irina's hand, shook his head at her, and didn't plan to say anything for the time being. Let's see what Sanchin will do. After Chef Yamamoto came, he first glanced at the restaurant, and then began to nod and comment. One by one, the shortcomings came out of his mouth, making the manager's fat and fair face turn a little livid, but due to the other party's identity, he had to force a smile and nod. Yang Ming and Irina were speechless watching from the side. This store manager was really frustrated. Chef Yamamoto talked for a long time, and then said, if it weren't for Sanshin-kun, this restaurant might have closed down long ago. These equipments are too backward and can't be compared with 2-star restaurants. You invited me to this restaurant before, I think you should forget it. After listening, Chef Sanshin tilted his neck and looked at the store manager meaningfully. To be honest, I don't really want to stay here, but the treatment given by the store manager is good enough. If not, there are actually several 1-star restaurants that have invited me to be the chef recently. When the store manager heard this, she was shocked. You can't leave, what should I do if you leave? She was so anxious that she even forgot about the penalty in the contract, fearing that Chef Sanshin would leave. Irina snorted coldly, as if she knew something but just didn't want to say it. Yang Ming laughed dumbly and interrupted their conversation. Manager? Can you arrange work for us now? Yamamoto and the manager glanced at him. Sanshin ignored Yang Ming and said to the manager, it's not my problem whether to leave or not, but many people in my team think that they should go to a 1-star restaurant so that they can better display their cooking skills. Yang Ming's face became colder and he got angry. The attitude of this guy who looked down on people might not be too straightforward, he simply ignored them. Not to mention Yang Ming's reputation in Totsuki, this is only in Totsuki after all, but he is an intern today and came here to work for this restaurant. Sanshin, as the head chef, ignored them and left Yang Ming and Irina aside, talking about salary and treatment. Is this a sick person? Aren't we going to be selected soon? The store manager said anxiously, and he was also a little dissatisfied with Sanshin's big appetite. The topic continued. Yang Ming and Irina stood coldly beside them. Watching Sanshin's performance, every time they spoke, Sanshin pretended not to know anything and didn't take them seriously at all. He discussed the treatment with the store manager and occasionally talked to Chef Yamamoto. Later, he just pretended that there were no 2 people around. Irina was also angry. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said to Sanshin, Chef Sanshin, what kind of work are you going to arrange? Sanshin frowned. He looked at Irina with great disgust, and then continued his topic, what should be done or what should be done. Irina couldn't help it this time. I came here for internship, and you have this attitude? Chef Kamayama. The surroundings were quiet, and everyone looked over. Irina said directly, if this restaurant doesn't welcome me in Totsuki, then it seems that there is no need for me to stay. As she said that, she walked out. She was not only dissatisfied with Chef Kamayama's attitude, but also very dissatisfied with this restaurant. Hey, the manager hurried over to persuade, and only after some persuasion did Irina stay. She was also caught in the middle, and it was extremely difficult. On one hand, it was about the future of her own store, and on the other hand, it was Totsuki's background. It would be bad to offend either. This kind of person is not qualified to work here at all. Chef Kamayama glanced at Irina sinisterly, and was also very dissatisfied. He had already oppressed the manager to the extreme before, and was waiting for the other party to let go, but Irina's disruption would cause more trouble. The store manager came over and asked in a low voice, as agreed before, let's assign them a job. We'll talk about that later. Yang Ming also looked towards Sanshin. Sanshin laughed, I have never agreed to this matter. How can a mere student work in my kitchen? The store manager was startled, and seeing the expressions of Irina and Yang Ming, he said anxiously, we agreed before. She lowered her voice, and you have to consider the position of the store. The other party is a student of Totsuki, and they are all the best. Chef Sanshin looked at him, so what about Totsuki? I have always done things this way, and my team doesn't like anyone to intervene or mess up. If you think I am not doing well, remove me. Chapter 1119. The store manager was startled, and seeing the expressions of Irina and Yang Ming, he said anxiously, we agreed before. She lowered her voice, and you have to consider the position of the store. The other party is a student of Totsuki, and they are all the best. Chef Sanshin looked at him, so what about Totsuki? I have always done things this way, and my team doesn't like anyone to interfere or mess up. If you think I can't do it well, just remove me. Chef Yamamoto smiled and said, after all, they are all students of Totsuki, and the best ones, so it's better to assign them some work. The store manager was relieved when she heard this, but Chef Yamamoto's next words made her face stiffen. Just arrange the work of washing dishes. Newcomers, of course, have to start from odd jobs. Besides, this restaurant has Chef Sanyama and his excellent team. There is no need for a few students. Chef Yamamoto said with a smile, isn't that right, Sanyama? Chef Sanyama nodded, that's it. For Chef Yamamoto's sake, you stay and wash dishes. The store manager was anxious, this won't work. You have to arrange a specific position. They are here for internship. If you don't arrange a specific position, how can you grade them? It will not be good for their internship results, right? Yang Ming was also angry and sneered, washing dishes. I refuse. Irina exhaled slowly. It seems that there is no way. It is natural to assign positions according to ability, but... Her face turned cold, as if the queen's anger was about to explode. You actually asked me to do odd jobs. I can only say that this is a stupid vision. How did you become the chef of a 2-star restaurant? Have you lost even the basic vision? Chef Kamayama stared at him. You are just a student, are you questioning my cooking skills? Cooking skills? Irina sneered, do you think I don't know the details of your job? When I was working in a 2-star restaurant, there were 32 customer complaints. The famous Gourmet Weekly gave you the evaluation that you can only cook according to recipes and have no creativity. Do you think this is a good reputation? Kamayama sneered, want creativity? Do you think the recipes of a 2-star restaurant are so simple? It is amazing to be able to make the corresponding dishes, and each recipe has been tempered and cannot be further improved. Chef Yamamoto frowned, yes, if you don't follow the recipe, you can't make that taste at all. We are all professional star chefs. You students should stop talking nonsense here. Irina sneered, star restaurants can't be creative? Who stipulated that? It's just that your cooking skills are not good enough. Several people confronted each other, and no one could accept the other's ideas. Yang Ming was listening nearby, and he also had some understanding of Sanshin's cooking skills. He stood up and said, star recipes, in my opinion, are just recipes at the level of a killer move. If you just copy them, you can't experience the emotions contained in the chef's dishes, let alone mobilize the emotions of the guests. Creativity is not juggling, nor is it creativity for the sake of creativity. Everything is just to make the guests happier. Next to him a waiter quietly gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. The store manager also looked at him differently. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say such a thing. But even so, Sanshin still didn't look at Yang Ming straight in the eye. He glanced at him sideways, I'm a star chef. Do I need you to teach me? There's no way to explain this. Sanshin is totally unreasonable. This is how I do it in a 2-star restaurant. Sanshin began to act arrogantly, looking at Yang Ming, Irina, and others with contempt, and said, what? More than 30 complaints? Do you know what those complaints are about? Famous gourmet magazines? That's something that ordinary people can get on? Don't talk about cooking skills, I tell you. As long as I, Sanshin, am in a restaurant, there will be a lot of distinguished guests coming to eat my food. How I cook is my business, and it's not your turn to interrupt, students. Are you the chef or am I the chef? Although he has a bad personality, he has been the chef in a 2-star restaurant, and many people like his cooking. So he doesn't care about Yang Ming and others questioning him. He looks down on everyone and doesn't take this restaurant seriously. The manager was a little angry, and the contempt for this restaurant in his tone made her tremble with anger. A waiter came over and said, it's almost peak time. Should we prepare the ingredients? Prepare as usual. The manager's face was livid. She didn't expect that Sanoyama's personality would be so bad. If she had known, she would have hired someone else. But what can she do now? Her restaurant will soon be selected as a star restaurant. If she changes the chef, it will be impossible. A chef who has not worked in the restaurant for more than half a year cannot be counted as one of the restaurant's staff. So no matter what Sanoyama says now, she can only bear it. Sanoyama naturally knows this. He said slowly, that's it. You go wash the dishes. After that, he followed Chef Yamamoto to the kitchen. When they left, Yang Ming and Irina were left here. Yang Ming looked at the manager and said slowly, can you really stand it? The store manager looked depressed and sighed, no matter what, we have to hold on until the star rating. Star rating? Yang Ming shook his head, do you think it will be fine after getting the star rating? Or will he not get worse after getting the star rating? I remember that after getting the rating, if there is a major change in the restaurant, the star rating will be cancelled. The store manager naturally knew this, but what can I do? She didn't have any ideas in her mind at all, the only thing was to judge the star restaurant. For this, she had bet everything on it. Irina, you should know a lot of star chefs, right? Yang Ming asked Irina. Irina didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to do, but she nodded and said, of course. Yang Ming smiled lightly, that's good. The store manager was a little confused, even if she knows a star chef, it's too late. Do you still want to upgrade to a star restaurant in a short period of time, and then be threatened by sanction? Yang Ming laughed dumbly, just let him go, wait for a period of time, and then upgrade to a star restaurant. Chapter 1120. Yang Ming smiled lightly, that's good. The store manager was a little confused, even if she knows a star chef, it's too late. Do you still want to upgrade to a star restaurant in a short period of time, and then be threatened by sanction? Yang Ming laughed dumbly, just let him go, wait for a period of time, and then upgrade to a star restaurant. The store manager was stunned, let them go? How can I do my business during this period? Even if the chef can come immediately, it will take some time. Yang Ming straightened his collar and smiled at Irina, we will be the chefs. Yang Ming's words were shocking. The manager's eyes almost popped out, you come. Irina was slightly startled, and then smiled. It seemed that she had never done this before. The manager shook his head vigorously and refused, don't joke. You are just students, how can you be my chef? Moreover, star-rated restaurants require a lot of experience and cooking skills to master. You may be the top students in Totsuki, but you can be the chef. Yang Ming said calmly, first, our cooking skills are definitely enough to be the chef. Second, I am not kidding. Internship training also affects whether I can continue to stay in Totsuki. I will not joke about such things. Third, I am confident that the dishes I make can be comparable to that self-righteous Sanyama. The dishes he makes are not dishes at all. Just following the recipe step by step is considered cooking? 2-star restaurants are just talk, but the real selection of star-rated restaurants is not this kind of thing. He doesn't understand chefs? There is no way to select a star-rated restaurant? The store manager was stunned and said, no way? After all, he has worked in a 2-star restaurant. Even if he follows the rules, the taste and color are up to star level. Yang Ming said happily, so I said there is nothing wrong with the recipe, but the cooking skills. If you really let him do it, even if he is selected as a star-rated restaurant, the business will not change much. Irina is very knowledgeable and has seen many such things. She calmly narrated the real secret of star-rated restaurants and why they can attract so many distinguished guests. Every time she analyzed a point, the manager's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and in the end, she was sweating all over. She originally thought that as long as she was selected as a star-rated restaurant, her business would have a qualitative leap. That's why she tolerated Sanoyama so much, but she didn't expect that even a star-rated restaurant would have so many requirements. Even if Sanoyama really stayed here, her business might be good in the end, but most of the money she earned would go into Sanoyama's wallet, which would be extremely disadvantageous to her. The store manager took a deep breath, are you sure? You should also know Irina's identity, so you know that what she said is right. Yang Ming said in a firm tone, store manager, let Sanshin and the others get out, we will come. I dare not say how much better the business will be, but during my time in the restaurant, if the turnover is lower than before, then I can work for you for free for 10 years. Irina was shocked when she heard Yang Ming's words. 10 years of work? With Yang Ming's level, he will definitely become one of the top 10 in Totsuki, there is no suspense, even in the top few, and as long as he graduates, even 2-star restaurants will scramble for him. Just look at Shinomiya Kojiro himself opening a 2-star restaurant to see it. The store manager was entangled. She naturally knew how powerful Totsuki students were, and she also paid attention to Yang Ming. She knew how strong Yang Ming's cooking skills were and how strong his potential was. If she could really work for free for 10 years, then she would naturally make a lot of money. But is this true? We can sign a contract. Yang Ming said calmly, if you believe in me, let me try. I promise to help your business grow, and I will give you some free licenses for the recipes during this period. He was also crazy. Sanshin's attitude made him feel extremely annoyed. In addition, this time it was a high-end restaurant, so he naturally wanted to test his cooking skills. The store manager carefully calculated the gains and losses for a long time, and suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Okay. You guys go ahead, I've had enough of Sanshin. She even swore, which shows how deep her hatred for Sanshin is. After making the decision, she did not regret it. As for the contract, forget it. I believe you. I have also seen the dish in the final. People who can make such a dish will never go back on their words. This decisiveness made Yang Ming nod slightly. He is worthy of being the manager of a high-end restaurant. Without this kind of courage, how can he succeed? Thank you for believing in me. I promise not to disappoint you or the guests, but I have a condition. I don't know if I can tell you. In fact, at the beginning, Yang Ming simply hated Sanshin and thought about how to make this internship perfect, so he didn't think of anything. It was not until the manager agreed just now that he started to think and remembered the memories of eating in star-rated restaurants in his previous life. It was a journey of pain and enjoyment. Star-rated restaurants, I don't understand. But I have experienced it myself, and it is absolutely not in this world. And those restaurants are all Michelin 3-star level, whether it is food, taste, or environment, they are first class. The store manager asked, what conditions? Yang Ming said seriously, all matters in the store must be handled by me, whether it is purchasing or decorating the restaurant, etc., which is related to the customer experience. The store manager thought for a while and said, okay. But can I ask what you are going to do? Just trust me. Yang Ming smiled, by the way, how many guests have made reservations today? High-end restaurants are reserved in advance, not just when you come. The store manager opened the notebook and took a look, 35 tables, 5 tables have been reserved in the next hour. Yang Ming nodded, that's fine, let's go to the kitchen now. The store manager groaned, You want to start now? Are you ready? Irina was also a little surprised. Yang Ming said confidently, no need to prepare, you can do it now, hehe. As he said this, he walked towards the back kitchen. At the same time, he began to recall the famous 3-star restaurants he had eaten at in his previous life. It seemed that because of the system, Yang Ming's memory was very good, and he could clearly recall things from a long time ago, and he could remember the details very clearly. He remembered that when he went to Magic City, there was a restaurant that was known as the world's first sense of appearance, but the layout of that restaurant was too complicated and could not be copied for a while, but some ordinary decorations and tools for creating atmosphere could still be made. Chapter 1121. It seemed that because of the system, Yang Ming's memory was very good, and he could clearly recall things from a long time ago, and he could remember the details very clearly. He remembered that when he went to Magic City, there was a restaurant that was known as the world's first sense of appearance, but the layout of that restaurant was too complicated and could not be copied for a while, but some ordinary decorations and tools for creating atmosphere could still be made. It was too complicated to be copied for the time being, but some common decorations and tools for creating atmosphere could still be made. As for the costumes and recipes, I also had some ideas. Kitchen. Umbrella and Chef Yamamoto walked in. There were 7 or 8 people in the kitchen, all of whom were assistants to Umbrella's chef team, and the rest were waiters. After seeing the waiters, Umbrella made a direct gesture to them, indicating that they were ready to cook, and then he put on his chef's uniform and prepared to start. When Yang Ming and the others walked in, Umbrella directly directed Irina and said, You go wash the dishes, it's time to start working, don't hold back. Irina sneered and did nothing. Umbrella saw this scene and narrowed his eyes slightly, in the kitchen, it's my territory. If you don't listen to my command, then get out. The waiter next to him saw this scene and thought that Chef Umbrella was too domineering. He asked her to get out, and Irina was one of the 10 outstanding people of Totsuki. How could she just wash dishes? Even if you are the head chef, you can't do this. It's too contemptuous. When Sanshin saw that Irina still didn't move, he was annoyed and said to the manager, Let her go, or I won't cook. He thought his manager was still the same submissive temper as before, letting him command and order at will. The manager was also furious. He didn't feel it before. After listening to Irina and Yang Ming's words, he was determined. Now looking at Sanshin's expression and tone, he suddenly felt jealous and annoyed. It was really overbearing to the extreme. She had seen big names before, but it was rare to reach this level. Sanshin was also impatient. Seeing that they didn't move, he pointed at the manager's nose and said, Just tell me whether I should cook this dish today or not. Just as the manager was about to speak, Yang Ming stopped her and asked him to come. The manager understood that Yang Ming wanted him to offend people. He didn't refuse after thinking about it. He nodded and stood aside. Yang Ming was not afraid of offending Shan Shan. He didn't care about his status as a 2-star chef. Shigong Kojiro was a real 2-star chef. He even heard that the store was going to upgrade to 3 stars. He was not afraid, let alone Shan Shan. Shan Shan ignored Yang Ming and shouted at the manager as he left. What do you mean? Do you believe I will leave this restaurant now? Shan Shan. Yang Ming interrupted him without any hesitation. Shan Shan's face darkened. Why did you interrupt me when I was talking to the manager? He then came to his senses. You kid did it. What did you say to the manager? Yang Ming glanced at him unceremoniously. I am the chef of this kitchen now, you can stand aside, and if you want to leave, remember the penalty. What did you say? Shan Shan was stunned, his face turned pale, and he shouted, say it again. Chef Yamamoto shouted, how can you, a student, talk to Chef Shan Shan? Hey? And you are the chef? Do you have the qualifications? Yang Ming disagreed, so what if I am a student, and I don't think I am more qualified to be a chef than Shan Shan. A chef is not only about the level of cooking skills, but also about character. Before Shan Shan could speak, Yamamoto was furious, arrogant. You are more qualified to be a chef than Shan Shan? Ah? At your age, what kind of food can you make? Yang Ming looked at Shan Shan and Yamamoto, you. And you chefs, we don't need you here anymore. If you want to stand by, you can stand. I think there are still some dishes to be washed in the kitchen, but if you want to make trouble, I'm sorry, please get out. I don't welcome anyone with bad character here. Get out? Watch. Yang Ming's scolding made the waiters beside him stunned, but looking at Shan Shan's livid face, they laughed a little. Shan Shan has come to this day. They also disliked Shan Shan's domineering and arrogant personality in the past. Shan Shan and Yamamoto clenched their fists. He first said to the store manager, are you sure you want this guy to be the chef? After seeing the store manager nod, Shan Shan stared at Yang Ming coldly, remember what you said, I want to see how you mess it up. Yang Ming smiled, don't threaten me, I remember my words clearly, and I also want to say something to you, people like you are not worthy of being a chef at all. The store manager whispered, there will be customers in half an hour, shall we start? She was still a little nervous, so she didn't say anything, thinking that even if Yang Ming and his friends made mistakes, there would be room for redemption. Besides, Arina Nakari knows star chefs, so she can just pull some chefs over when the time comes. As for Shan Shan, she was really fed up and didn't want to endure it anymore, it would be best if she got out as soon as possible. Yang Ming nodded slightly, walked around the kitchen, and looked at the ingredients. The ingredients of this restaurant are very complete, and the quality of various ingredients is also rare and exquisite. From this, we can see the level of high-end restaurants. He thought about it carefully. He said to Arina, you are best at Western food, right? Let's have a combination of Chinese and Western cuisine today. After that, he began to tell Arina about his philosophy. The dishes he planned to make this time were based on the philosophy of the world's first sensory restaurant in his previous life, and the main business was to create deliciousness and atmosphere. Yang Ming had eaten it once before. The kind of aperitif that jumped in the mouth from frozen into a small ball, to the smoothie wrapped with fresh oysters with the taste of seawater, and the collision of Thai spices and fruit yogurt, or the taste of foie gras meeting chocolate. Under the shade of a big tree, a crispy truffle bread spread with butter, and then traveled to the seafood market in Japan to taste tuna steak with wasabi ice cream. The waves were surging, bringing wild tea with Russian spider crab meat, the tree flowers were flying, and the lunch box with black cod and rice was opened on the green lawn. It was simply perfect. When Yang Ming ate it before, it was 100 yuan per person, and the meal took more than 2 hours. It was simply a mysterious journey. Now, perhaps because of the restaurant environment and the way it was decorated, it cannot be perfectly replicated, but relying on his and Arina's cooking skills, it can be completely compensated. After listening to it, Arina nodded and couldn't help but glance at Yang Ming with surprise and a little admiration in her eyes. It was a genius idea. Chapter 1122. It was absolutely perfect. When Yang Ming ate there before, he was 100 yuan per person and the meal took more than 2 hours. It was simply a mysterious journey. Now, perhaps because of the restaurant environment and the way it was decorated, it cannot be perfectly replicated, but relying on his and Irina's cooking skills, it can be completely compensated. After listening to it, Irina nodded and couldn't help but glance at Yang Ming with surprise and a little admiration in her eyes. It was a genius idea. After speaking, Yang Ming said to Huiza Gourmet, "Please wait in the hall for a while, and we will bring you a perfect feast of cuisine." Huiza was still good. She had been friendly in her words and deeds before, and even shook hands with Yang Ming, so Yang Ming was also very polite to her. Huiza smiled, "Thank you for the hospitality, I am looking forward to it." Then she went down. She was just invited to come and make comments. She didn't have a good relationship with Sanshin and Yamamoto. Sanshin also understood it from the side, and laughed in anger, "I didn't expect that you and this woman would be the chefs. What kind of cooking skills can you two have?" Yang Ming sneered, "You will know how good my cooking skills are in a while." "Okay. Then I'll take a look." Sanshin laughed with a gloomy face, strode to the side and sat down directly. And Yamamoto also went over and sat next to Sanshin, waiting to see Yang Ming's joke. Of course Sanshin would not leave. In fact, he also hoped to continue to be the chef in this restaurant. Even if it was just a high-end restaurant that did not even get a star rating, it was still a high-end restaurant, and the treatment was first class. He stayed because he thought the manager was crazy to let two students be the chefs. Isn't this an international joke? Their cooking skills are nothing. When the time comes, the manager will have to beg him to be the chef politely. He has already thought about it. After a while, not only will he let the manager agree to his conditions, but he will also let Yang Ming and Irina get out directly, otherwise he will quit. The waiters and Sanshin's chef team around him also began to discuss. This kid is the chef. Can he do it? Humph, so young, definitely not. I know him. He is the champion of the autumn selection of Totsuki Academy. He cooks really well. But he is the head chef of a high-end restaurant? That's too much to think about. The waiter who had a good impression of Yang Ming before was also a little worried. High-end restaurants are not as simple as Totsuki Academy. There are many places to test the chef, especially the head chef. Without a few brushes, it is impossible to win. The waiters in the entire kitchen are a little skeptical at this moment. Most people don't believe that he can do it well. As for Sanshin and Yamamoto, they are just watching the fun and looking at Yang Ming with gloating. The previous anger has turned into a sneer. Only Yang Ming and Irina have no distractions and start to prepare the food. After discussing with Irina, he finally decided to cook directly in the hall, and then told the waiter to push the food towards the hall. "It's too late to prepare the food now, so I plan to make it on the spot." The waitress was a little excited, while the others were not very active, but very quiet, and many people were absent-minded. Yang Ming didn't care, and began to ask the store manager for some candles and adjust the lights. The store manager followed Yang Ming's arrangements, and seemed to have put all the pressure on Yang Ming, or she thought that even if the two failed, there was Irina's star chef, so she let them do whatever they wanted. Environment layout. Laying the foundation for the atmosphere? Is that something that ordinary people can do? Without a professional lighting engineer, what can you, a student, do? Sanshin and Yamamoto looked at each other and saw the smirk in each other's eyes. Yang Ming didn't look at Sanshin and Yamamoto, but smiled, adjusted the lights and arranged the layout. After just a few minutes, many waiters in the restaurant looked at him with admiration. He saw that he folded all the curtains in half, not covering the French windows completely, but it was covered. The sunlight shone in through the curtains facing it, emitting an inexplicable luster. He also adjusted the light to be dim, but under the sunlight, it seemed as bright as the sunset glow. Hey! This atmosphere is very tasteful. Many absent-minded waiters became energetic now. They thought that these two students could not make anything real, but they didn't expect that they had two brushes. Sanshin and Yamamoto still disdained it. What's the use of this level of light? But Yang Ming's next move was to go directly to Sanshin. In fact, it was not aimed at him, but the move he wanted to pretend was like this. He took out all the tableware that Sanshin had used before, and asked for pen and ink, and began to sketch, dotting flowers and plants around the tableware. One pattern after another was amplified by the eye of God and the hand of God, and it was ready in a blink of an eye. Hey! Painting? Sanshin almost laughed out loud. What did he treat the restaurant as? As his own studio? Or did he learn painting instead of cooking in Totsuki? He didn't care about Sanshin's sneer. Yang Ming painted calmly, decorating one by one. After finishing the tableware, he began to fiddle with the tables and chairs, the walls, and even adjusted the lighting angles again. Finally, he looked at the waiter's clothes and frowned slightly. It was still not perfect, mainly because time was a bit tight. Just this embellishment and decoration made everyone stunned. Is this restaurant still the same as before? Although it doesn't look much different from before, the sunlight shining in, combined with the lighting, tableware, tables, and chairs, always gives people a warm feeling. It's so beautiful. A waitress couldn't help but say. The manager also nodded. This kind of matching of dress and lighting is definitely professional, even better than those professional designers she hired before. The modification of this environment alone made her look at it with new eyes. Irina was the same. Yang Ming had a calm expression. His god's eye was not only useful for cooking, but could be perfectly used in all aspects of reality. That's all for now, Yang Ming said to everyone. A restaurant is not just a place to eat. What's more important is to control and mobilize the emotions of the guests. You should have been to that kind of star-rated hotel. When you just stepped in, you had a very good feeling, right? A very good feeling? Enjoyment? Many people nodded, showing an expression of approval. This is the difference between a star-rated restaurant and an ordinary restaurant. Yang Ming said with a smile, in fact, it's the so-called style, but an excellent chef can cook well, and these things should be left to professionals. Hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly. Chapter 1123. Many people nodded, showing an expression of approval. This is the difference between a star-rated restaurant and an ordinary restaurant. Yang Ming said with a smile, in fact, it is the so-called style, but an excellent chef can cook well, and these things should be left to professionals. Hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly. Isn't this a mockery of Sanshin for being useless except for cooking? Sanshin also heard the implication and thought to himself that you are talking nonsense, cooking is the foundation. Yamamoto also completely disagreed with Yang Ming's point of view. Yang Ming smiled and said, maybe some people don't agree, but I have to say that this is also a chef's duty, how to make guests eat more relaxed and happy, and enjoy more. Excellent cooking is a work of art. A delicious meal is like a dance on the tip of the tongue. If you can't make the guests intoxicated, then it means that they are just eating rice, not a meal. Everyone listened and thought. So the matching of the environment is very important. Yang Ming looked at Sanshin and the other man vaguely and said, there are many kinds of environments. Let me briefly explain it. For example, if Irina and a big man are standing next to each other with dishes and explaining the dishes at the same time, the mood of the guests will definitely be different. Puff, someone couldn't help laughing. Irina was also amused. She had never seen this side of Yang Ming. Sanshin was so angry that his beard was crooked, but he couldn't refute it. Okay, our guests are here. While Yang Ming was speaking, a lady came in at the door. She looked only about 20 years old, but her temperament was very mature. She was wearing a tight black and brown hunting suit, and her long light golden hair was tied into a bunch and hung behind her back, which made her fair and delicate skin look even more prominent. Ms. Lan, I didn't expect you to be free today. The manager immediately greeted her and entertained her warmly. This was a regular customer of the restaurant and an extremely picky customer. When Shan Shan saw this scene, he sneered. He had a deep understanding of how difficult this woman was. She had a deep understanding of food and was a pure gourmet and hedonist. He wanted to see how Yang Ming would deal with it. Today's the restaurant is decorated. Lan stopped slightly, it's very tasteful. As she spoke, she sat at the dining table she often sat at, and looked at the tableware on it curiously. The exquisite patterns showed dreamy colors under the interweaving of sunlight and light, which made people feel surprised. She covered her mouth slightly. Did you invite the world's top designer? This kind of lighting combination is really wonderful. I have never seen such a beautiful restaurant in the future. The store manager pointed at Yang Ming with a smile on his face and said, you guessed wrong, all this is the credit of classmate Yang Ming, no. It should be the credit of Chef Yang Ming. Today, your dishes are also cooked by him personally. Lan glanced at Yang Ming, her eyes lit up, and said with a smile, such a young chef? It's really rare. Although I don't believe it, a chef who can dress up with such a layout will definitely not let me down, right? The waiters around were also slightly surprised. They didn't expect that Lan, who was usually hard to talk to, would be so happy today, and this kind of smile was something they had never seen before. It was really amazing. It was just a simple change of the layout. I won't let you down. Yang Ming looked at Lan carefully. This woman, no. This young woman should be around 20 years old, but she was very well maintained. She was dressed in famous brands and looked like a very enjoyable person. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be how about an appetizer tea first? Tea? I prefer coffee. Lan raised her head and said elegantly. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Yang Ming smiled and returned to the kitchen counter. Irina stood by and watched Yang Ming's every move. It was called a kitchen counter, but it was actually a wine counter in the hall, which was specially used for the chef to perform cooking skills. Yang Ming found what he needed from the ingredients and washed it carefully. His mind was also turning rapidly. In the moment of finding the ingredients, he had simulated several kinds of tea that the other party liked, and then he acted like flowing water. The movements were elegant and beautiful, making Lan's eyes brighter and brighter. However, at this time, Sanshin also stood up. If you don't mind, let me prepare an apéritif for you? How about it as before? Lan blinked, but didn't Chef Yang Ming prepare it for me? How can tea be a pre-meal drink? Sanshin glanced at Yang Ming. Indeed, compared to tea, red wine is more flavorful. The waiter, store manager, and Irina next to him all thought so. Yang Ming said calmly, the so-called red wine, tea, or coffee are actually a kind of drink that customers enjoy, so there is no need to deliberately make a drink, but use whichever one is suitable. He easily refuted Sanshin's words. As for the current situation, tea is more suitable for appetizers than red wine, and it is also more suitable for customers to enjoy the next dishes with anticipation. What? Tea is more suitable? How can that light thing be compared with red wine? Sanshin was angry at the time. What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be better than red wine? Aren't you talking nonsense? Yamamoto was also angry. Irina and the store manager were also dumbfounded. They didn't believe this. After all, many things were deeply rooted in their minds. Aperitifs are aperitifs, and tea is usually afternoon tea or something like that. Yang Ming said slowly, this is also a matter of habit. Many people in China taste tea before eating, and this tradition has been going on for thousands of years. As for Sanshin's rebuttal, he looked at Sanshin. I heard that you have worked in a 2-star restaurant? Then I wonder if you know that some star-rated restaurants use fruit juice as appetizers? Is that also wrong? It seems so. Isn't it? And Chinese tea is indeed very popular as an appetizer, but it seems that no one is doing it now. Sanshin also replied, tea is already out of date, and Chinese cuisine? Ha! He snorted disdainfully, I have never heard of any Michelin 3-star restaurant in a Chinese restaurant. At most, it is a 2-star restaurant, and it is mainly Japanese cuisine. Yang Ming chuckled, if you think that Chinese cuisine is not good, then you are wrong. Many of the chefs who really have master-level cooking skills in Chinese cuisine are not the chefs of restaurants, but the chefs of major clubs and even state banquets. They will never be the chefs themselves. Even if they open a restaurant, they will only hand it over to their apprentices. Chapter 1124. Yang Ming chuckled, if you think that Chinese cuisine is not good, then you are wrong. Many of the chefs who really have master-level cooking skills in Chinese cuisine are not the chefs of restaurants, but the chefs of major clubs and even state banquets. They will never be the chefs themselves. Even if they open a restaurant, they will only hand it over to their apprentices. While speaking, Yang Ming had already brought a cup of hot black tea to Lan. Please taste it. Lan picked up the slightly hot black tea, put it to his nose and smelled it, and suddenly at that moment, a fresh mint-like fragrance came towards her, mixed with a light cream and sweet fragrance. The cup that was used to make tea was a glass crystal cup similar to an antique, with bright colors and some landscape paintings engraved on the pattern, which looked extremely outstanding under the background of sunlight and light. She was slightly surprised, but also looked forward to its taste. She took a sip gently, and the coolness of the mint and the heat of the hot water mixed together, sliding down her throat into her stomach at the heart. She felt warm all over and clear-headed. This fragrance penetrated into her mind and then flowed through her body, giving her a quiet and fragrant feeling in the mountains and rivers. So beautiful. Lan took a sip and closed her eyes, as if she was immersed in some kind of mountains and rivers, muttering to herself. This. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that just this tea would make Lan show such an expression. Shan Shan and Yamamoto looked at each other, both a little surprised, but they still didn't understand why tea would bring such an effect. If it was red wine, it would be normal. Now even if they wanted to question or find Yang Ming's flaws to refute it, it would be impossible. After all, they didn't understand tea at all. After drinking the tea, Lan seemed to be more energetic, with bright eyes. She looked at Yang Ming with a smile and said, "This tea is really beautiful, and why do I feel more energetic after drinking it? You must have stayed up late yesterday." Yang Ming smiled, "So I added some spices to this tea, which can refresh the mind and promote brain awakening. With the surrounding environment and lighting, you will have a wonderful feeling of being in the mountains and rivers and breathing fresh air when drinking it." No wonder, Lan suddenly realized, and then said shyly, "I worked a little late yesterday, and I am not in a good mood today. I deliberately covered this up when I put on makeup. I didn't expect you to see it. You have a good eye." "What? Clear the brain and refresh." Did Yang Ming know this a long time ago, so he didn't use red wine that is more intoxicating, but used tea to make Lan energetic, so that he could taste the food later. Everyone exclaimed, thinking that Yang Ming's eyesight and judgment might not be too strong. Yang Ming blinked, "My eyesight is not that strong. I still can't tell whether you are 18 or 17. Hee, so cute." Lan was amused by Yang Ming, but she was still confident about her appearance. Indeed, although she is 30 years old this year, if she is not dressed very elegantly, her real age cannot be seen at all. Yang Ming curled his lips and said with a smile, "I don't know what kind of food you want to taste next? If you don't mind, I recommend Irina to make you a French dish." This made Irina start to show off. Lan smiled and nodded, with expectation in her eyes, "I am looking forward to it. I think this lady's cooking skills will not disappoint people, right? I have never let my guests down," Irina said confidently, and walked towards the kitchen counter. Her movements were elegant and smooth. When she cooked, she gave people the feeling that she was completely at the level of a senior chef, and with her beautiful appearance, it was easier to arouse people's expectations and love. Sanchin and Yamamoto Hishihong were silent, speechless by Yang Ming's cooking level. Yang Ming looked at Sanchin and said, "So, sometimes it is not necessary to make dishes step by step. The needs of the customers are more important. If you insist on giving Ms. Lan a glass of red wine, then I think there is no other result except that her spirit is worse, and this mental state will also produce some deviations when tasting dishes." Yang Ming's words did not allow Sanchin to find a rebuttal. The store manager and the waiter also reacted one after another. No wonder Miss Lan was dissatisfied every time she came. It turned out to be the problem of red wine. How can she taste the dishes if she is not in a good spirit? Sanchin and Yamamoto were speechless. Yang Ming's questioning was too sharp, making him unable to speak. How can this guy have such a sharp eye? I didn't notice that Lan's mental state was not good for so long before, and I thought it was a problem with the recipe. Yang Ming concluded, so when a chef is making food, he cannot just judge it by the taste, but by the actual situation of the guests. Some star-rated restaurants even customize private physical examinations for their members and VIPs. There are special regulations on what food to eat and what ingredients to use. At this moment, I don't know who applauded. Papa, the waiter, and the store manager all applauded together. Wonderful and to the point. Who said that Yang Ming can't be the host of a high-end restaurant? He made such an excellent tea, and it was deeply loved by the guests, which made Miss Lan smile. Even his cooking expertise is no problem at all. Didn't you see that Sanchin and Yamamoto were already dumbfounded? Sanchin also came over by himself and just took the red wine to refute Yang Ming, saying how suitable red wine is for pre-meal tasting. Sure enough, Yang Ming beat him to a pulp in the blink of an eye. Yes, red wine is suitable, but it depends on who you are. If you don't have this kind of vision, what kind of chef are you? Just these words made Shan Shan and Yamamoto extremely angry. Yang Ming kept talking, and he was getting more and more. He was a mean man. They didn't even think about what they did before. Shan Shan stood up at that time, ignoring the presence of Miss Lan, and said loudly, "You are talking nonsense. What do you know about cooking?" The waiters around were shocked. There were still customers here. Why are you crazy? The manager glared at Shan Shan, "What are you going to do?" Looking at Shan Shan's ferocious appearance, no one knew whether he would take action. Yang Ming looked at Shan Shan and said calmly, "You said I don't know how to cook, then tell me what I don't know, or what nonsense you are talking about." Shan Shan roared in anger, "You don't know anything at all, just a student, how can you be qualified to be the chef? Chapter 1125. The store manager glared at Shan Shan. What are you going to do? Looking at Shan Shan's ferocious appearance, no one knew whether he would take action. Yang Ming looked at Shan Shan and said calmly, you said I don't know how to cook, then tell me what I don't know, or what nonsense you are talking about. Shan Shan roared in anger, you don't know anything at all, just a student, how can you be qualified to be the chef? Yang Ming was also amused by this idiot, just because I am a student? So you can mess with me at will? Let me wash the dishes. Shan Shan stood up suddenly, and his strong man-like figure pressed Yang Ming, as if he was going to take action. But just as he stood up, he was held down by Yang Ming's hands, and his face darkened. What? You want to fight? Arena was right before, the kitchen itself assigns positions based on personal ability, but you didn't even test our chefs and directly asked us to wash dishes. After the store manager asked me to be the chef, you stood by and made a fuss, saying that I don't know anything. Are you a gangster or a chef? Even a student like me knows to use cooking to convince you, why do you want to fight? It's ridiculous. He sneered, and what about being a student? Is cooking ability explained by age? Then don't select any chefs, wouldn't it be better to just pull a 100-year-old man from outside? The waiter also looked at Sanshin angrily, this was too bullying. Your cooking is not cooking at all, it's just a circus acrobatics. Sanshin scolded with a gloomy face. Miss Lan was the first to disagree. She looked at Sanshin with a cold face and a strong aura, do you mean to question my aesthetics or something? The store manager reprimanded, Sanshin, don't make trouble. The waiters were also talking on the side, yes, Yang Mingjun cooks well, you come up and say irresponsible things, now you see that he cooks well, you say he doesn't know anything, how come you are the only one who can cook? If you ask me, get out of here. That's right, since you came to the restaurant, you have been self-righteous, and you have to accommodate you in everything. You don't even take the store manager seriously. Didn't you work in a 2-star restaurant before? Humph, what 2-star restaurant? I think his cooking skills are not as good as Yang Mingjun's, and he still has the nerve to say that he is just a student. I think he is just relying on his age. If Yang Mingjun graduates, I'm afraid he won't even be worthy of carrying shoes. Many waiters said to Sanshin indignantly, they really didn't like Sanshin at all. Seeing this, Sanoyama and Yamamoto became even more furious. Even Yamamoto stood up and started to get angry at the waiters, with this level of cooking, can it be compared with Sanoyama? It can also be called cooking? It's simply a crooked way, just a trick to attract attention. At this time, Arena brought up 3 dishes with a cold face. They were real French classic dishes. Whether it was the appearance or the fragrance, everyone present stopped talking. She is very proficient in high-end cuisine, and she is one of the top 10. Compared with those star chefs, she is not much inferior, not to mention a chef like Sanoyama. Pa! The dishes were placed directly in front of Sanoyama and Yamamoto. This restaurant doesn't need a chef like you. I will terminate your contract on behalf of the store manager, and I will pay the penalty. Arena looked down at Sanoyama and Yamamoto, and, I will submit an application to the cooking committee to cancel your qualification as a star chef. Sanoyama was shocked and wanted to stand up, but was held down by Yang Ming. He couldn't move at all. He pointed at Arena and shouted, why do you do this? What qualifications do you have to do this? The store manager was also impatient, I authorize Miss Arena, she is fully qualified to terminate the contract. I will pay the penalty myself. It should have been done long ago. The store manager did a great job, I support you. The waiters were all excited, and the scene in the restaurant was a little out of control. Yang Ming sneered, and with a strong lift, he actually grabbed Sanoyama and went to he smashed the door hard, and with a swish, Sanshin slid more than 10 meters outside. Then, he turned his head and looked at Yamamoto, you don't need me to treat you, right? Seeing this, Yamamoto also ran out. The third guest before, Ms. Keiko shook her head and sighed slightly. These 2 people really embarrassed the chef. Moreover, she knew Arena's reputation in the cooking world. Not to mention the reputation of the surname Nakiri, just her identity, it is quite easy to question a star chef. Yang Ming smiled at Miss Lan, I'm really sorry, please don't mind, continue to taste the food. Lan nodded and smiled, never mind him, let's continue, I am very much looking forward to the next dish. Irina brought the dish up again. The high-end and atmospheric appearance, coupled with the excellent taste, made the restaurant exude a wonderful fragrance. Miss Lan was also in a good mood. This dish alone was much better than the Sanshin dishes she had eaten before. With the appetizer and refreshing effect of the tea before, it was indeed different. Gradually, more and more guests arrived, and the waiters became busy. An hour later, the restaurant was full. Everyone enjoyed the meal and praised the restaurant's decoration and dishes. They were more than one level higher. It was really great. Soon, it was evening. Looking at the time, Yang Ming also knew that the restaurant was about to close today. He was about to finish his work, but suddenly thought, such an important first dish, just ended like this? It seemed that there was no suspense. Compared with the previous opening, it felt a bit anticlimactic. So, Yang Ming had a flash of inspiration and said, in order to thank all the guests and for my first time as a chef, I plan to offer you a free dish as an Easter egg. Easter egg? Free dish? The guests present were all looking forward to it, and so was the store manager. She had seen the amazing food that Yang Ming had shown in the finals. Yang Ming started to make it. Because of time constraints, he also asked Irina to make it together. The dish to be made this time was the starry sky. There was no moonlight tonight, so the sky was a little dim, which was just right for making that dish, and it was just right to eat it at night. During this time, he asked the waiter to prepare some tools. Some of the guests had not left after eating, just to wait for this dish. After waiting for nearly an hour, they saw Yang Ming push a food cart out of the kitchen, and at the same time the lights in the restaurant dimmed. It was like a birthday cake scene. The lid covering the dish was instantly opened, and a blue luster suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, with candlelight flickering. The color was distinct, but there was no lack of a majestic feeling. Chapter 1126. Some guests had finished eating but had not left yet, just to wait for this dish. After waiting for nearly an hour, they saw Yang Ming pushing a food cart out of the kitchen, and at the same time, the lights in the restaurant dimmed. It was like a scene of a birthday cake. The lid covering the dish was opened instantly, and a blue luster suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, with flickering candlelight, distinct colors, but not lacking a sense of grandeur. It caught everyone at first sight. Then, everyone stared over and saw that the dish on the table was actually a thick soup, and there were some beautiful pillars scattered in it, and there was a milky white belt in the middle. Although it was only 1 meter wide, it still looked majestic, magnificent, and crystal clear, extremely beautiful, like a starry sky. More importantly, the thick soup was clearly spread flat below, but it looked as if it was standing in the void. This is so beautiful! Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Some people rubbed their eyes and trembled. Why is it standing up? Isn't it thick soup? Am I dazzled? Suddenly someone discovered the secret. Is there ice underneath? The thick soup is spread on the ice. And the ice seems to have been carved, forming a strange uneven shape, so people think that the thick soup is standing up. Yang Ming smiled. He was very confident in his chef, and after having the God's eye, he was different from modern chefs. After all, in this fast-paced society, except for competitions, no one would spend too much time carving a perfect ice cube, otherwise even if you can afford it, the guests can't stand it. After having the God's eye and God's hand, carving does not take too much time, and there is no hesitation at all, so it is very fast to make, and it is perfect from time to time, even a leaf can be carved vividly. This is also one of Yang Ming's advantages. After the demonstration, Yang Ming did not stop, but picked up a bottle of wine from his right hand and opened the lid. The wine smelled pungent. The alcohol content of this wine was very high and it was not drinkable at all. It was used to enhance the taste of the dishes. It was also specially made by him. He slowly poured the wine into the hole left by the ice cubes under the table. The red liquor slowly flowed along the traces of the ice cubes. After a while, when the trace was filled with strong liquor, Yang Ming nodded slightly to Irina. Seeing this, Irina picked up the lighter used by Ye Shanliang in the finals and pointed it at the hole. With a whoosh, a tongue of fire instantly observed the entire starry sky at a speed faster than thunder. The flame swayed, and the golden light shone under the reflection of the ice. The fusion of fire and ice made the entire starry sky shine brightly. Many people were fascinated. This picture seemed as if the starry sky was dyed red by the flames. Many men actually felt a sense of boiling blood as if they were in this magnificent picture at this moment. And the woman was confused by the beauty of this moment. The flame gradually extinguished, the ice melted, the color of the thick soup deepened again, and the pieces of corn in the thick soup gradually disappeared, but everyone felt the silence of the starry sky. The store manager stood there in a daze. Everyone looked at this scene without making a sound. Yang Ming smiled and said, "This dish is a combination of starry sky, thick soup, and corn, and flames and strong liquor are used to enhance the taste." After he finished speaking, the restaurant was silent for a second. Suddenly, the manager looked at Yang Ming and clapped his hands desperately. Other guests also stood up from their seats one by one, clapping with admiration. Even the restaurant staff and waiters applauded Yang Ming, and they were very excited. For a while, the restaurant applauded like thunder. It lasted for a full minute without stopping, and everyone was extremely satisfied with this feast. Yang Ming was flattered, "Thank you for your support." This was the greatest affirmation of him, but his dish had some flaws. The thick soup was not as delicious as the finals, but it was just a pure gorgeous appearance. It was indeed not up to standard when examined in detail, but Yang Ming didn't take it seriously and didn't care. "I'm just here to show off my cooking skills. I'm just here to perform a feast and promote it, what's wrong? The feast is over." The guests left the restaurant one after another. Many of them still felt a little reluctant to leave. As they walked, they discussed with the people around them the starry sky that Yang Ming had just made. "That dish is so beautiful. Yes, I was fascinated by it. Today, I just heard that this restaurant has changed, so I came to take a look. Who would have thought that I would meet such an excellent chef, and the style of the restaurant is also really good. I will come to this restaurant in the future. Like me, as long as this chef doesn't leave, I will definitely eat here. Such a good environment, delicious food, of course I eat here, it feels much better than some star-rated restaurants. And there are also beautiful and picturesque dishes. I really broadened my horizons. Today I know that you can be full just by looking at the dishes. Haha, I was called here by Sanshin." I felt a little sympathetic to his experience, but after tasting Yang Mingjun's dishes, Sanshin's dishes are really not worth mentioning. That kind of dishes are just a little cheaper, and they are everywhere. Yang Mingjun's dishes are still better. The restaurant was empty. Yang Ming looked at the store manager and smiled, "I didn't disappoint you, did I?" The store manager ran up with a bright smile on his face, "Not only did I not disappoint you, it was beyond my imagination. Not only you, but also Miss Arena's cooking is amazingly good." She said to Arena again, "Thank you so much." Arena also smiled brightly. Today's experience was something she had never had before. It turned out that being the chef of a high-end restaurant was such a wonderful thing. Seeing the satisfied smiles of the guests made her feel fulfilled. The most important thing was the time she spent alone with Yang Ming, which was even more short and beautiful. The waiter next to him also praised, "I really didn't expect your dishes to be so good." It made Sanshin dumbfounded. The guests kept praising it. Yang Ming said modestly, "It's not that I cook well, but there is something wrong with Sanshin's cooking. He simply copied the dishes according to the recipe, without any care, and did not serve the guests. He just wanted to make money. This made his own cooking skills stagnate or even regress." The waiter blushed, "Aren't chefs all for making money?" The store manager coughed and said, "Classmate Yang Ming is right. Making money is making money, but you must be sincere and have aspirations. You can't just put profit first. The dishes made in this way simply don't have any heart at all." Chapter 1127. The waiter blushed, "Aren't chefs all for making money?" The store manager coughed and said, "Classmate Yang Ming is right. Making money is making money, but you must be sincere and have aspirations. You can't just put profit first. The dishes made in this way simply don't have any heart at all. But to be honest, I have never seen the layout and decoration of Yang Ming, and I have never thought that a restaurant could be like this." "What? Have you never seen a restaurant with this layout? This shouldn't be the case, aren't all star-rated restaurants like this?" Yang Ming only then did I understand that although the cuisine in this world has developed more than in the previous life, it is only the cooking skills and cuisine that are better than in the previous life, but the operation of the restaurant and the matching of the environment are completely different. Even if someone thinks of this, they will not do it because of the habit. This is not the previous life after all. Although it seems that there is no problem, there are still some changes from the previous life. No wonder Sanshin said that there is nothing wrong with copying recipes. It turns out that this world is basically like this. No wonder Shigong Kojiro will stop moving forward. It is completely a problem of the environment in the culinary world. The reason why Totsuki has that kind of atmosphere is because everyone is a student, and Totsuki is a world-class university. No wonder Yang Ming threw out this kind of pattern and culinary creativity all at once, which caused such a big response. It's not Sanshin who is wrong, but the world. Yang Ming thought with a smile and felt that he was a little bit second year. After the store manager finished speaking, he said excitedly, but this also broadened my horizons. I will know what to do in the future. Thank you so much. Yang Ming smiled and said, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. The store manager said excitedly, how could I be disappointed? I have been standing by and have not left. From beginning to end, I can be sure that this is the best dish I have ever seen. The waiters all said, yes. It can't be described as wonderful. Everyone praised Yang Ming in a few words, and soon the topic turned to the starry sky dish again. That dish is really amazing. I didn't expect that the dish could be so pleasing to the eye just by looking at it, even like performing a visual feast. Speaking of this, the store manager was also very excited. I saw it once before in the finals, but I didn't expect it to be so shocking in the restaurant. And at the corner outside the restaurant, a red car was parked, and a woman was standing by the door. She wore a white shirt with a black suit, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, her long brown hair draped neatly over her shoulders, and her beautiful and cool temperament made her very eye-catching. She was the staff member sent by Totsuki to supervise these interns. Her expression at the moment was slightly open, and she didn't know what to say at all. Yang Ming actually kicked out the chef of the restaurant during the internship, which had never happened in the history of Totsuki. And the guest looked really satisfied. General, this is what happened. She reported the matter to the general. Ha ha ha, he is worthy of being the one who does things. His style of doing things is really confident and domineering. The general's heroic laughter came from the phone. You don't need to intervene in these things, just watch from the side, as long as their restaurant's performance is not a problem, don't worry about it. The supervisor was stunned. Keek, he kicked out the restaurant chef, this. What's the matter? The general laughed, isn't it just kicking out a chef? As long as the restaurant manager has no objection, it's fine. The supervisor was silent. She also saw the previous scenes clearly through the telescope, which shocked her. Yang Ming's actions completely subverted her common sense of cooking. Okay, that's it. The general hung up the phone. The supervisor looked at the phone and was a little crazy. Forget it, let's see the reaction of the customers. Isn't the result of the internship assessment based on this? The store manager and the customers, as long as there is no problem with these two, it's fine, and can those things really attract customers? She was also a little curious. The next day, Yang Ming and Irina came to the excellent restaurant together. As soon as they arrived, they saw the prominent title above, Special Chef, First-Year Student of Totsuki, Champion of the Finals of the Autumn Selection, Chief of the High School Department, and Genius Chef of Chinese Cuisine, Yang Ming, will be the chef. Let us explore the secrets of cooking together and show you the dishes you have never seen before. There are so many titles that Yang Ming blushed a little. It can be seen that the manager dug up all his past affairs. Although Yang Ming did get these things, he also knew in his heart that these titles were still a long way from being a chef. But this is also a kind of marketing. There is no way, it is done this way, especially if the Excellence restaurant has just changed its chef without a certain amount of publicity. Then the guests who originally wanted to taste the chef of Umbrella Mountain asked who changed? Who knows who it is? Maybe many people will turn around and leave. After all, it is his own restaurant. The manager has spared no effort to support Yang Ming. At this moment, some publicity about Yang Ming's cooking yesterday appeared in newspapers. This was not the store manager's face, but the promotion of Miss Keiko. Her identity was not simple, her father's background was very strong, and Yang Ming's cooking this time was very unique and very topical, so naturally there was a lot of publicity. This made Yang Ming look forward to it. He heard about the internship standards from Irina yesterday. If the restaurant is not doing well because of him, then he and Irina are likely to face the risk of dropping out. This is Yang Ming, who was a bit nervous, was touched for a moment. Irina supported him yesterday. If it was according to the original book, Irina would never drive the chef away. At most, she would use her cooking skills to fight for a place, and with her cooking skills, there would be absolutely no problem. However, Yang Ming was not under much pressure, or he was not worried at all. The number of people who made reservations for Excellence Restaurant every day before was only more than 30 people, and the restaurant he made imitated the style of a 3-star restaurant in his previous life. Although Yang Ming didn't know what level it would reach, he expected that it would definitely not be less than 30 people's reservations per day, otherwise he would be really embarrassed. When they came, it was still more than 9 in the morning. Irina was wearing a white chef's uniform today, with her slender legs wrapped in her pants, her long golden hair draped neatly on her body, and her beautiful and cold temperament. Standing with Yang Ming, the two people's same red eyes just matched perfectly, like a couple. Chapter 1128. When they came, it was still more than 9 in the morning. Irina was wearing a white chef's uniform today, with her long legs wrapped in her pants and her long golden hair neatly draped over her body, adding to her beautiful and cool temperament. Standing with Yang Ming, their red eyes matched perfectly, like a couple. What would you like to eat? Yang Ming looked around. There were few people on this street now. The restaurant was actually open at 11 o'clock, and they also needed to eat something, otherwise they would be busy and would have no time. Chinese cuisine, Irina said with a slightly red face. Standing next to Yang Ming, the two of them really looked like a couple except that they did not hold hands. I feel that I gained a lot from the dish yesterday. If I can add that kind of artistic conception to the appearance of Western food, maybe I can impact the top 10 at a higher level. That's just my own thing. You should pursue your own things. Yang Ming walked slowly towards the restaurant and said in a cautious tone, after all, the killer dish pursues the chef's inner heart, not imitating anything. Well, Irina thought. As soon as the two entered the door, many waiters looked over with ambiguous eyes. They are really a perfect match. Not only in appearance, but also in cooking. Miss Irina and Yang Ming are a perfect match. Yes, it's really enviable. I wish I could find a man as good as Yang Ming Jun. Don't dream. In the restaurant, a bunch of laughter rang out. Everyone knew that Yang Ming and Irina got along very well, so they didn't talk casually. Irina's cold temperament changed slightly, and her face became redder. Yang Ming laughed and didn't explain anything. Instead, he asked the waiters, how many reservations are there today? I don't know. The manager hasn't come yet. But there must be a lot. Yesterday, those customers were reluctant to leave. Maybe today will be full. It's hard to say. Although Yang Ming Jun's cooking is good, it's only the first day after all. I read in the newspaper today that his dress is too novel and may not be accepted by customers. Yes, I'm afraid that some people don't like it. A waiter was worried. No matter what, it won't be worse than before, right? Someone said affirmatively, full of confidence in Yang Ming, I guess at least more than 100 people per day. People? It's unrealistic to have so many on the first day. When Sanchin first came, there were only a dozen people on the first day, and they were all old customers. As they chatted, Yang Ming said nothing. He was also very concerned about this number, because it was related to the inspection results of Tatsuki, and it was also the capital and confidence for Yang Ming to get involved in the culinary world in the future. Naturally, he must pay attention to it. He obviously won't stay in Tatsuki for a lifetime, and it is impossible for him to not open his own restaurant. He must open his own restaurant like Shinomiya Kojiro. It's okay in school, he can crush everyone with his own strength, but in the culinary world, there are all kinds of people, and old chefs in their 40s and 60s will come out to compete with you. The experience and knowledge enhanced by Yang Ming's God's Eye and God's Hand are not enough. Only by making a name for himself now and then strengthening it again in Tatsuki can he pave a solid road for him to impact the supreme position in the culinary world in the future. I hope the number of reservations will explode. Irina was also looking forward to it, as this was her first time. Just when everyone was guessing and worried, the store manager came. Manager. How is it, how many people have made reservations today, and have they cancelled their reservations before? Everyone kept asking, and Yang Ming and Irina looked at the manager's expression, feeling a little uneasy. At this moment, the manager looked distressed and seemed to be in a very bad mood. Listening to them talking, the manager walked to his seat absent-mindedly and didn't speak for a long time. The waiters were a little disappointed. Are there many cancellations? Irina couldn't help but take a breath and asked, is there something wrong? Hey! The manager sighed. A sigh made everyone's heart rise. Immediately, the manager's face became extremely tangled. The number of reservations has been full, and it's so popular that it's even scheduled for 5 days later. This is really great. Manager, what are you worried about? You still have that expression when you come in, which scared us to death. The restaurant cheered, and everyone was extremely excited. Yang Ming was also startled by the manager's heavy breathing. He breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the number of reservations. He said that this was the layout of a 3-star restaurant in the previous life, and his cuisine was much better than in the previous life. This manager is really something. Yang Ming-jun, it's great. Irina also felt a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment, but her expression was not as excited as everyone else. She just smiled and said, "This unique way is indeed very attractive. It is normal to have such a high degree of recognition." That's right, the reservation is 5 days later. If it's a few days later, it may be a few months later, or even next year. I heard that if you want to have a meal at those 3-star restaurants, you not only have to pay a certain deposit, but also have to make a reservation a year in advance. A waiter was amazed. Yang Ming smiled and said, "This is all thanks to everyone. I can't support the restaurant by myself." As soon as the voice fell, the store manager said with a bitter face, "Don't be modest. This is indeed your credit. This is what worries me. The business is so good that I dare not accept future reservations. You can only stay in the restaurant for 5 days." As she said, her face became more tangled, "Although I also want to hire you directly, but when I watched the finals before, I heard that the cousins spent hundreds of millions of yen and still couldn't win you over. My restaurant. Hundreds of millions of yen." Someone exclaimed. "I didn't expect Yang Mingjun's salary to be so high. It's unimaginable. Chef Sanchen's annual salary seems to be only tens of millions, right? Even with the commission, it's not much." Yang Ming shook his head and smiled, "It's not difficult. After a few days, Irina will find a suitable chef. As long as I follow my business philosophy, the restaurant's business will not be too bad. And I can also be a guest chef when I have time." He is also very satisfied with being the chef of a high-end restaurant. This was one of his dreams before. The store manager nodded helplessly. It was the only way. She clapped her hands, "Okay, everyone is ready to work. There are many people today. Yang Ming, do you want to prepare some food? Oh, by the way, I forgot that you don't need this." Chapter 1129. He is also very satisfied with being the chef of a high-end restaurant. This was one of his dreams before. The store manager nodded helplessly. It was the only way. She clapped her hands and said, "Okay, everyone, get ready to work. There are quite a few people here today. Yang Ming, do you want to prepare some dishes? Oh, I forgot you don't need this." Yang Ming made some more requests, all about the overall wallpaper of the restaurant. He didn't do it before because he was in a hurry. Now that he has time, he might as well do it. There are still about 3 hours before the guests arrive, which should be enough. Others also cheered up. The more guests there are, the greater the pressure. It's enough to have fun. Work is still necessary, and they are also looking forward to what kind of wonderful dishes Yang Ming will bring next. Everyone began to be motivated. When they were halfway through the preparation, a guest suddenly arrived, and Yang Ming and Irina immediately stopped their work. Yang Ming looked over and was slightly startled, "Senior Shinomiya." The person who came was Shinomiya Kojiro. After returning to Paris, he had climbed to the stardom of food, and even his restaurant had the capital to impact 3 stars, but he did not feel any satisfaction, so he went to Tokyo to open his own branch. "Yang Ming-jun, we meet again." Shinomiya Kojiro stretched out his right hand with a kind face and shook hands with Yang Ming. It was completely different from the arrogant and cold feeling when they first met, giving people a feeling of being easy to get along with. The people behind him were also slightly surprised. Chef Shinomiya is so intimate with this guy. As the deputy chef of Shinomiya Kojiro, he was stunned for a moment. Thinking back to when he met Shinomiya Kojiro, it was such an honor that the arrogant Shinomiya invited him to be the deputy chef. "You know, Shinomiya is extremely cold to everyone, how come he has become so kind now? Who is this guy? I don't know, he looks very familiar with Yang Ming-jun, and he seems to be addressing me as a senior. Tisk, what's so great about him? Looking at his expression that looks like he's examining everything, I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Could he be someone like Sanchen?" The waiters began to whisper. The store manager was so excited that he was speechless when he looked at Shinomiya Kojiro. "You are Shinomiya Kojiro, right? The first Japanese to receive the Order of Prosper in France? I heard that your store is about to get a 3-star rating? What? It's him. There were continuous exclamations. Anyone who has read the morning newspapers knows who Shinomiya Kojiro is. He is a star in the culinary world. Shinomiya Kojiro ignored the discussions around him and said after looking for a while, indeed, the layout, style, and environment are all first class. If you can create this level, you can be called a good chef, but that's all. What kind of evaluation is this? Good chef. Don't say it for now, let's hear what Shinomiya Kojiro will say. Everyone fell silent and looked at Shinomiya Kojiro. Shinomiya's deputy chef and foreman also had the same expression. Shinomiya Kojiro said slowly, I was also deeply touched by the dishes you made in the finals. That amazing dish is worthy of being Chinese cuisine, and it is fundamentally different from the Chinese cuisine presented by Kyuga Teraki. Although they didn't know who Kyuga Teraki was, many waiters felt a sense of greatness when they heard Shinomiya praising him. Even a star like Shinomiya recognized Yang Mingjun. It's a pity that Sanshin dared to question it before. Shinomiya Kojiro didn't stay here for long. Just left a sentence, but you can't get the real purpose of internship at all. Just fighting on the front line of the kitchen with arena, without any help and communication, how can you learn to copy the skills of those chefs and promote your own progress? Yang Ming's answer was also very simple, knowledge. Isn't Totsuki a place where baits are gathered? Hearing this answer, Shinomiya Kojiro smiled and turned away. 10 o'clock. As mealtime approached, the restaurant received more and more reservation calls, and the reactions and discussions of people around continued to pour in. Some places farther away, such as the coastal areas of Japan, did not know about this area, but as the rumors spread, many people became curious and asked people around them. Gradually, they also learned about the names of Excellence Restaurant and Yang Ming. Yang Ming and the restaurant became popular at the same time. And they became popular for real. Not long after Shinomiya Kojiro left, Chapel, Inui Hinateko, Mizuhara Fuyamai, Guan Shuping, and Donato Wu Tongtian also came to the Excellence Restaurant. As soon as they came in, they looked around and exclaimed, "It's really beautiful." No wonder Senior Shinomiya praised it. The waitress was close to them and said politely, "It's not time to eat yet. If you need to eat, please make an appointment in advance." Make an appointment? Inui Hinateko was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Then make an appointment. I also want to try Yang Mingjun's cooking again." The waitress smiled and said, "Do you know Chef Yang Ming? If it's just an appointment, I'm afraid it will take at least 5 days. 5 days later. Inui Hinateko was surprised, turned her head and looked at Mizuhara Fuyamai and the others, and they all looked at each other in surprise. I didn't expect Yang Ming's restaurant business to be so good. Senior Kyunri. Yang Ming also came over at this time. He had been preparing the dishes before, and came out when he heard the familiar voice outside. "Mr. Yang Ming, your restaurant is so popular that it's already booked for 5 days. We were planning to come and see your restaurant concept." Chien Hinateko pouted, looking dissatisfied, "It seems there's no way." Yang Ming quickly smiled and said, "I'll ask the store manager if he can make some room." The store manager smiled bitterly when he heard it, "There really isn't much room left. The number of reservations is full, and you also said that no more chairs can be added. Otherwise, I really want to add a few more dining chairs." Yang Ming pondered. He arranged the layout of the restaurant. There were strict requirements for the location and number of dining chairs, but it was not impossible to modify them. After thinking about it, he said, "How about this, if you don't mind, you can eat the food at the kitchen counter later." He pointed to the left side of the kitchen counter in the restaurant hall. The location there was not very good, so no one had been arranged there. It was used to place a piano to improve the style. Chapter 1130. Yang Ming pondered. He arranged the layout of the restaurant. There were strict requirements for the position and number of dining chairs, but it was not impossible to modify them. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this, if you don't mind, you can eat the food at the kitchen counter later." He pointed to the position on the left side of the kitchen counter in the restaurant hall. The position there was not very good, so no one had been arranged there. It was used to place a piano to improve the style. Chien Hinatazi took a look and shouted, "Is that the position of the pianist? Let's go to Senior Shigong to take a look and come back later." Mizuhara Fuyamai and the others also shrugged and left. Ring, 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 Suddenly, the store manager's phone rang. The store manager answered, "Hello? Husband, I'm busy. The restaurant will start to receive guests soon. I'll call you back later." "What? Ah." She was slightly surprised. The voice on the phone seemed to say that a reservation was also needed. The store manager hung up the phone with a bitter face. "My husband said that his friend is also curious about your cooking. He knows that I am the store manager, so he wants to come and see it, and he will come specially in the evening. What should I do? Yang Ming-jun, can you make a few seats?" Yang Ming was speechless. It's not a good thing for the restaurant to be too busy. The waiter's phone rang next to him. The content of the conversation was almost the same. After hanging up the phone, the expression on Yang Ming's face was exactly the same as the store manager's. Waves of people came to ask for seats, some for themselves, some for friends, and some for the waiter's boyfriend or girlfriend. In a blink of an eye, there were more than 30 reservations, but even so, more and more people wanted to make reservations. "I really can't do anything. Aren't you the store manager? I really can't do anything. Wasn't your store's business average before? You asked me to come and support you before, and now you're free, and you're doing this again." The store manager said bitterly, "I really can't do anything. After just one day of promotion, the whole restaurant has become popular. It seems that their friends have heard about the restaurant and want to come and taste it. Those who are easy to talk to are fine, but those who are not easy to talk to are really troublesome. I didn't expect that the business is so good, but it's so tiring." The store manager didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "When I think about you leaving here in 5 days, I really can't bear it." Although he said so, from the expressions of the store manager and the waiters, they all enjoyed the feeling of being praised and felt superior. As he said that, Irina also came over and said with a cold temperament, "Yang Ming-jun, can you move a few seats?" Yang Ming was speechless. This restaurant is so small, how can he move? Soon, it was noon. The restaurant was more gorgeous and luxurious than yesterday, and the atmosphere was more exciting. Yang Ming and Irina's dishes were carefully selected, which was different from the hasty preparation yesterday, so that the guests could enjoy it more. In the evening, Yang Ming once again prepared a finale dish. Is a way to cook sea bream, but it is not as complicated as the finals. It is just a simple carving and decoration, combined with lights and moonlight, to create a feeling of soaring, but it still makes everyone exclaim with joy. After the dish was finished, the restaurant burst into thunderous applause. Like yesterday's guests, today's guests all stood up, clapping, and applause continued, with satisfied smiles on their faces. What a Chinese dish! What a Yang Ming! This time the dish really lived up to their expectations. Some people still wanted to continue to make reservations for a few days, but they were immediately frustrated when they learned that they had made reservations for 5 days and would not make reservations in the future. The store manager was even more distressed when he saw this scene. The next day, the store manager's restaurant had a sign at the door saying that it was a reservation-only system, and there was also a phone number. Reservations were required in advance to dine. In this way, even if it was only for a few hours, temporary guests were isolated. In addition, in today's era, the reservation method has been recognized by more and more diners. For top restaurants, it is even more exaggerated, and there are even reservations that are scheduled for several months. A middle-aged man smiled at the sign, pushed open the door and walked in, because he had made a reservation before. "Mr. Shimizu, welcome, thank you for making an appointment in advance." The store manager looked at this person and said hurriedly. This diner was a former old customer of his restaurant, and he often came here to dine, but as the restaurant became busy, this old customer had not come for a long time. Mr. Shimizu said with a smile, "Oh, I haven't been here for a long time. I'm so sorry. I saw that the store manager was so busy recently, so I went to eat somewhere a little far away. But when I heard that the reservation system was implemented here, I rushed over. It's the same as usual, Naples noodles and the second side dish, and less salt, right?" The store manager smiled. "Haha, you really understand me, you are worthy of being the store manager." Mr. Shimizu laughed. On the other side, Irina was also busy. The method of making reservations by phone can continue to be maintained. In addition, in order for young diners to make reservations easily in the future, a reservation system must be added. Irina, who was busy, said seriously, "After importing this software, How do you feel? As long as there is a reservation, it will automatically reflect on the ledger, the cloud POS system. Irina also kept telling other employees of the restaurant about this knowledge. The implementation of the reservation system has freed them up, and they have more time to study in this area. In the restaurant. Sorry to have kept you waiting. This is the manager's special Naples noodles. Yang Ming took the dish in his hand and put it in front of Mr. Ching Shui. Mr. Ching Shui took a fork and put some noodles in his mouth, as if chewing. In an instant, the ultimate deliciousness swept over his taste buds, and this taste was very familiar. Sure enough, the taste here is still the best. Mr. Ching Shui said happily, after eating, have a cup of coffee. I know. Yang Ming nodded with a smile. The manager's dishes are indeed excellent. After all, they have been accumulated for several generations, and for old customers, the manager is even more of a memory. Not only with the growth of the manager, but also with the growth of nearby diners. And Yang Ming also knew that the difficulties of this field internship have ended. Outside the manager's restaurant, a woman with glasses looked at the scene in front of her, and a trace of surprise flashed across her face. So fast, I didn't expect that the manager's problem would be solved so quickly. As expected, Yang Ming, the 9th seat of UNU, looks like their field practice is about to be completed. Chapter 1131. And Yang Ming also knew that the difficulties of this field practice were over. Outside the manager's restaurant, a woman with glasses looked at the scene in front of her, and a trace of surprise flashed across her face. So fast, I didn't expect that the manager's problem would be solved so quickly. As expected, Yang Ming, the 9th seat of UNU, looks like their field practice is about to be completed. This field practice is not so simple. UNU's arrangements all have their own reasons. It is not just about asking students to help in which place, but also about what kind of help they can bring to that place. In this way, from this day on, the formation of a complete reservation system, although it reduced the sales of Excellence Restaurant a little. But the owner of Excellence Restaurant was not disappointed, because she felt that kind of happiness. This is not just to be busy for the sake of being busy. She feels very satisfied to see diners happily enjoying the dishes of their Excellence Restaurant. Moreover, it is a reservation-only system, so the number of customers is not as small as expected. The reputation of the Excellence Restaurant soon spread to the surrounding diners. So they will be very satisfied to come here to eat. A week passed slowly while everyone was busy. This day is the last day. It is already evening and the restaurant is open. Thank you very much, Yang Ming, and Miss Irina. The owner bowed deeply to the two of them, but Yang Ming and the Excellence Restaurant will not return to the current situation. Thank you. The other employees also expressed their gratitude. Seeing those old customers these days, they are also happy from the bottom of their hearts. Excellence Restaurant is like this. It is with this kind of power that it can continue to be passed on. It is the enthusiasm of the employees and the delicate dishes that make people feel warm. It's okay. I hope the owner will not forget these in the future. Yang Ming smiled. Owner, you have to work hard in the future. Irina also smiled. Of course, we will. Several people looked at each other. Then, let's go. Yang Ming and Irina stood up and said. Watching Yang Ming's back as he left, the owner suddenly said, Yang Ming, there is a question that I have been holding back. I heard about a genius boy who is the deputy chef of the garden restaurant. Is it you? Yang Ming, who was about to open the door and leave, stopped and looked at the owner, smiling. If there is no other Yang Ming, then it will be me. Owner, and everyone, see you later. Yang Ming opened the door and left with Irina. What do you mean, manager, just now? Some employees said in confusion. What do you mean, don't you know the garden restaurant? The owner said puzzledly. I know, it's one of the top restaurants in Japan. One of the employees said. Could it be that the garden restaurant? Yes, otherwise you would have thought it was someone else. The owner said speechlessly. Yang Ming is the famous deputy chef of the garden restaurant before. An employee said tremblingly. Yang Ming is the sous chef of the garden restaurant, but it is more shocking than Yang Ming being a student of Totsuki, because one is already at the top of the culinary world, and the other is still on the way to the top. Yes, it's him, didn't I ask just now? The owner nodded. Manager, why didn't you tell us earlier? These employees said one after another. Anyway, I already have his signature. The owner smiled. Fortunately she had foresight. No, we must teach the manager a lesson. Several employees smiled strangely. It can be seen that Yang Ming and Irina's help to the Excellence Restaurant will be remembered by the people in the restaurant forever. It was Yang Ming and his team who changed the future of the Excellence Restaurant. Otherwise, things might really be like what Irina said before, and the Excellence Restaurant would go bankrupt at some point. The current situation is really good. On the other side, when Yang Ming and Irina went out, they saw a woman wearing sunglasses standing next to the car. You passed. The woman said, the hearing result of the chef of the Excellence Restaurant was very good, and you worked diligently and without complaints. Tomorrow, the information of the next field internship should be conveyed to you. I hope you will fight to the end. Goodbye. After saying this, the woman walked directly into the car, and then the moving vehicle left here. Yang Ming was speechless for a moment, whether he should be so pretentious. Irina, let's go. Yang Ming held the back of his head with both hands and went to the place where he rested during this time. Yet, Irina chased after him. Yang Ming Jun. Looking at Irina, who was a little hesitant, Yang Ming chuckled and said, what's wrong? Yang Ming Jun, I'm really happy to do field practice with you these days. Irina said with a blushing face. Very happy. Yang Ming laughed. Irina, I'm very happy too. You helped a lot this time, otherwise I wouldn't be able to solve the problem of Excellence Restaurant so quickly. Thank you, Yang Ming Jun. Irina nodded. Let's go back. We have to see where the school will let us go tomorrow. The new field practice is about to begin. Yang Ming said. Okay. When Yang Ming and Irina went back. In the culinary world far away in France, there is a piece of news that has been reported. He has indeed climbed to the stardom of gourmet food. Some local gourmets are discussing his name all the time. Everyone agrees that the day when his restaurant gets 3 stars is not far away. And he also announced the good news that he is currently preparing for the first overseas branch. Yang Ming was naturally not aware of these things. The completion of the first field internship allowed him to sleep well. In the Tokyo branch of Shino's restaurant, a man with fashionable clothes and light red hair received a call. Tisk, I'm busy preparing for the opening of the new store and I don't have time to sleep. Why do I have to accompany those students? This man is Yang Ming's acquaintance, Shinomiya Kojiro. I've said it before, I can send some students to help you as staff when your new store opens. The other end of the phone said, Chef Dojima said that this is a win-win situation for both parties. Damn, that senior is so good at sending people. Shinomiya Kojiro said to himself. There is one more thing that Chef Dojima wants me to tell you. What is it? He said that if I, a poor chef employed by Tatsuki, ask you for help, you will surely agree to help. The other end of the conversation said. Chapter 1132. There is one more thing that Chef Dojima wants me to tell you. What is it? He said that if I, a poor chef employed by Tatsuki, ask you for help, you will surely agree to help. The other end of the conversation said. This made Shinomiya Kojiro's forehead float with a few black lines. He knew who Jin Dojima was. Anyway, this is not a place where incompetent people can be competent. Please tell Senior Dojima for me that if you send a useless guy, I will immediately drive him out of my store without mercy. Shinomiya Kojiro said, and then hung up the phone. Who could it be? Looking at the dark sky, Shinomiya Kojiro said to himself. In a luxurious office, after learning about Shinomiya Kojiro, Dojima Jin laughed. Shinomiya, the past students are not incompetent. I'm afraid you can't control him. I really want to see your sad face. Dojima Jin smiled. Because the one who went to Shinomiya Kojiro this time was Yang Ming. The next day, at dawn, Yang Ming got the task of the following field internship. Field internship at Shino's restaurant, and it's a branch in Tokyo, which is really unexpected. Yang Ming looked at the information in front of him, and his eyes showed a smile. Senior Shinomiya, we meet again, I wonder if you miss me. It can be seen that if Shinomiya sees Yang Ming again in a few days, he will have a headache again. Now Yang Ming is still young Master Yang Ming. For Yang Ming, although he had heard him talk about opening a branch before, he didn't expect that he would open his own branch in Japan. The address is here. Yang Ming looked at the address on the document. This time it was not him and Eri.Ni's combination, because it was just Yang Ming. Irina and the others might have gone to other places to take the next test. Not long after, Yang Ming came to the place where the map was. Sure enough, the sign said Shino's restaurant, but it also said Tokyo branch. With a smile, Yang Ming gently knocked on the door of the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Shinomiya Kojiro and his employees were doing the final decoration work of the restaurant. As for why they didn't hire a special carpenter, well, can we say that Shinomiya Kojiro was saving money? Shinomiya chef, I heard that there will be new people coming today. A girl with short hair asked. Yes, I'm very curious too. Another girl with braids also looked curious. The one with short hair is Ryo Shiok, who is responsible for meat dishes in the restaurant, and the one with braids is Gao Wei, the foreman of the restaurant. If anyone comes here and is useless, I will kick him out immediately. Shinomiya Kojiro said lightly. Chef Shimiya is still so unkind, isn't he, Abaru? Ryoshi Yuke said to another man. Well, I think Chef Shimiya is right. Abaru said hesitantly. It's useless to ask you, Abaru. Ryoshi Yuke complained, but if Yang Ming comes, it would be great. Yang Ming. Gao Wei also smiled, yes, Yang Ming's strength is even better than Abaru. Well, Yang Ming is really good. I don't know how much Yang Ming's strength has reached after this incident. Abaru nodded in agreement. Yang Ming's story at Totsuki Academy was too exciting, and Shimiya had talked about this junior many times. The employees of Shino's restaurant naturally knew how good Yang Ming's cooking skills were. However, the discussion of these three people did not notice the black line on Shimiya Kojiro's face at all. Shimiya also expressed pain for Yang Ming. Although he didn't spend much time with Yang Ming and appreciated his cooking, it was painful for Shigong to meet Yang Ming sometimes when he thought that his junior might surpass him. Of course, the employees only thought that Shigong had a good relationship with Yang Ming. Shigong, who was usually so cold, didn't feel awkward at all when getting along with Yang Ming. The most important thing was that if Yang Ming was there, Chef Shigong seemed to treat them better. Shigong's change was mainly after that residential study. He had the ambition to keep moving forward and knew that he was just complacent before. So when he was in Paris, France, it was also reported that Shigong Kojiro's restaurant was very close to the 3-star review. But the Parisian culinary world didn't know why Shigong Kojiro left Paris at such a critical time and came to Japan to open such a branch. Ding dong dot. At this time, the doorbell rang. I'll go. Ryoshi Yuke's eyes showed a glimmer. I'll go there myself. Shigong Kojiro said lightly, and then slowly opened the door. Suddenly, Shinomiya Kojiro sighed in his heart, and the person he complained about the most was here, Yang Ming. Yang Ming, it turns out to be you. I didn't expect that Totsuki would assign you to me. Shinomiya Kojiro said. Why, Senior Shinomiya, don't you welcome me? Yang Ming said. How could it be, please come in. Shinomiya Kojiro said, but as for you, the restaurant is not in operation yet, so I'll give it to you. Then Shinomiya Kojiro handed some cleaning tools to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. I said, Senior Shinomiya, your store has not been decorated yet. Yang Ming was speechless, he didn't expect that he would have to do these physical work when he came here. Don't you see that I'm doing it too? Shinomiya Kojiro's face darkened, he didn't want to do this either. And Chef Shinomiya, the menu must also be prepared at the same time. Gao Wei said. Yes, professional work should be entrusted to professionals. Lu Shiok complained. It's okay. With Yang Ming here, it's easy to make a menu. Shinomiya Kojiro said, pressing his glasses. I say, Senior Shinomiya, why are you talking about me? Yang Ming said. If not you, who else can I talk about? I know that you are the sous chef of the famous French restaurant Garden Restaurant Hub in Tokyo. Shinomiya Kojiro said. Although Shinomiya Kojiro has not been back to Tokyo for long, this incident still has a great influence in Tokyo. Shinomiya Kojiro heard about this from Inui Hinateko and others. And now Hub Restaurant is a well-known restaurant in Shibuya and even Tokyo, which shows Yang Ming's expertise in French cuisine. Hey, what's going on? Lu Shiok said with some confusion. Yuk, Yang Ming has also cooked French cuisine in Japan. Chef, and he did everything from the restaurant preparation to the research of the dishes, all by himself. Everything there is the result of Yang Ming's hard work. Gao Wei said beside him. Chapter 1133. Hey, what's going on? Lu Shiok said in confusion. Yuk, Yang Ming has also been a chef of French cuisine in Japan, and he did everything from the restaurant preparation to the research of the dishes, all by himself. Everything there is the result of Yang Ming's hard work. Gao Wei said beside him. V is so amazing. Lu Shiok said in amazement. That's it. Another man, Abel, came over. He is Shigong Kojiro's right-hand man in the French restaurant, and will be responsible for the chef work of this restaurant in Japan in the future. I admire you so much, Yang Ming, you are getting better and better. Lu Shiok said in admiration. Hey, no, Chef Shigong, we were talking about the decoration and cleaning just now. I told you, with Yang Ming here, we are much more relaxed. Shinomiya Kojiro said, and considering the remaining budget, we have to do the next project by ourselves. After all, the interior decoration and tables and chairs, as well as tableware and red wine, were all very exquisite when they were bought. Now we can do the remaining parts by ourselves. Shinomiya Kojiro continued. There should be a lot of sponsors around Chef Shinomiya, don't you have the Press Bowl medal? Gao Wei asked in confusion. Almost all sponsors are against me opening a branch, how can I ask them for help? Shinomiya Kojiro thought of the words of those sponsors. Then why not accept financing in Japan? Lu Shiok said. This method doesn't work either, it will tarnish my successful image. Shinomiya Kojiro said. You are really vain, Yang Ming, tell me about Chef Shinomiya, he seems to listen to you very much. Gao Wei said beside him. Yet. Yang Ming looked at the somewhat frightened Shinomiya Kojiro and smiled. Anyway, cleaning and decorating is quite interesting, let's work hard for a day or two to finish them. Okay. Gao Wei and others said helplessly. It seems that there is no hope, and they can only do their best. In the Tokyo Shino's restaurant, Yang Ming and others are doing the final cleaning of the restaurant for the trial operation to be started later. Senior Shinomiya, I didn't ask you last time why you suddenly came to Tokyo. Now is your important time in the French restaurant. Yang Ming said to Shinomiya Kojiro below while changing the light bulb above. Yang Ming, why I did this, you may have guessed it. Shinomiya Kojiro chuckled. If Yang Ming was just an ordinary Totsuki student, he might not know why Shinomiya Kojiro did this, but Yang Ming's ability might have reached a terrifying level. It is not easy to make the Hub restaurant a well-known French restaurant in Tokyo. This is not just about competing with star chefs, but also about really defeating them to make your restaurant stand out. It will make it a step further. Yang Ming's eyes moved. Of course, this is an indispensable part of my continued climb. Shinomiya Kojiro said, and, Yang Ming, I said I would defeat you. When I really become a 3-star, it will be time to compete with you. Senior Shinomiya, I have also grown up. Yang Ming shrugged without caring, then let's see whose ability to enter the master-level chef first. I am also looking forward to it. A strong flame flashed in Shinomiya Kojiro's eyes, that was fighting spirit. Now Shinomiya Kojiro is looking forward to the confrontation with Yang Ming, not only because he was enlightened by Yang Ming's cooking in the last study test, but also because Yang Ming's ability is getting stronger and stronger, which makes Shinomiya feel pressure, but he has greater motivation. Then let's see who is better. Shinomiya Kojiro and Yang Ming's eyes, fighting spirit is burning. Why do you see that the relationship between Chef Shinomiya and Yang Ming is so strange? Lu Shiok scratched his head in confusion. It feels a bit like the two of them are partners, and they also seem to be competitors with each other. Gao Wei said. Anyway, if Yang Ming is here, Chef Shinomiya will be very good to us. Lu Shiok laughed. Gao Wei and others' discussions were directly transmitted to Shinomiya Kojiro's ears, and they said loudly, you guys work hard for me. Several people were doing the final finishing work for the restaurant. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, it's time to rest. Shigong Kojiro said while looking at the time on the clock. Ah, I'm so tired, I'm dying of exhaustion. Lu Shiok said as he sat down on the ground. It's almost done, the speed of the 4 people is really faster, thanks to you, Yang Ming. Gao Wei said beside him. Nothing, it's all due to everyone's efforts. Yang Ming smiled. But what about our lunch? Gao Wei said, they had been working since the morning I have been working till now, but I haven't eaten anything. Let me make something. Abel said. I will do it. Shigong Kojiro stood up and glanced at Yang Ming, the table is ready. What is this? The chef actually cooks himself. Gao Wei was surprised. I can actually eat the dishes made by Shigong chef. Abel was moved. Then Shigong Kojiro quickly cooked a simple lunch. Chicken filling, mixed with mushrooms such as maitake mushrooms and mushrooms. Then stir-fry slowly with butter, and shape the pie crust delicately and skillfully. Is this a quiche? Gao Wei and others said in surprise. Even for them, it is very rare to be able to eat dishes cooked by Shigong Kojiro himself, so they feel such a surprise. After a while, the finished product of Shigong Kojiro's dish was completed and placed on the dining table. Not bad, it looks delicious. Yang Ming looked at the finished product in front of him and smiled. Judging from the way Shigong handled it just now, Shigong's cooking skills have indeed improved to a certain extent. Quiche, a dish made of pie crust, eggs, cheese, and milk as the crust, and then mixed with bacon and spinach. Originally, this was a local dish in Lorraine in northeastern France, but now it has also become popular in Paris and is one of the main dishes. Abel said when he saw this dish. What is this crisp and refreshing chewing feeling? It's so delicious. Said La Xiuk. It's burdock. Yang Ming ate this dish. No wonder you don't know that in European and American countries, this kind of ingredient is avoided. Abel said beside him. The crispy taste of thinly sliced burdock, mixed with sticky cheese, and embellished with juicy chicken and black pepper is simply outstanding. Chapter 1134. It's burdock. Yang Ming ate the dish. No wonder you don't know that in Europe and the United States, this kind of food is avoided. Abel said beside him. The crispy taste of thinly sliced burdock, mixed with sticky cheese, and embellished with juicy chicken and black pepper is simply outstanding. And the use of burdock skin activates the deliciousness. The sweetness and astringency of burdock perfectly blend the piece of this dish, thus bringing out the mellow taste of chicken and nights. It's really thrilling. Gao Wei exclaimed. Burdock, which is rarely used in French dishes, was added to the dish, and the quiche was magically cast. I didn't expect that the French local dishes and Japanese vegetables were cleverly combined together. The deliciousness is enough to be on the menu of our restaurant. You are worthy of being a vegetable magician. Abel said. Senior Shinomiya, this dish is delicious. Yang Ming said while tasting the dish. Humph, it's still far from it. Shinomiya Kojiro said lightly, not only responding to Yang Ming's words, but also containing a special meaning. Shinomiya Kojiro knew that the dish he brought was still insufficient, so he would not be proud. Not to mention that his goal now is to become 3 stars first, and then Shinomiya Kojiro, who is constantly growing in strength, will stand in front of Yang Ming. Shinomiya Kojiro also hopes that at that moment, Yang Ming's true strength is as strong as that moment. Because by then, everyone present knew that Yang Ming was only in the stage of potential explosion at that time. If Yang Ming is easily defeated by Shigong at some point in the future, it would be meaningless. Of course, Yang Ming will not fail so easily. Senior Shigong, my growth rate has been getting faster and faster. Yang Ming smiled. Now he has unknowingly grown into a master chef. Even if some of his cooking skills are still advanced, he has all kinds of talents, which is enough to compete with top chefs. It is enough to see how terrifying Yang Ming's current strength is. Open a delicious red wine bar. Shigong Kojiro suddenly said. Then the budget is not very tight. Gao Wei said helplessly. This is a delicacy I cooked myself. If it is not paired with fine wine, it would be a waste. Shigong Kojiro said. Abaru heard what Shigong said and directly took a bottle of red wine. I got it. Shigong Kojiro looked at the red wine in Abaru's hand and directly hit Abaru's head with his left hand. Idiot, get me a better one. Got it. Abaru said quickly. Everyone was very happy with this lunch, which might be the happiness after hard work. After lunch, Yang Ming and others continued to clean and decorate the restaurant. With Yang Ming's participation, the progress was obviously faster. Otherwise, it would be difficult to complete this task in one day. This busyness lasted until the evening. Of course, what made everyone smile was that the decoration and cleaning of the restaurant was finally completed. The internal decoration project is completed, everyone has worked hard. Shigong Kojiro said, starting tomorrow, Shinostokia's pre-order stage will finally begin. Have you started the trial operation? Yang Ming stretched and said. Of course. Shigong Kojiro smiled. Trial operation is very important, and although it is a trial operation, there will definitely be a lot of media workers coming to the store on the last day. This store is run by me, so everyone is looking forward to it. Once there is a mistake, the negative news will spread in this circle immediately, so we must make the trial operation successful, everyone knows. Also, the trial operation period is a time to test the cooperation between the staff. At the same time, we also need to see how the diners respond to the new menu of the restaurant. After observing the reactions of the guests, we will continue to change the dishes every day. On the last day of the trial operation, the operation staff in the store will have a competition to develop new dishes. Gao Wei said slowly. That Yang Ming. Shinomiya Kojiro looked at Yang Ming. Tomorrow you will be the chef of the restaurant with me, cooperate with the work, and constantly cook the dishes and make subsequent adjustments. Is there any problem? Senior Shinomiya, of course there is no problem. My field internship must leave a result that is seen with my own eyes. I hope that Senior Shinomiya's dishes will not be replaced by my dishes in the end. Yang Ming laughed. Okay, then why don't we have a competition? Shinomiya Kojiro also showed a rare excited smile. A competition, I'd love to have it. Yang Ming also smiled. As the former chef of the hub, Yang Ming's understanding of French cuisine is not comparable to that of ordinary people. What's more, Yang Ming overturned those menus and remade his own special dishes. Now this menu is still circulating in Shibuya. It is called the Miracle Menu of Shibuya. Hey, Yang Ming, Chef Shinomiya. Gao Wei looked at the two of them and said hesitantly. Although both of them are very strong, Gao Wei thinks that Chef Shigong is definitely better. In addition, this recipe was customized by Shigong Kojiro from the beginning, so he has a deeper understanding of the dishes. It is too difficult for Yang Ming to catch up. In Gao Wei's mind, there is only one result for Yang Ming to do this, that is, losing. It's okay, Gao Wei, the two didn't say anything about the bet. Abel said beside him, it's just an ordinary contest, but now I know why Chef Shigong is like this, he completely regards Yang Ming as an opponent. I'm a little envious, I can't do this. Abel said enviously. Okay, everyone go back and start tomorrow. Shigong Kojiro looked at everyone and said. Then, several people left the restaurant and went back to make up. Yang Ming lives not far from this restaurant, in a hotel, because Totsuki Academy is too far away from here, Yang Ming doesn't want to spend most of his time on the road. As for money, Yang Ming will not lack it now. In the kitchen of Shino's restaurant. Fish dishes for table number 1, process them. Yang Ming said, his hands did not stop moving, constantly processing new ingredients on the chopping board, while the ingredients on the stove were constantly cooking. This is the real multi-line operation. Okay, chef. Lu Shiok said. Okay, guest number 9, process the dessert. Yang Ming directly prepared a dish and started cooking another dish. Chapter 1135. In the kitchen of Shino's restaurant. Fish dishes for table number 1, process them. Yang Ming said, his hands did not stop moving, constantly processing new ingredients on the chopping board, while the ingredients on the stove were constantly cooking. This is the real multi-line operation. Okay, chef. Lu Shiok said. Okay, guest number 9, process the dessert. Yang Ming directly prepared a dish and started cooking another dish. It can be seen that Yang Ming and Lu Shiok are processing the dishes in an orderly manner. Even with the participation of another chef, Shinomiya Kojiro, the kitchen was not in chaos, because Yang Ming also had perfect control of the kitchen, as if he had been working with Abel and the others for a long time. One night passed. Outside. On a big bed, Yang Ming's eyes slowly opened, looking at the bright sky outside. Getting up from the bed, Yang Ming opened the curtains, looked at the sunlight shining into the room, and smiled. Don't be surprised by my career as a chef in a French restaurant. Shino's restaurant. Not bad, Yang Ming, you look really imposing. Shigong Kojiro looked at Yang Ming and smiled. Senior Shigong, I was also a French chef. Yang Ming also laughed. Remember our agreement? Shigong Kojiro said. Of course. Yang Ming smiled. I know that this time is not good for you, so as long as you complete a quarter of my level, then you will win. Shigong Kojiro said. That's not necessary, Senior Shigong, sometimes the challenge is still a little more difficult. Yang Ming smiled. That's what you said, don't say, I didn't give you a chance. Shigong Kojiro smiled. The three people next to them seemed to see the fire in the eyes of the two people burning again. Hey, why do I feel that our presence is so low? Lu Shiok said. At this time, the creaking sound outside the door sounded. Gao Wei walked into the kitchen from outside. Everyone, the first table of guests has arrived. The guests have arrived. Instantly, the kitchen returned to silence and calm. Yang Ming, Shigong Kojiro, and others came to their own cooking tables. The cooking of the French cuisine field practice officially began. Yang Ming started as the chef. Abel, table number 1 will serve the appetizers. Shigong Kojiro said. Gao Wei, prepare the ingredients for the fish dishes for me. Yang Ming said. Ryoshi, prepare the dessert for the guest no 8. Shigong Kojiro said. Abel, the meat has been processed. Yang Ming took the meat ingredients processed by Abel and cooked them quickly. Table number 2 is eating fast, now it's time for the soup. Gao Wei walked into the kitchen and said. I'm still processing here. Abel said. Me too. Ryoshi said. It's ready. Yang Ming put the dishes in his hand directly on the table. Gao Wei, serve it to the guests at table no 2. Yes, Chef Yang Ming. Gao Wei was stunned for a moment and said quickly. Table 6, serve the fish dishes. Prepare the tiger prawns. Cut the potatoes for me. In this way, Yang Ming took control of Shigong Kojiro's castle with his unparalleled control. Even Shigong Kojiro's original rhythm was not disrupted. Yang Ming just brought out more possibilities. No matter how fast the guests outside ordered and tasted the dishes, Yang Ming could arrange the dishes for everyone appropriately. It was as if Yang Ming was high above and mastered everything in the restaurant, and even had a deep understanding of Lu Shi, Gao Wei, and even Abel's abilities. Whether it was the timing of their handling of ingredients or their expertise, they could control it freely. If this was Shigong Kojiro's castle before, then Yang Ming seemed to have conquered this castle. Even if Shigong was still in command, Yang Ming easily took control of the restaurant. Gao Wei and the others felt the familiarity they had felt in Shigong Kojiro before, and even said that this familiarity was even more powerful. How could this happen? Gao Wei, who kept arranging dishes for the guests outside, did not hide his shock. Yang Ming actually took control of the entire kitchen in a short time. No, it should be said that everything in the restaurant. Everything made Gao Wei feel as if he had a stronger power than Shigong Kojiro. So amazing. Although Lu Shi was processing the ingredients, he could not hide his fluctuating emotions. When they were in France, although they knew that Yang Ming was very powerful, they had never really interacted with each other like this, with Yang Ming as their chef. But now everything seems so natural, and it's not just about understanding them. Lu Shi looked at Yang Ming's multi-line cooking table, with horror in her eyes. The cooking and processing of such ingredients can even be compared with that of Shigong's chef. Lu Shiyuk felt the horror of Yang Ming. Is this the power that was said in France, the power of the Son of God? This is no longer a monster. Lu Shiyuk felt Yang Ming's powerful spirit as if surging in the entire kitchen. No wonder he can compete with Chef Shinomiya. Abel was also stunned. Such ability was beyond Abel's imagination. This is the ability to compete with Chef Shinomiya. And he actually controlled them in such a short time. Is this the power of God? You should know that Shinomiya Kojiro's familiarity with them is also a long time before he slowly becomes familiar with them. Lu Shi, Abel, pay attention to concentrate, you made a mistake and slowed down by a few seconds. Yang Ming's faint voice sounded in their ears. Yes, Chef Yang Ming. Lu Shi and Abel said hurriedly. Immediately concentrate on the preparation of the following dishes. Yang Ming, who was cooking, had already stimulated his ability and devoted himself to the preparation of dishes. These recipes of Shigong Kojiro were completely digested by Yang Ming, and then transformed his ability and kept optimizing. Great, really great. Shigong Kojiro trembled, and seeing Yang Ming's ability made Shigong Kojiro very happy. He had already highly regarded Yang Ming's ability. But today, Yang Ming's ability greatly exceeded his imagination, which was completely beyond his talent. Shigong Kojiro had never seen such a talented chef in history, and this was not just the ability of cooking. Chapter 1136. Immediately concentrate on the preparation of the following dishes. Yang Ming, who was cooking, had already stimulated his ability and devoted himself to the preparation of dishes. These recipes of Shigong Kojiro were completely digested by Yang Ming, and then transformed his ability and kept optimizing. Great, it's really great. Shinomiya Kojiro trembled. Seeing Yang Ming's ability made him very happy. He already had a high opinion of Yang Ming's ability. But today, Yang Ming's ability far exceeded his imagination. This was a genius that completely surpassed him. Shinomiya Kojiro had never seen a chef in history with such talent. This was not just the ability of cooking. You have mastered my castle in such a short time. Shigong Kojiro's bright eyes showed a smile, and what amazing cooking skills, especially knife skills, that legendary charm, could it be? I didn't expect that after just over a month, your strength has improved so terribly. Shigong Kojiro looked at the ingredients in front of him, his eyes shining, but this is good, this will make me happier. Let's see who can win the final victory in the competition with you. I am enjoying this competition. Shigong Kojiro's fighting spirit is extremely high, and this situation is really very rare in Shigong Kojiro. The two chefs of this restaurant started such an alternative competition, constantly cooking and adjusting the dishes. Adjust better dishes and bring them to everyone. This is completely a big French cuisine competition. The competition between Yang Ming and Shigong Kojiro seemed to be burning with an unparalleled flame, and even Gao Wei and Abel felt it. The diners could only feel that some dishes were getting better and better. Yang Ming and Shigong Kojiro were growing up in the constant competition, and their understanding of French cuisine was deepening. Gao Wei and the others could only call Yang Ming and Shigong Kojiro monsters. Night. When the last guest left. It's finally over. Gao Wei stretched his body. Today was still very hard, but there was no trouble at all. It's all because of them. Gao Wei's eyes were on Yang Ming and Shigong Kojiro. It was these two chefs who made Shino's restaurant so smooth. And they admired Yang Ming even more for controlling them in just one day. Yang Ming, I didn't expect your strength to reach this level. Shigong Kojiro looked at Yang Ming. Senior Shigong's strength is also much stronger. Yang Ming smiled. Then let's continue. Shigong Kojiro smiled. I couldn't ask for more. Yang Ming's fist slightly knocked against Shinomiya Kojiro's fists. Today's trial operation is over. The two can be said to be equally matched. Not far from the Shino's restaurant, Gao Wei, Lu Xiuk and Abel were walking on the road, and the three of them were still a little dazed. They were completely stimulated by Yang Ming today. Chef Yang Ming is so amazing. His performance today is even comparable to that of Chef Shinomiya. Lu Xiuk said. Yeah, I didn't expect Chef Yang Ming to be able to do this. Gao Wei also looked full of admiration. He was able to get familiar with the entire restaurant so quickly, and Chef Yang Ming kept speeding up without disrupting Chef Shinomiya. If you want to say, in some ways, he is even better than Chef Shinomiya. Abel was speechless. As Shinomiya's right-hand man, his cooking skills are also very outstanding. But today Yang Ming gave him a shock that was out of this world. Such ability is worthy of being able to compete with Chef Sigong. Before, they felt that the relationship between Chef Sigong and Chef Yang Ming was a bit strange, but now it seems that it is not the case. The two are equally strong, and they both regard each other as opponents. Well, these restaurant staff still thought wrong, but it is obvious that Chef Sigong today was also stimulated. So today, Shigong burst out with all his strength. He couldn't be outdone by Yang Ming. More importantly, this is Shigong's own castle. If it is so easily conquered, Shigong feels that he is unworthy of being an outstanding chef. In this way, the trial operation continued in the next few days. The competition between Yang Ming and Shigong Kojiro continued. Sometimes Shigong was more outstanding, and sometimes Yang Ming was more outstanding. The two of them almost competed with each other, according to the performance of the diners. This menu of Tokyo Shino's restaurant has also been constantly perfected, and even to a certain extent, it is better than the main store in Paris. This is because Yang Ming and Shigong burst out their understanding of French cuisine in order to compete with each other. Senior Shigong, I won this time. Hehe, Junior Yang Ming, this time it's me. The competition between Shigong Kojiro and Yang Ming is gradually coming to an end with the last day of the trial operation. That night, the last day of the trial operation. Senior Shimiya, it seems that our competition will be put off until next time. Yang Ming said with a smile. If I am given a little more time, I will definitely win. Shimiya Kojiro said. Senior Shimiya, I know your kitchen better now, so I won. Yang Ming smiled slightly. How about we compete? Shimiya Kojiro said quickly. Okay, Chef Shimiya, Chef Yang Ming, how long will you two keep talking like this? We have heard it many times. Lu Xiuk on the side complained, and you have been constantly adjusting the dishes on the menu these days, and now you are tied. At this point, Lu Xiuk stuck out his tongue a little, which was still a surprise to Yang Ming's ability. In such a short trial operation period, Yang Ming improved the original dishes and made them his own. The most important thing is that Shimiya Kojiro was speechless. It would be impossible for him to do better. In this way, Shigong Kojiro, who was holding his breath, continued to improve his dishes. In this way, today, the two people's menu situation is a tie, and the number of dishes is the same. Yes, let's just treat it as a tie this time. Gao Wei also said beside him, and those media reporters just now were also very satisfied. Our restaurant should be very successful. Chapter 1137. In this way, Shigong Kojiro, who was holding his breath, continued to improve his dishes. In this way, today, the two people's menu situation is a tie, and the number of dishes is the same. Yes, let's just treat it as a tie this time. Gao Wei also said beside him, and those media reporters just now were also very satisfied. Our restaurant should be very successful. But Senior Shigong, you closed the store so early today. Yang Ming looked at the time. It was still early, and there was still a lot of fun in the usual operating time. The restaurant is not closed yet, and we still have to serve a group of guests who have reserved the restaurant. Shinomiya Kojiro said, Yang Ming, watch, there will always be a point where I can surpass your dish at that time. I am looking forward to it. Yang Ming laughed. Shinomiya Kojiro has not forgotten the failure of the residential training. After all, this failure can be said to have affected Shinomiya Kojiro's career as a chef. At this time, several people familiar to Yang Ming walked into the restaurant. Good evening. I didn't expect it to be you, Senior Sister Hayagako. Yang Ming looked at the people who walked into the restaurant in surprise. They were Inui Hayagako, Roland Chaper, and others. That Yang Ming-jun, why are you here? Inui Hayagako asked in surprise. I am doing a field internship here. Yang Ming laughed. Ah, it turned out to be like this, but the field study is very simple for you. Inui Hayagako said. Of course. Yang Ming laughed, and Shinomiya Kojiro was speechless for a while, but he couldn't say anything. Yang Ming was like another French chef this time. He improved the dishes he was serving, which was beyond what a student could do. Chien Hinateko said a lot. For Yang Ming, the field internship was just a game of playing house. Teacher Chappelle. Yang Ming looked at Roland Chappelle behind him. As a student of Totsuki Academy, Roland Chappelle had a lot of contact with Yang Ming. He was the examiner of Yang Ming's food battle before. Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to intern here. Shinomiya is also very capable. Maybe you can get something. Roland Chappelle said. He knew that Yang Ming's cooking skills had reached a very terrifying level. It was just a simple field internship that was of no help to Yang Ming. The most important thing was to keep growing. As a rising star in the world, the opening of Shinomiya Kojiro's branch would also be of great help to Yang Ming. Help. Long time no see, Mr. Chappelle. Shinomiya Kojiro came to Roland Chappelle and said hello. You have been a lively student since the beginning. Although you were a little unstable at that time, you are very stable now. Roland Chappelle smiled, I am proud of you, keep making progress. Yes. Shinomiya Kojiro nodded. 10 years ago, when Mr. Chappelle came to Totsuki, we were still students of Totsuki. Chien Hinateko said beside Yang Ming, telling how Mr. Roland Chappelle met Shinomiya Kojiro. I see. Yang Ming nodded and greeted Chien Hinateko and others. Now these are guests, and Yang Ming is the chef. In the Shino's restaurant. After greeting, Shinomiya Kojiro was suddenly stunned, looked at a woman coming out of the door, and smiled softly. Welcome, madam. Shinomiya Kojiro smiled. Who is madam? Really, don't tease me, Kojiro. The woman walked into the restaurant and saw Shinomiya Kojiro and said, You are getting more and more unbridled. You haven't been back to your hometown for many years, and suddenly you came to Tokyo. What does it mean? By the way, I'm not used to coming to this kind of place. It's really a bit embarrassing. The woman said. Just relax and enjoy it. Just treat this place as your home. Shinomiya Kojiro said. Don't talk so easily, really. The woman said helplessly. It's okay, mother, the others here are my friends and teachers. Shinomiya Kojiro smiled. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yang Ming and others knew that this was Shinomiya Kojiro's mother. Unexpectedly, on the last day of trial operation, not only did he invite friends, but also let his mother come here. Afterwards, several people sat at the dining table, and Yang Ming, Shinomiya Kojiro, and others went into the kitchen to cook their own dishes. Because there were not many guests, Shinomiya Kojiro and others handled it quickly. Inui Hinateko and others tasted these French dishes happily, and these dishes were the success of Shinomiya Kojiro and Yang Ming's constant struggle. Seeing Shinomiya Kojiro looking at his happy mother with nostalgic eyes made Yang Ming's face move slightly. Senior Shinomiya, it seems that the reason why you study French cuisine has something to do with your mother. Yang Ming said next to Shinomiya Kojiro. This made Shinomiya Kojiro fall into memories. When he was a child, his mother took him to a French restaurant in the town. That day, his mother seemed very happy to taste French dishes. Perhaps it was because his mother could always show such a smile that Shinomiya Kojiro walked on the road of French cuisine. But, Yang Ming, what are you doing, trying to get my words? Shinomiya Kojiro complained. Haha, nothing. Yang Ming laughed. After dozens of minutes. This time, the elegant French cuisine tasting came to a slow end. Shinomiya Kojiro first sent his mother away. As for himself, he couldn't go back because there was a special game in the restaurant. Competition of new dishes. But Hinata, why don't you go back? Shinomiya Kojiro looked at Inui Hinata and others who didn't leave. I heard that your dishes have a new dish competition, so I stayed to see. Inui Hinata said curiously, and I also want to see what the duel between you and Yang Ming will be like. Duel? Roland Chaper said strangely. Nothing. Mizuhara Fuyamai quickly covered Inui Hinata's mouth, but couldn't let Inui Hinata continue to talk. A top chef who graduated more than 10 years ago competed with a student in a food battle. If you say this, people will complain. This is simply using the big to suppress the small. Well, this time Chef Yang Ming is the same as Chef Shigong, and will not participate in the competition for new dishes. Lu Xiuk said. Why? Mizuhara Fuyamai was surprised for a moment. With Yang Ming's strength, it is easy for him to participate in the competition for new dishes. Because half of the menu you just ordered was developed by Chef Yang Ming. Lu Xiuk said quickly. Chapter 1138. Well, this time Chef Yang Ming is the same as Chef Shigong, and will not participate in the competition for new dishes. Lu Xiuk said. Why? Mizuhara Fuyamai was surprised for a moment. With Yang Ming's strength, it is easy for him to participate in the competition for new dishes. Because half of the menu you just ordered was developed by Chef Yang Ming. Lu Xiuk said quickly. What? Mizuhara Fuyamai and others were shocked. Even the appraisal personnel from Totsuki Academy who sneaked in earlier were stunned. Half of the dishes were developed and produced by Yang Ming, and this is a top French restaurant. I didn't expect that. Yang Ming-jun, you so amazing. Qian Hinatazi was happy. And not only that, Chef Yang Ming did it in competition with Chef Shigong. Gao Wei said beside him. This. Roland Chappelle was stunned for a moment, and looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, although I know that your strength must have reached a very terrifying stage, I didn't expect that you actually have such strength. As for the appraiser, he must have been dumbfounded. He made half of his dishes appear in the menu in competition with Shigong Kojiro. Isn't he worthy of being a chef with the ability of the 10 elites? No, it should be said that perhaps Yang Ming's strength has become the first person in Totsuki now. You know, Shigong Kojiro was also the first seat in Totsuki before. I still have to work hard. Yang Ming smiled slightly. That's it, strive to get the first seat of the 10 elites in Totsuki as soon as possible. Hinako Inui said loudly beside him. Don't talk about you, Hinako. Mizuhara, how are you preparing for the diamond cooking competition that will start soon? Roland Chaper said. Of course we are ready. Hinata Inui and others smiled. You have to work hard too. Roland Chaper nodded. By the way, Shinomiya, where are you competing? I'm in France, and the first stage is over. Shinomiya Kojiro smiled. I must have advanced. Hinata Inui asked. Nonsense, of course I advanced. Shinomiya Kojiro complained, he has almost stepped into the strength of a master chef. Diamond cooking competition. Yang Ming smiled aside. In fact, he also participated in this competition, and he also knew that this competition was about to start. First, there was the competition in each competition area, and then the national competition. Although Yang Ming did not compete for new dishes, because Gao Wei and others were going to compete, Yang Ming also had to stay here. Like Sigong, he was one of the assessors this time, who told him that he was now the chef of this restaurant. After the competition for new dishes ended, Yang Ming and others left the restaurant. Starting tomorrow, they will go to a new place for field internship. In fact, no one could have thought that Yang Ming's ability would be so outstanding. Many people's requirements for students doing field internships are that the skills of plundering restaurants become their own abilities. And Yang Ming has already started the confrontation. In the confrontation, he constantly sharpened his talents. Yang Ming, I will win next time. Shigong Kojiro said. Senior Shigong, maybe this time will be very fast. Yang Ming waved his hand and walked away slowly. The next day, in a majestic and strange building in Totsuki Academy, someone was walking in the corridor, and the one leading the way was a person that everyone was very familiar with, the food devil Nikiri Senseiman. Beside Nikiri Senseiman, some Totsuki staff kept reporting on the specific situation of this field internship. There are 4 internship sites for students participating in the field internship, and now all students have completed the internship courses in 2 sites, and there are about 2 weeks left. Before the field internship began, the total number of first-year students was 504, so how many students will be left this year? After all, during the training camp at Totsuki Resort, a large number of students were finally eliminated. There is no way. If you can't overcome this level, you are not qualified to challenge the top of this academy. Sensei Imanakiri said slowly, 3 years in junior high school, daily training, an internship in high school, autumn selection, lazy people who can't build themselves after overcoming these difficulties, this academy doesn't need them at all. Not only should you face your own limits intuitively, but you should also find ways to overcome and break through your own bottlenecks. Only such people can finally hold the fruit of growth. Sensei Imanakiri looked at the scenery of Totsuki Academy from the window. It is never easy to stand at the top of Totsuki. As a chef, 1 month is enough for transformation. Sensei Imanakiri folded his arms and looked into the distance. By the way, General, there is a person who seems to be too easy for field practice, but we can't make other arrangements for him because his strength is too strong. A staff member holding the information suddenly said, it can even be said that this student is already a top chef. Who is it? Said Nikiri Senseiman. Yang Ming. The man took the information and looked at the appraisals above. He could see that the appraisers had a very high opinion of Yang Ming. Yang Ming. Nikiri Senseiman laughed. There is no need to change his field practice. He is constantly honing and growing in competition. Now he is honing his increasingly sharp sword. Moreover, for Yang Ming, the challenge is about to begin. Nikiri Senseiman looked into the distance, the diamond cooking competition is about to begin. As for Yang Ming, looking at the paper in his hand, Yang Ming smiled. This is the place where he will do his next internship. I didn't expect it to be in the mist house. The school really took a lot of effort to arrange these things. Yang Ming said while looking at the information in his hand. Whether it was at Shinomiya Kojiro's place or the current mist house, they were all places Yang Ming had contact with before. Let's go. It looks like senior sister Hayagako will be shocked. Yang Ming took the information in his hand and left his residence, heading towards the mist house where Ginza was located. It was still early morning. The mist house in Ginza had not yet opened for business. Yang Ming looked at the slightly quiet Ginza and came to a familiar restaurant. This is a typical Japanese restaurant, and the Japanese style can be seen everywhere. Bang bang. Yang Ming knocked on the door with the back of his hand. In the mist house. Chef Jian, I heard that students from Totsuki will come here for internship this time. A chef wearing a Japanese hat said to Jian Hinateko. Chapter 1139. This is a typical Japanese restaurant, and the Japanese style can be seen everywhere. Bang bang. Yang Ming knocked on the door with the back of his hand. In the mist house. Chef Jian, I heard that students from Totsuki will come here for internship this time. A chef wearing a Japanese hat said to Jian Hinateko. Oh, is that so? Jian Hinateko said blankly. Chef Jian, this is what you said yesterday. A black line appeared on the chef's forehead. They admired Chef Jian's cooking skills very much, but Chef Jian made you forget the past from time to time, which made them feel hurt. Oh, I remember, there will be students from Totsuki coming here today. Inui Hinateko nodded in sudden realization. It would be great if Yang Ming came to our place. Another chef said. Yang Ming's name has spread with the 2 field studies, and all the well-known restaurants hope that Yang Ming will come to them. Moreover, in the Tokyo culinary world, the legend of Yang Ming has been circulating. whether you are in Kagurazaka Ishikawa or in the Hub restaurant, etc. Yang Ming-jun, I don't know. Inui Hinateko shook her head. It is obvious that judging from the reaction yesterday, Yang Ming-jun did not get the news of coming to the fog house. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Someone is coming. Inui Hinateko walked over slowly. I'll go open the door. When the door opened, Inui Hinateko was stunned, because she was very familiar with the person in front of her and had just seen him last night. Senior Hinateko, I'm sorry to bother you. I have to do field practice here for the next week. Yang Ming smiled. Humph, Yang Ming-jun, you were lying to me yesterday. Chien Hinateko said like a little girl. How could that be? Yang Ming said, I only got the information when I came to your place for a field internship. Really? Chien Hinateko doubted. Of course it's true. Yang Ming smiled. Okay. Chien Hinateko stared into Yang Ming's eyes, then nodded, turned around and said, Everyone, the students of UNU are here, it's Chef Yang Ming. Chef Yang Ming. The chefs and waiters hurriedly came to Yang Ming's side and talked in unison. Okay, everyone, the restaurant is about to start operating, everyone get ready first. Yang Ming smiled. Got it, Chef Yang Ming. The restaurant employees said hurriedly. I was really excited to see Chef Yang Ming just now. Senior Hinateko, it's a pleasure to work with you. Yang Ming stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation. Chien Hinateko smiled sweetly, held Yang Ming's hand, her eyes full of smiles. Then let's get started. Yang Ming walked into the mist house, and then took the chef's uniform from the old place and passed it on, looking very familiar with the place. The restaurant's business hours were slowly approaching. Welcome. The waiters saw the two guests walking into the mist house and said hurriedly. A new week, the field internship began. Night. Hey, it's finally over. Yang Ming stretched his body. Yang Ming-jun, your cooking skills are better than before. Chien Hinateko flashed a flash of surprise. Yang Ming's strength can already be compared with hers. Of course, these few months have not been in vain. Yang Ming smiled. Overall, Inui Hinatako's strength is also very good, but there is still some gap with Shinomiya Kojiro. Of course, this gap is not very big. After all, both of them were the 10 great masters of Totsuki in the past, and when Shinomiya Kojiro was complacent, Inui Hinatako's strength was still steadily increasing. But where are you going to stay at night? Chien Hinateko said doubtfully. What do you think, senior sister Hinateko? Yang Ming said with his suitcase. When he came to the mist house today, Yang Ming also brought his luggage. I know. Chien Hinateko said silently, but, Yang Ming-jun, you can eat my persimmon seeds, but you can't take them away. Relax, I understand. Yang Ming smiled. The two left the mist house and locked the restaurant. As for the other staff, they had already left. Soon, Chien Hinateko drove Yang Ming to her house. Walking into Chien Hinatako's house, it was still the same as usual, with no changes. Chien Hinateko lived alone here. Senior sister Hinateko, there is a room today. Yang Ming smiled. Of course there is a room. Chien Hinateko glanced at Yang Ming. You can't do bad things at night. What bad things? Yang Ming was speechless for a moment. I'm so tired today. By the way, you didn't cook any dishes today. Almost everything was left to me. Aren't you doing a field internship? I'm here to increase your strength. Chien Hinateko said. Increase your strength. Yang Ming laughed, then I have to thank Senior Hinateko. With a calm smile on his face, Yang Ming slowly approached Chien Hinateko. What are you doing? Chien Hinateko took a few steps back. Aren't you ticklish? Let's do it. Yang Ming laughed. But in Chien Hinatako's eyes, it was so terrifying. After a while, Chien Hinateko begged for mercy. Yang Ming-jun, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Where are my persimmon seeds for you to eat? 10 minutes later. Yang Ming-jun, I'll go get you a cup of tea. Chien Hinata said. Yeah. Yang Ming was walking around Chien Hinata's room, and suddenly saw a familiar letter. He has this letter too. It's a notice for the diamond cooking competition, about the theme of cooking. Oh, Yang Ming-jun, that's a notice for a competition. Chien Hinata, who had finished making tea not far away, came over. Diamond cooking competition. Yang Ming smiled. Yang Ming-jun, you know about this competition? Chien Hinata said unexpectedly. I say, Senior Hinata, I'm also a student in the cooking world. Although I'm in the somewhat closed Totsuki Academy, I still know about major cooking events in Japan and even the world. Yang Ming said speechlessly. Even if you are not really in the cooking world, you know something about this competition. After all, this is a competition that brings together the strength of the entire Japanese cooking world. Oh, it seems so. Chien Hinata nodded cutely. I heard that the competition seems to be about to start. Yang Ming said holding the envelope. Yes, it will start soon. Chien Hinata said, the day after tomorrow afternoon, the competition in the Tokyo division of Japan will be held, and the theme of this competition has been decided, but I didn't expect it to be French cuisine. French cuisine? Yang Ming smiled, in this case, Senior Hinata has worked hard. Chapter 1140. I heard that the competition seems to be about to start. Yang Ming said holding the envelope. Yes, it will start soon. Chien Hinata said, the day after tomorrow afternoon, the competition in the Tokyo division of Japan will be held, and the theme of this competition has been decided, but I didn't expect it to be French cuisine. French cuisine? Yang Ming smiled, in this case, Senior Hinata has worked hard. Chien Hinata's best skill is the preparation of Japanese cuisine. In terms of Japanese cuisine, Senior Hinata has great confidence that she can enter the finals of the Tokyo division. But French cuisine is a bit mysterious. Most importantly, there are many acquaintances participating in this competition, and they are also from the Tokyo division. They are all the 10 elites of Totsuki. Of course, there are other 10 elites competing in other competition areas. To a certain extent, the intensity of the Tokyo competition area can be said to be one of the hellish competition areas in the entire Japan. Recently, I have been practicing French cuisine. Even if I can't enter the finals in Japan, I must definitely enter the finals in Tokyo. Chien Hinata showed a firm look. As a chef, constantly improving your own strength is always the most important. This is the ambition to keep climbing up. I believe, Senior Sister Hinata, you can succeed. Yang Ming smiled. That Yang Ming-jun, how about you come to the competition venue that day? It's only half a day anyway. Chien Hinata smiled. Okay, I'll come to the competition venue too. Yang Ming smiled, but Chien Hinata didn't know that he was also one of the contestants. That's good. Chien Hinata waved her little hand, Yang Ming-jun, I will work hardies, by the way, let's have some tea. More than an hour later. Then I'll go to bed. Chien Hinata yawned and said, looking very sleepy. Yet. Yang Ming nodded, by the way, Hinata, is your little bear in his room? Yes. What's wrong? Chien Hinata asked in confusion. Nothing, good night. Yang Ming said. Mainly because Yang Ming knew that Chien Hinata had a history of sleepwalking, so he asked. Oh. With a puzzled expression, Chien Hinata returned to his room. Yang Ming looked at Chien Hinata who was resting, and he quickly returned to his room. Coming to the window of the room, looking at the dark scene outside the window, Yang Ming whispered, Tokyo Finals, I must enter. 2 days later, afternoon. Are you ready? Yang Ming-jun. Chien Hinata said. Of course, let's go. Yang Ming laughed. Then Chien Hinata drove his car towards the competition venue. This time the competition venue was in a well-known competition venue in Tokyo. For this cooking competition, it was changed there. After all, if you want so many chefs to cook together, the place can't be too small. Because in the entire Tokyo competition area, there are 200 contestants entering this elimination competition. Yang Ming-jun, let me tell you what the rules of our competition are this time. Said Chien Hinata, who was driving. There are a total of 200 contestants in the Tokyo division of the diamond competition this time. Of course, the division is the Tokyo division. In fact, it is not just Tokyo, but also some surrounding cities, so there are so many contestants. You should know that there are not many divisions in the whole of Japan. It can be said that most cities are integrated together, so that the competition process can be faster. These 200 contestants competed in 2 connected venues. Only 4 out of every 100 contestants entered the finals of the Tokyo division, which means that only 8 people in the Tokyo division can stand out. You can imagine how competitive it is here. In the Tokyo division this time, Many chefs under the age of 30 are gearing up to enter such a quota. After entering the finals, you have the opportunity to compete with the masters of the whole of Japan. Moreover, the rules of this review are somewhat similar to those of the Totsuki competition. 5 examiners judge the scores, and the total score is a rule of 100. So it's very simple. In a venue, as long as your total score ranks in the top 4, you can win. While chatting, Chien Hinata drove Yang Ming to the outside of the competition venue. After parking the car, the two went directly to the main venue. There are already many contestants here. Before the official competition, the organizer of the venue will talk about the relevant matters of this competition. Hinata, you are here. A woman with short blue hair came to Chien Hinata and the others. Mizuhara, you are already here. Chien Hinata smiled. Of course, I am the same as you. I registered for the Tokyo competition area. Fuyamai Mizuhara, as the second place in the past 10 outstanding chefs of Totsuki, is nearly 30 years old. Her strength is one of the best in the whole of Japan, so she has such confidence. In fact, the situation of Hinata Inui is similar, which is why both of them chose the Tokyo competition area. Like other contestants who may not be very confident in themselves, they may choose other competition areas to compete, so that they have the opportunity to enter the competition among chefs across the country. I hope we can all pass. Fuyamai Mizuhara smiled. Of course. Hinata Inui nodded. Yang Ming, Senior Hinata, Senior Mizuhara. A gentle voice came over, and then everyone first saw a round and trembling breast, and then ran towards them. Needless to say, the person with such a big chest is Mikuchi Inko. It turned out to be Muku. Fuyamai Mizuhara saw Mikuchi Inko and smiled. By the way, where is Kaidozaki? Under normal circumstances, Kikuchi Enka and Kaidozaki Taki would be here. Why didn't I see her today? She was at home some time ago, and then she was competing there, so she didn't come to Tokyo to participate in the competition. Kikuchi Enka shook her head. Is that so? Mizuhara Fuyamai nodded. Senior Muchu. Yang Ming greeted Kikuchi Enka. Yang Ming-jun, I didn't expect you to be here too. Kikuchi Enka asked in confusion. He has been doing a field internship in my restaurant during this period, so I brought him here. Chien Hinateko explained beside him. Is that so? Field internship, what a nostalgic name. Kikuchi Enka sighed. It has only been 2 years since she graduated, but when she thinks of Totsuki, it always makes people feel a little bit emotional and nostalgic. Totsuki contains him the memories of their youth for several years. Mujichi Ingo, who is working hard in society, misses those years of youth. Chapter 1141. It has only been 2 years since she graduated, but when she thinks of Totsuki, she always feels a little nostalgic. Totsuki contains their memories of their youth for several years. Mujichi Ingo, who is working hard in society, misses those years of youth. Well, in fact, Mujichi Ingo is not very old. Hello, everyone. At this time, the broadcast sounded. Not far from the venue, an old man with white hair and a childlike face stood on the stage with a microphone and looked at everyone. Yang Ming was very familiar with this old man. This old man was one of the organizers of this competition. He invited Yang Ming to participate in the competition at that time, the Godfather-level chef Fujiwara Sorita from Japan. Hearing this voice, the contestants in the venue fell silent. Welcome everyone to this competition venue. Everyone knows that this time, the 8 strongest players in the Tokyo competition area will compete in the competition with all the players in Japan. Fujiwara Sorita said, this is a feast for the chefs. I hope you can show your strongest abilities. Many chefs here have their own castles. I believe in your ambition to climb to the top. This diamond competition is a stage for you. I hope to compete with chefs from all over Japan, or chefs from the world. You need to work harder and be stronger. Then the rules of this competition. Then Fujiwara Sorita slowly explained the rules and precautions of this competition. This precaution is similar to what Chien Hinata said before, but it is more complete. Then please enter the venue of the competition according to the venue address of the notice letter given to you before. Fujiwara Sorita said slowly, I hope to see you again next time. In this way, this speech ended here. At the same time, the contestants all went to the venue where their notification letters were. In addition to the main venue, there were 2 branch venues, divided into 2 venues A and B, each with 100 contestants. I'm in venue A. Chien Hinata said. I'm also in venue A. Mizuhara Fuyamai said. I'm in venue B. Kikuchi Ingo said. Then let's separate. Chien Hinata and others separated and came to venue A. They gave their personal participation certificates to the people at the door for verification and could enter the venue to compete. Yang Mingjun, this is not the audience seat, it's the contestant. Chien Hinata said quietly. This time there are not only contestants, but also many spectators, most of whom are senior chefs. Senior Hinata, that's right, the contestant channel. Yang Ming's words made Chien Hinata stunned for a moment, and said, Yang Mingjun, you are not a contestant. Senior Hinata, when did I say that I am not a contestant? Yang Ming laughed. Ah. Chien Hinata said cutely in a somewhat confused manner. Hinata, I'm afraid it's Yang Mingjun. Mizuhara Fuyamai guessed something beside him. Look, what is this? Yang Ming took out a piece of paper, which was his entry certificate for the contestant. Yang Ming, competition venue A venue. Chien Hinata looked at the identity certificate in his hand, his face kept changing, and snorted, Yang Mingjun, you bullied me again, I didn't expect you to be a contestant, you never told me. You didn't ask either. Yang Ming said. This is true, since Chien Hinata didn't ask, Yang Ming didn't say anything. Forget it. Chien Hinata pouted, Yang Mingjun, this competition is not at the level of the autumn selection. Of course I know, this is a big duel for chefs under the age of 30. Yang Ming's eyes flashed with light, even among the contestants, there are many students who graduated from Totsuki in the past, not to mention that in addition to Chien Hinata and them, there are also other 10 outstanding people participating in this competition. The grand occasion of this competition is unprecedented. It is a grand event jointly held by the forces of the cooking world all over the world. No wonder qualified chefs will sign up to participate in such a competition. Becoming famous is another matter. In such a fierce competition, personal growth can be faster. Some people can touch the threshold of world-class chefs. 2 seniors, let's work hard together. It would be even better if the 3 of us enter the finals in Tokyo together. Yang Ming smiled. Then work hard. Mizuhara Fuyamai nodded and stretched out her palm. The palms of the 3 people were put together to encourage each other. After the 3 people completed the identity verification, they entered the venue. The venue was very large. After all, it was to provide competition for 100 chefs. At the same time, a large amount of ingredients were provided somewhere in the venue, which was for the contestants here. Everyone's cooking table has number. Yang Ming said goodbye to Chien Hinateko and others and came to his cooking table to wait quietly. Some of the players around were slightly surprised when they saw Yang Ming. No matter how you look at Yang Ming, he is not very old, even if he has a baby face. No matter how baby-faced he is too young. Many chefs speculated who this person is. If so, the players who can enter the elimination round must have strength. Otherwise, it is impossible to enter the elimination round. So the players will not underestimate each other. When some players saw Yang Ming, their pupils shrank slightly. It is obvious that these people know Yang Ming. These players who know Yang Ming know that Yang Ming is the chef of a famous restaurant, so they know Yang Ming's difficulty. As for the students of Totsuki Academy, it is not worth mentioning. In this venue, there are many graduates of Totsuki. Let the hub restaurant stand in Shibuya, Yang Ming's strength may also be a monster among star chefs. The audience in the audience, looking at the contestants on the field, were all amazed. Many of these chefs are chefs of famous restaurants, and these food lovers also go to each other's restaurants from time to time to taste various delicacies, but seeing so many famous restaurants at one time is still shocking. Look, that's the chef of Kiria, Inui Hinateko? I didn't expect her to be in this venue. That person is Mizuhara Fuyamai, the chef of the Italian restaurant Ristorantef. That's Yang Ming, how could it be him? He actually participated in the competition. Who is Yang Ming? You haven't been to Japan before. Yang Ming is the most popular young chef recently, he is the chef of the hub restaurant. It's the hub restaurant that's very popular recently. Chapter 1142. Who is Yang Ming? You haven't been to Japan before. Yang Ming is the most popular young chef recently, he is the chef of the hub restaurant. It's the hub restaurant that's very popular recently. That's it, and he's only 15 years old. A 15-year-old chef actually participated in this competition. It's so surprising. At 15 years old, he shouldn't be able to enter the finals. Who knows? The audience in the audience seats were talking about the contestants below. Yang Ming, come on. The woman with blood-red hair clenched her fist and encouraged Yang Ming. Longden, I wonder if Yang Ming Jun can make it out of this competition. Akane Kubo Momo, who was holding a little bear next to her, said with some worry. The lineup of players in this competition looks really terrible. Just like Kobayashi Longden went down to the knockout round, he had no confidence that he could pass the Tokyo competition area. The level difference with some chefs in this lineup is too big. Believe in Yang Ming. Kobayashi Longden's eyes moved, his strength is not that simple. Yet. Under the gaze of Kobayashi Longden and Akane Kubo Momo, Yang Ming sorted out the things on the cooking table and then selected the ingredients that could be used. Now the time for the competition has not yet arrived, it is the time for them to prepare. At a certain place, the lights were set up, and a beautifully dressed woman appeared there, holding a microphone. Good afternoon, audience and contestants, welcome to the Diamond Cooking Competition Tokyo Division. The 100 contestants present are all contestants who have stood out from the competition, so I believe everyone is looking forward to the start of this competition. The female host said, but before that, let me introduce the judges for this time. They are the world-renowned taster Tai Koyama, the world-class restaurant chef Mr. Ishikawa, Mr. Aoyama, and the famous chef. Then the host announced that the judges of this competition are all very famous in the cooking world. Tai Koyama is a world taster. Mr. Ishikawa is the chef of the world-class restaurant Kagurazaka Ishikawa. Mr. Aoki, like Mr. Ishikawa, is also the chef of a world-class restaurant, but his restaurant is in Shibuya. As for the other two people, they are also famous in Japan. The 5 judges this time are them. According to the rules, each judge has 20 points. The top 4 contestants will enter the finals. The host said, the competition will last for 2 hours in total, and the theme is French cuisine. Then let's start the competition. The Diamond Cooking Competition Tokyo Division officially began. The whole audience was boiling. In a venue in Tokyo, the test of the Diamond Cooking Competition officially began. Everyone started to prepare the dishes they had already thought of. The organizer gave the theme of this test to each contestant early, so that the contestants have enough time. Bring the most perfect finished product to everyone. My cooking is very simple. Yang Ming looked at the countless shellfish ingredients in an iron basin, which kept opening and closing. It is called mussels, also known as green mouth, and the dried products are called mussels. It is a bivalve mollusk with a dark brown shell and lives on the rocks on the seashore. This kind of food often appears in China, but now many countries in the world have also begun to cultivate it artificially. Mussels are a dish that combines medicinal and edible uses. Put the mussels in the water, slowly put your palm on the mussels to clean them, and the hand of God feels every part of the mussels. The shell of the mussel has a kind of whisker. When cleaning, you cannot use a knife or a brush to handle it. In this way, black substances will be emitted from the shell of the mussel during cooking, which is the result of damaging the mussels. Similarly, the shell of the mussel cannot be damaged, otherwise the taste of the cooked dishes will also be lost a lot. And it has a fatal flaw for the final dish. So the first ingredient of Yang Ming's dish is also the most important ingredient. Mussels must be handled very carefully. But for Yang Ming, who has the God-level hand of God, this processing seems much simpler than others. On the other side, on the cooking table of Mizuhara Fuyamai, she also took out a kind of shellfish ingredient, but this shellfish ingredient looks bigger than Yang Ming, cleaner, and very white. This is scallop, which is also one of the various shellfish ingredients, with high edible and medicinal value. It seems that Mizuhara Fuyamai is going to use scallops to cook her dishes. Inui Hinateko took out some marinated chicken wings. You can see that she is holding a kitchen knife in her hand and doing some processing on these chicken wings. It can be imagined that Inui Hinatako's main ingredient is chicken wings. Cooking unique French dishes with extreme perfection. The choices of Fuyamai Mizuhara and Hinata Inui are both based on their own strengths, but they are transformed into French dishes. In Japanese cuisine, chicken wings or teriyaki chicken are also very useful, so Hinata Inui is very good at processing chicken wings. Now the most important thing is how to use chicken wings to show the charm of French cuisine. On the other hand, Fuyamai Mizuhara chose scallops, which is also based on her original Italian cuisine. It can be seen that Fuyamai Mizuhara actually took out the whole meat from the scallop with a kitchen knife. Her scallop dishes are probably different from usual ones. All the audience present were intoxicated by the chef's dishes below. Looking at the chefs below is like looking at a work of art. These are all top chefs. The mastery of cooking has reached a certain level. The smell of the ingredients of these chefs constantly enters the noses of the audience, making them a little intoxicated. The 5 judges in the judging seat also looked at each of the dishes with different expressions. I didn't expect Yang Ming to come to participate in this competition. Mr. Ishikawa looked at the cooking table over there and smiled. Mr. Ishikawa had a great impression of Yang Ming, who had studied here before. But Yang Ming still needs to work hard to stand out. Mr. Ishikawa said. That's different, Ishikawa. Mr. Aoyama next to him said, I have tasted his dishes in the hub restaurant. Although there is a gap between us, it can be said that he has already known how to enter our field. That's true. Mr. Ishikawa said unexpectedly. Of course, it's been so long since you studied in the restaurant over there, Yang Ming will also grow. Mr. Aoyama smiled. Chapter 1143. That's different, Ishikawa. Mr. Aoyama next to him said, I have tasted his dishes in the hub restaurant. Although there is a gap between us, it can be said that he has already known how to enter our field. That's true. Mr. Ishikawa said unexpectedly. Of course, it's been so long since Yang Ming started his training at your restaurant, and he will also grow. Mr. Qing Shan said with a smile. Hey, this knife skill is amazing. Suddenly, Xiaoshan's pupils shrank slightly, because he saw Yang Ming was already cutting the ingredients, which would definitely require knife skills. Haha, Mr. Xiaoshan, I really admire Yang Ming's knife skills. I'm afraid there is no one here who wants to compete with Yang Ming. His knife skills can be compared with mine. Mr. Ishikawa said with a smile and looked at Yang Ming. But in an instant, he was speechless. Qing Shan, do you feel anything? From Yang Ming's effortless handling of the ingredients, they seemed to feel some kind of magical power. This magical power was what they had never heard of. Life has been pursuing. But the constant pursuit still has no results. They have no direction at all, how to enter that mysterious field. Grandmaster level field. Qing Shan frowned and hesitated. I don't know, but can Yang Ming's top knife skills produce such a change? Except for that field, is there any other way? Mr. Ishikawa frowned. Mr. Ishikawa knew about Yang Ming's original knife skills. That was knife skills that could be compared with his. Such knife skills have already amazed Mr. Ishikawa, but today's knife skills, although not very gorgeous, but from such simple knife skills, Mr. Ishikawa felt something. Can make top knife skills change. The examiners were shocked. Yang Ming brought them the first shock. Cutting is completed. Yang Ming put the cut ingredients into small bowls. These ingredients will be used when the time comes. Then what's the next step in processing the mussels? Yang Ming picked up the mussels from the basin, and in his other hand, he held a small kitchen knife. There is something called whiskers in the mussels, and you need to use a kitchen knife to remove these whiskers. Otherwise, the taste of the dish will become turbid. Even if the master's knife skills are not fully utilized, you can still see the mussels being taken out one by one and then put in another place. The speed of the kitchen knife is like a phantom. There is no flaw in the processing of the mussels. It is simply perfect to the extreme. Processing is completed. Yang Ming put down the kitchen knife and smiled at the mussels on the other side. The main ingredients have been processed. Now it's time to cook the mussels into a perfect French dish. Light the stove in front of you, put the pot on it, add butter to the pot, and use the power of temperature to melt the butter. After the butter melted, Yang Ming added the chopped onion and garlic just now, combined with the butter, and stir-fried. Let the aroma of these two ingredients mix with butter to stimulate. Well, it's almost done. Smelling a faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, Yang Ming's divine nose perfectly grasped the most appropriate time for the ingredients, and then proceeded to the next step of cooking. Add a small amount of thyme and bay leaves to stir-fry again, and wait until the thyme and bay leaves are perfectly matched with the previous ingredients. It's time. Yang Ming looked directly at another pot. This pot can be seen to be very clear and transparent. Yang Ming poured the liquid directly into the cooking pot. When Yang Ming opened a pot next to it that was like clear water, a refreshing surrounding rushed towards the audience. This is wine, mellow wine. I see, such a white liquid can only be white wine. But why do we need to boil white wine? I'm looking forward to this chef's dishes. This chef looks so young, but judging from his cooking skills just now, he is not inferior to other chefs. Those audience members who were not familiar with Yang Ming in the audience praised him and had a deep sense of Yang Ming's ability. And those audience members who were familiar with Yang Ming nodded naturally, saying that this was Yang Ming's ability. He was a chef who supported the hub in a short period of time. The ability of such a chef even surpassed those world-class chefs in some aspects. So these audience members had no doubt that Yang Ming had such ability. Gilyalu. At this time, the liquid in the pot began to roll, and it was already boiling. Yang Ming picked up the mussels that had just been processed and poured them into the pot. At the same time, he held both sides of the pot with both hands, shaking his hands constantly with a certain rhythm. The soup inside should be fully integrated into each mussel. Then Yang Ming covered the lid and simmered it. It didn't take too long, just a few minutes. Ingredients like mussels cook very quickly and surprisingly. If the cooking time is too long, the meat inside the mussels will be cooked, and the taste and deliciousness of the mussels will be lost. But if the cooking time is too short, it will feel a little dry, so the control of the heat and time is crucial. Time passed little by little. Many chefs have completed their own dishes. Some chefs even brought their own dishes to the examiners for evaluation. Of course, it is unlikely for these chefs to get low scores. After all, these chefs have all stood out from the previous preliminaries, but the highest score of the dishes in the hands of the contestants just now was only more than 80 points. There are even more than 70 points. This process has been passed by more than 30 people, and you can see how strict the review is this time. You have to know that most of the chefs are chefs of some famous restaurants in Tokyo. Many ordinary people envy the restaurants, not to mention the chefs in them. But here, in this diamond cooking competition, they are not halos at all, because there are too many people in it. There is only one thing to compare here, that is your cooking skills. Finished. This is still Mizuhara Fuyami finishing her own dish, which looks very simple. On the white porcelain plate, there is a slightly pink scallop meat on it, a light sauce in the scallop, and a decoration made of chrysanthemum in the middle of the porcelain plate. You can smell the faint fragrance of chrysanthemum, and this dish gives people a pleasing feeling. It is somewhat similar to sashimi, but there are also great differences. Chapter 1144. On the white porcelain plate, there is a slightly pink scallop meat on it, a light sauce in the scallop, and a decoration made of chrysanthemum in the middle of the porcelain plate. The faint aroma of bitter chrysanthemum can be smelled, and this dish gives people a pleasing feeling. It is somewhat similar to sashimi, but also very different. Mizuhara Fuyami put the dish on her tray and served it. The audience focused and watched quietly at this moment. Finally, it was the turn of one of the most well-known contestants in this venue, Mizuhara Fuyami. She used to be the second in the 10 outstanding Totsuki. At the age of nearly 30, her cooking skills have reached the peak of the current one. Mizuhara Fuyami came to the judge's seat, put the dishes in her hand in front of the judges one by one, and smiled, "This is my dish, French scallops." French scallops. Xiao Shantai looked at the scallop dish with crystal clear meat and took a breath. The taste of bitter chrysanthemum is added with vinegar and black pepper. The light taste makes people feel relaxed, which makes this slightly simple dish more powerful. Then let's taste this dish. Mr. Ishikawa gently inserted a fork into the scallop meat, and then slowly put it into his mouth and chewed it. The tender and smooth scallop meat exudes the ultimate deliciousness under the bite of teeth. The power of vinegar and mustard directly surrounds the scallop meat, adding a different flavor to the scallop meat. And the seasoning salt, you don't use ordinary salt, but sea salt. Mr. Ishikawa said happily. Yes, sea salt can perfectly match this marine ingredient without destroying the power of seafood. Mizuhara Fuyami nodded. Not only that, the lightly sour and sweet caper buds make the scallops more delicious, and the sourness of the lemon further enhances the freshness of the scallops. This is an elegant and refreshing dish centered around scallops. Mr. Ching Shan said with emotion. The bitter chrysanthemum in the porcelain plate is not just a decoration, the feeling in the mouth and nose is like a double stimulation, making the deliciousness of the scallops keep beating in the taste buds. Xiao Shantai praised, the essence of French cuisine is undoubtedly revealed in this dish. This can be used as one of the classic appetizers. The various auxiliary ingredients highlight the freshness of the scallops, and this freshness is not so stimulating, but slowly spreads in the mouth. It makes people feel like they are on the beach in France and feel the French culture. The light stimulation makes the deliciousness of the scallops more elegant. The praise of the judges is higher than any previous evaluation, which makes the audience know that Mizuhara Fuyami's dishes must be very satisfactory to the audience. Then let's evaluate. Several judges looked at each other. In the expectation of the audience, the score evaluation of Mizuhara Fuyami finally came out in the hands of the 5 judges. 95 points. Each judge gave a score of 19 points, which means that Mizuhara Fuyami was only 1 point short in the hearts of each judge. This rare high score directly heated up the atmosphere on the scene. Such a high score all of a sudden made the other contestants breathe a sigh of relief, which means that as long as your dishes are excellent, you can still get high scores. Thank you. Mizuhara Fuyami bowed slightly and then stepped away. The contestants below also had to continue, but when Mizuhara Fuyami returned to her position, she encouraged Yang Ming and Chien Hinateko and smiled confidently. Now Mizuhara Fuyami has the highest score in the whole venue. No matter how strong the contestants behind are, she should be able to get a place. If 95 points can't get a place, Mizuhara Fuyami will accept it. Mine is ready too. On the cooking table, Chien Hinateko took a deep breath and smiled at the dishes in front of her. She is also very confident in her own dish. Then Inui Hinata looked at Yang Ming, who was still doing the final finishing work, and came to the examiner with her dish. This is my dish, lychee red wine French black pepper grilled wings. Inui Hinata said. Red wine French black pepper grilled wings. Xiao Shantai looked at Inui Hinata, and then looked at the dishes in front of him. As for Inui Hinata, Xiao Shantai naturally knew about it. After all, Inui Hinata's Kirya was also very well known in Tokyo. As long as those gourmets knew about this place, they would probably know this place. They might be able to taste special Japanese cuisine in Kirya. The light aroma of red wine with black pepper is slightly pungent but soft. This dish is a complete combination of Japanese and French, and finally completed French cuisine. Mr. Ishikawa praised. The brightly colored grilled wings exude the ultimate luster of meat, giving people unlimited desire to taste it. This grilled wing is just right. Mr. Aoyama nodded. Then let's taste it. Xiao Shantai cut some pieces of grilled wings with a knife and fork, then put them in his mouth and chewed them slightly. The appearance is slightly crispy, and the chicken inside is completely smooth, which makes the tongue tremble. Xiao Shantai said with admiration. This grilled wing has been marinated in advance, and the power of red wine and black pepper has completely penetrated into the chicken wings. The aroma of red wine and the power of black pepper are perfectly matched with the flavor of chicken, and the marinating time and the amount of ingredients are just right. It is simply that 1 point more or 1 point less will have an impact. Mr. Ishikawa said happily. And the use of lychees for roasting, the aroma of lychees is integrated into the grilled wings. This light fusion of fragrance weakens the taste of the previously marinated black pepper, but makes the flavor of chicken more colorful. The slightly sweet taste is like coming to a botanical garden full of flowers and plants. The black pepper sprinkled at the end can bring a new round of stimulating taste to the chicken wings when tasting, and it is perfectly combined with the smooth chicken. The control of the heat of preparation and the precise combination of various ingredients make this dish more distinctive for French dishes. This is real cooking. All these examiners were immersed in the world of cooking, and the reactions of the examiners were not much different from those of Mizuhara Fuyami just now. This caused some discussion among the audience, who would get a higher score. Both of them are well known among the audience. After all, most of these audiences are well-known diners and cooks in Tokyo, so they know that these 2 former top 10 graduates of Totsuki have now established their own well-known restaurants. So what will be the result this time? Chapter 1145. This caused some discussion among the audience, who would get a higher score. Both of them are well known among the audience. After all, most of these audiences are well-known diners and cooks in Tokyo, so they know that these 2 former top 10 graduates of Totsuki have now established their own well-known restaurants. So what will be the result this time? Then the 5 judges gave their own scores. It turned out to be 95 points, the same score as Mizuhara Fuyami. Congratulations to Chef Chien for getting a high score of 95 points, and now he ranks first with Chef Mizuhara. The host said loudly. These chefs are really amazing. Xiaolin Longden in the stands exclaimed. In her eyes, most of these chefs' dishes are much better than hers. She will not be their opponent. Yes, I didn't know how big the world is until I was outside. Akane Kubo Momo nodded. After all, there are so many former top 10 players among the participating contestants, and many of them are even the first in the past. In addition, they have grown up after graduation, so it is natural that they are better than us. I don't know how Yang Mingjun will do this time. Xiaolin Longdan looked at Yang Ming, who was working as a plate. Don't worry, Longdan, looking at Yang Mingjun's current state, he is not worried about the chef's works. Let's wait for the time to celebrate Yang Mingjun's entry into the Tokyo finals. Akane Kubo Momo said. Yes, then wait for Yang Mingjun to win. Xiaolin Longdan nodded. At the same time, in Venue B. Congratulations to contestant Mujozi Yunkyo for scoring 94 points. The host said loudly. Success. Kikuchi Ingo heaved a sigh of relief. Her dish did not fail. She was still very satisfied with the score of 94 points. This time she should have a chance to enter the finals in Tokyo. For Kikuchi Ingo, who had just graduated from Totsuki, this was already a very happy thing. It's so cold. Kikuchi Ingo, who was returning, passed by a woman with a calm face and white hair, and seemed to feel that strong sense of oppression. That was everything that a chef felt. That chef is not simple. Kikuchi Ingo looked at the woman who kept going to the judge's seat and was stunned. The woman with white hair and indifferent expression slowly put the dish in front of the judge. This is my dish, French pan-fried foie gras. The indifferent woman said indifferently. This indifferent tone made the judges feel as if there was a hint of coldness, but the judges didn't care. This woman might be one of the seed players in this diamond cooking competition. She is a chef who is said by the Japanese cooking world to be a world-class chef. Her cooking skills have even taken a step into the ranks of world-class chefs. Her name is Chibalitzi. French pan-fried foie gras is very common in French cuisine, but the difficulty of cooking and the difficulty of improving it are very high, said a judge. French pan-fried foie gras is a must-have menu in major French restaurants. This dish brings diners a sense of nobility and elegance. The most important thing about this ingredient is the ingredients, the timing of cooking the ingredients, and the combination of auxiliary materials. But this is what makes this dish very difficult. It is much more difficult to make a dish that is worthy of the judges' praise than other French dishes. Then let's taste it. Several examiners looked at each other, cut some goose liver with expectation, inserted a fork into it, and put it in their mouths to chew. The perfect flavor of goose liver came at this moment, and the ultimate elegance in the mouth spread in the mouth of each examiner. Such a flavor directly made them unable to control themselves, and they kept tasting the dishes in their hands. Such extreme goose liver was too intoxicating. Without adding anything else, this dish perfectly demonstrated the power of goose liver. It's so delicious. I can eat as much of this French foie gras as I want. I feel the power of the foie gras bursting out in my mouth. How did they do that? The pan-fried surface is just right, and the various auxiliary materials penetrate the foie gras just right. This is the most perfect French foie gras I have ever seen. It has an incomparable impact. The foie gras seems to melt in the mouth. This flavor is like coming to the capital of France and feeling everything about France. Each examiner tasted the dish in front of him happily. The impact of this dish is something that the previous dishes could not provide, and the audience also saw the first dish that made the examiners linger in this way. Judging from the examiner's performance, this dish may have a very high score. Then please ask the examiners to evaluate it. The host not far away saw that the examiners had finished the dishes and said slowly. The examiners looked at each other and nodded. The 5 examiners each gave the score they thought. The final score was announced under the audience's gaze. The total score was 98 points. Among the 5 judges, 3 of them gave full marks. This was the first time in this venue. Perhaps the other 2 judges only gave full marks because they thought that this foie gras was not their favorite dish. But no matter what, 98 points has become the highest score in this venue. Congratulations to contestant Chibalitzi for getting 98 points. The host also exclaimed. This score was the first time in this venue. What a great chef! Mujozi Yunkyo looked at the score above in surprise. The score above told everyone that they were not wrong. This contestant Chibalitzi got the highest score in the venue. Amazing! This is the chef that Japan praises as a future star. He is considered by Japan to be a chef who will enter the world of cooking before the age of 30. Not only in Japan, but also in the world's cooking world, Chibalitzi is also very well known. Sure enough, with those reputations, this time the score of 98 should be the highest score in this venue. No, it should be said that it is the highest score in the Tokyo competition area. I think so too. The full score can only surpass Chibalitzi if it is 99 or 100 points. It is impossible to think about it. Yes, the chefs of Tatsuki Academy did not get such a high score. The audience in the audience were all exclaiming. This 98 points is almost a full score. It is very difficult to get such a score. Chapter 1146. I think so too. A perfect score of 99 or 100 points is enough to surpass Chibariko, which is impossible. Yes, chefs like those from Tatsuki Academy didn't get such a high score. The audience in the audience were all exclaiming. This 98 points is almost a perfect score. It is very difficult to get such a score. You have to know that these judges are also senior people in the culinary industry. Ordinary dishes can't impress them. As for Chibariko, the center of the discussion, she just returned to her seat indifferently. It seems that getting a score of 98 points is not something to be happy about. Then the B venue continued to evaluate the dishes. But no one could reach Chibalitzi's score before. At the same time, in the venue A, Yang Ming's dishes were also completed. Putting the dishes one by one into the tray, Yang Ming came to the judge's seat and slowly placed his dishes here. This is my dish, French mussels. Yang Ming smiled faintly. French mussels. Xiao Shantai took a deep look at Yang Ming. Xiao Shantai knew Yang Ming a long time ago, and later he had a certain understanding of Yang Ming, but the more he understood Yang Ming, the more he felt Yang Ming's strength. Although this diamond cooking competition was a battlefield for some masters, Xiao Shantai knew that Yang Ming should also be one of the masters. But can he stand out? Yang Ming. Mr. Ishikawa nodded slightly. You can smell the faint aroma of wine and the smell of light cream. This mussel is a very elegant dish. Mr. Ching Shan exclaimed. As someone who had witnessed Yang Ming's process of making the hub restaurant strong not long ago, and who had also tasted Yang Ming's dishes in person, Mr. Aoyama knew that Yang Ming's strength was enough to stand out in the Tokyo competition area. But Aoyama didn't know whether Yang Ming's ability was at his peak at that time, so he had to taste Yang Ming's dishes in person. Some of these examiners were known to Yang Ming, while others were not. But one thing was certain, these examiners were all looking forward to this dish. You can see that the soup inside is very clear, and the mussels are processed very perfectly, without any impurities. Xiao Shantai said as he looked at the dishes in front of him. You can find that every mussel seems to have a kind of vitality active, which is not just a simple processing. Mr. Ishikawa said. The flesh of the mussel exudes a faint fragrance at every moment, and this fragrance directly makes people feel immersed in it. The incomparable attraction is not only from the appearance, but also from the sense of smell. This is a slow subconscious substitution, not a violent conquest. Before eating this dish, the examiners were amazed. This is the shocking power of the perfect dish. Then let's taste it. When the mussel meat was taken out and put into the mouth, the 5 examiners were stunned. The mussel seemed to come alive again in the mouth, and the incomparable seafood flavor spread from the shellfish meat with every bite, and continued to flow. The pure seafood taste was transmitted to the spirit through the taste buds, and everyone seemed to have entered the world of the ocean. They wandered in it. The tender mussels seemed to come alive in the mouth, and various auxiliary spices such as bay leaves and thyme directly sublimate the deliciousness of the mussel meat. And there is alcohol added in it, which is white wine. The mellow aroma of white wine makes the flavor of mussels more unique and directly stimulates the essence of French dishes. With parsley and light cream, the faint fragrance permeates around the mussels. Even if you don't eat it, you can feel the intoxicating taste. The processing of ingredients has reached the extreme, as if you feel that all kinds of ingredients are surrounding the mussels. Mussels lead us to see everything in the ocean. Whether it is the heat, temperature, or the amount of ingredients, I can't even find any defects. This is a perfect French dish. The examiners have long been intoxicated by this French mussel, and the mussel meat inside is constantly being digested by the examiners. These mussel meats with a warm taste keep intoxicating the examiners. The audience was stunned for a moment, feeling that the performance of the judges was even more exaggerated this time. Who exactly is this young man? Many of the audience present still don't know Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming only made many chefs know him at those appropriate times, unlike other contestants here. Their popularity in Tokyo has lasted for several years. So these diners and chefs in Tokyo all know these people. Who is he? He's so awesome. I'm not sure. I heard he's from Tatsuki Academy. He's such a young graduate of Tatsuki Academy. Chef Jian and the others also got very high scores. He's not a graduate. He's a real Tatsuki student. No way. Tatsuki students are that awesome. You must be kidding. If that's the case, Totsuki Academy can conquer the world. That's not the case. He's a special one. If you've paid attention to the Tokyo cooking scene before, you'd know him. Mr. Ishikawa believes he'll be the youngest chef in the world to become a world-class chef. Is he that awesome? Just wait and see. The judge's evaluation will tell whether Yang Ming is as good as the legend says. The audience in the auditorium was talking so much that it was simply bursting to the extreme. Yang Ming was the youngest contestant in this venue. A quick look at the other contestants showed that they were at least over 20 years old. In the world of chefs, age is always needed to increase strength. Otherwise, most of the master chefs would not be over 30 years old. Because this requires constant accumulation through practice. With his young age and the happy state of the judges this time, perhaps this chef named Yang Ming can really create a miracle in this Tokyo competition area. Wow, it's so delicious! Xiao Shan exclaimed happily, and unknowingly he had finished eating the mussels in his hand, and the shells of the mussels were still scattered on the side. Such a fresh and fascinating taste. This is the first time I feel that every mussel can bring endless deliciousness. Mr. Qing Shan said happily, the processing of mussels, the cooking of the soup, and the final cooking of mussels can only be said to be perfect. I can only say that Yang Ming, you have grown up again. Mr. Ishikawa exclaimed. Chapter 1147. Wow, it's so delicious. Xiao Shan sighed happily. He had finished the mussels in his hand without realizing it. The shells of the mussels were still scattered on the side. Such a fresh and fascinating taste. This is the first time I feel that every mussel can bring endless deliciousness. Mr. Qing Shan said happily, the processing of mussels, the cooking of the soup, and the final cooking of mussels can only be said to be perfect. I can only say that Yang Ming has grown again. Mr. Ishikawa exclaimed. Yang Ming gave him too many shocks. He could feel it when he was in Kagurazaka Ishikawa, because Yang Ming had grown so much that he could even see Yang Ming's growth with his naked eyes. This was what made Mr. Ishikawa feel terrified. In a short period of time, Yang Ming absorbed all kinds of his cooking skills. As long as time went by, these abilities would become Yang Ming's own abilities. This time, Mr. Ishikawa saw that Yang Ming had turned those abilities into his own abilities. He has grown more. Moreover, Mr. Ishikawa hesitated. He felt a strange power from this dish. Is it the realm of Grand Master level dishes? Have you figured it out? Not only Mr. Ishikawa, but Mr. Aoyama, Koyamatai and others also had such an understanding in their hearts. As master chefs, they can feel some of the mysteries in the dishes. After all, they can already stand at the top of the cooking world. Then, let's evaluate it. Koyamatai said slowly. Of course. The other few people also smiled. They were very satisfied to see them at this moment. Then, the scores of the 5 judges came out. At this moment, the whole venue was shaken, because on the LCD screen, it turned out to be 100 points, which means that Yang Ming got a full score. Congratulations, Yang Ming, you got a full score of 100 points, and now you are the highest scoring player in this venue. The host said loudly. The host believed that Yang Ming's score must have set a record. The whole audience was shocked. Such a score shocked them. It's so scary that he got such a score. Could this chef named Yang Ming really become a master chef? Perhaps the dark horse of this diamond cooking competition has appeared, that is, Yang Ming, a student of Totsuki. I didn't expect that another monster appeared in Totsuki Academy. I'm afraid that Totsuki master chefs such as Jindojima and others were far inferior to Yang Ming in the past. That's for sure. Jindojima and others have also gone through years of baptism to reach their current level. Yang Ming should be able to win the first place in the Tokyo competition this time. Of course, it goes without saying that Yang Ming will definitely win the first place. The audience kept talking excitedly. Yang Ming's influence in the early stage was greater than that of other contestants. Even if there are other contestants behind him now, everyone seems to be unexcited. Well, the audience behind Yang Ming is a bit tragic. Not only the audience, but also the audience, after being baptized by Yang Ming's dishes, their taste buds have been numbed to a certain extent. What an amazing score, Yang Ming is so amazing. Mizuhara Fuyamai was also stunned. Although she knew that Yang Ming's strength was very good, Mizuhara Fuyamai only knew today that Yang Ming's strength had reached such a terrifying level. To a certain extent, he can already compete with them. Yang Ming Jun, you are really amazing. Chien Hinateko looked at the score on the LCD screen with blinking eyes. Such strength can already compete with some star chefs. This time Yang Ming's performance may be, the whole Tokyo, or even the whole of Japan, is well known. Mizuhara Fuyami smiled bitterly. Yes, this time the diamond cooking competition was watched by the entire Japanese cooking circle. In addition, Tokyo is the main competition area, so the attention is obviously higher than other competition areas. A 15-year-old boy scored a perfect score of 100 in such a competition, surpassing most of the previous Totsuki graduates. Such news attention must be very high. And this is also a real thing. It can be seen that Yang Ming is really popular this time. In the Japanese cooking world, I am afraid that Yang Ming will also be remembered. In the past, whether it was the chef of Kiria, Kagurazaka, or the hub restaurant, there were certain restrictions. Generally, the main expansion area was Tokyo. And for diners, it is often just the brand of the restaurant that is famous. But this time is different. This time it tests the personal ability of the chef. The better the personal ability, the further you can go. It is completely different from becoming a chef in a restaurant. Yang Mingjun is too powerful. Such strength is impossible for Si Yingshi to achieve. Kobayashi Ryodan also smiled bitterly and shook his head. She had already expected Yang Ming to be very powerful, but this unprecedented result still made Kobayashi Ryodan stunned. This completely surpassed the level of seniors such as Chien Hinateko and other Totsuki graduates. Yes, if Yang Mingjun challenges Si Yingshi now, he may be able to defeat him. Akane Kubo Momo, who was holding the little bear, smiled slightly. Haha, I'm afraid Si Yingshi will have to worry about himself in this competition. If Yang Ming wants to challenge him, he should get ready early. Xiaolin Longdan laughed. Xiaolin Longdan now knows that among the students of UNU, there is probably no one who can be Yang Ming's opponent. Yang Ming seems to be invincible. Now Yang Ming only needs to keep conquering UNU. Yang Ming himself knows that he will not stay in UNU for a long time, and he may leave in the second year of high school. Then before the first year of high school, realize everything he said at the opening ceremony. Become the king of UNU. Although the audience in the venue was shocked, the competition continued, and the chefs at the back reluctantly brought their dishes up. Although there were occasional high scores, compared with the previous ones, the judges seemed to be in a bad mood. This may be the power of Yang Ming's dishes. This made the scores of the dishes behind generally a little low. Then, the final cooking time was over, and each contestant also let the judges evaluate their dishes. The final results of this competition are out. The first place is of course Yang Ming, who scored a perfect score and won an unprecedented first place. Then, got 96 points, Inui Hinateko 95 points, Mizuhara Fuyami 95 points. Congratulations to these 4 contestants for entering the finals of the Tokyo division. Chapter 1148. The final results of this competition are out. The first place is of course Yang Ming, who scored a perfect score and won an unprecedented first place. Then, got 96 points, Inui Hinateko 95 points, Mizuhara Fuyami 95 points. Congratulations to these 4 contestants for entering the finals of the Tokyo division. The 4 contestants who have entered the finals, please enter the main venue in 15 minutes and wait. The organizer will announce the next stage of the competition. The host said loudly. Finally, thank you all for your active participation. The Tokyo division of the diamond cooking competition is officially over. It's over. The audience stood up and looked at Yang Ming from afar. This competition will definitely be constantly promoted in the culinary circles of Tokyo and even Japan, because there is a person in it, a magical boy Yang Ming. They also want to see where this boy will end up. Whether he can enter the World Diamond Cooking Competition is not just about Japan, but the chefs under the age of 30 in the whole world. Yang Mingjun, congratulations. Inui Hinateko came to Yang Ming and said. Senior Hinateko, Senior Mizuhara, you have also entered the finals. Let's work hard together. Yang Ming smiled. Of course, although you won this time, we will work harder next time. Mizuhara Fuyami said. It can be said that after entering the finals, the possibility of Inui Hinateko, Mizuhara Fuyami and Yang Ming becoming opponents has become greater and greater. Yang Ming. Kobayashi Ryodan and Akane Kubo Momo came down from the audience and came here. Congratulations. Thank you for coming to watch my competition. Yang Ming said with a smile. Of course, we said before that we would watch your competition, and you really didn't disappoint us. Xiaolin Longden chuckled. So, Yang Mingjun, you have to enter the finals of the real-world cooking competition. Akane Kubo Momo said on the side. Don't worry, I will continue to improve myself. Yang Ming nodded. Several people chatted for a while. Then Xiaolin Longden and others went back first. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't go back yet, because the organizers were going to announce the subsequent competitions. Senior Sister Hayagako, Senior Sister Mizuhara, I'm going to the bathroom. You go to the main venue first. Yang Ming said goodbye to Jian Hayagako and Mizuhara Fuyamai and left the venue, heading towards the public toilet. The public toilet where the venue was located. It's really comfortable. Yang Ming turned on the faucet, and the water washed his hands. Yet, suddenly, Yang Ming's eyes condensed and looked in one direction. A white-haired woman came out of the women's bathroom, glanced at Yang Ming lightly, and then washed her hands quietly. You are a chef. Yang Ming suddenly said. Because he felt that kind of faint breath from this woman, the breath of a world chef. It's just that it didn't reach the extreme. The woman didn't speak, perhaps thinking that such a kid was not worth talking to. Just when the woman wanted to leave, Yang Ming said calmly, you have only half a step into the world of cooking, so you think you are so great. This sentence made the woman's steps stop. After hearing Yang Ming's words, the white-haired and indifferent Chibalitzi stopped. She looked at Yang Ming and said, do you know who I am? I don't know who you are. Yang Ming smiled slightly, but your spirit told me. Boom. At this time, Yang Ming's suppressed spirit was directly released. It was a combination of various talents and abilities, plus the momentum of getting a full score this time. This power was completely the spirit of a world chef. You. Chibalitzi's calm face changed drastically. She could never have thought that such a young man would have such a compelling momentum. If it was based on momentum, the young man in front of her was even more powerful than her. But cooking is not just a competition of courage, so Chibalitzi calmed down and said, my name is Chibalitzi. I apologize to you this time, and this is my personality. Chibalitzi wanted to leave again. Because your ability is too strong, you have become a little lonely, or no one can be your friend. Yang Ming looked at Chibalitzi, who was about 20 years old, and smiled. In this respect, Chibalitzi is better than Shigong Kojiro to a certain extent. Of course, this is also related to Shigong Kojiro's stagnation due to confusion. But no matter what, it can be seen that Chibalitzi's strength is really hard to compare with her. Among the same age, there is no one who can compete with her. Even in this battlefield under 30 years old, in Venue B, no chef has exceeded her score of 98 points. Score does not represent everything, but score can still explain something to a certain extent. You are a contestant in this diamond cooking competition. Yang Ming said again. Yes. Chibalitzi said as she walked. Then let's go together. I believe that you have passed this competition because I have also passed this competition. Yang Ming walked to Chibalitzi and said. What? Chibalitzi was shocked and looked at Yang Ming. Could it be that this young man's spirit was comparable to her own strength? It can be said that Chibalitzi, who had always been indifferent before, was shocked more times today than ever before. This is a very surprising thing for people who know Chibalitzi. You should know that no matter what Chibalitzi encounters, she will be calm. People who know Chibalitzi really think that maybe the world is coming to an end, and Chibalitzi will be in the same situation, but today Chibalitzi's state is completely wrong. My name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming stretched out his palm. Yang Ming. Chibalitzi thought about it in her mind. She seemed to have heard of this name. She also stretched out her palm. My name is Chibalitzi. Sister Litzi's strength seems to be outstanding. She was able to pass the cooking competition. Yang Ming smiled. I wonder how many points Sister Litzi got. Yang Ming, you are really this age. Chibalitzi seemed a little unbelievable. Judging from Yang Ming's appearance, he was really too young. Don't believe it. I'm just this age. I'm a student of Totsuki Academy now. Yang Ming said. A student of Totsuki School. Chibalitzi nodded. She also knew about Totsuki Academy, but at her stage, Totsuki Academy was nothing. After all, she was a graduate there, and the gap between her and them was already very large. Chapter 1149. Don't believe it. I'm just this age. I'm a student of Tatsuki Academy now. Yang Ming said. A student of Tatsuki School. Chiba Litsi nodded. She knew about Tatsuki School, but at her current level, Tatsuki School was nothing. After all, she was a graduate of Tatsuki School, and she was not as good as her. The gap is already huge. This is completely a gap in experience, and this gap is impossible for most chefs to make up in a short time. If that's the case, you are very good if you can pass the competition at your age. Chiba Litsi nodded. The two talked and walked to the main venue. The atmosphere in the main venue cannot be compared with the beginning. After all, there are only 8 qualified contestants now. Except Yang Ming and Chiba Litsi, everyone else has arrived at this venue. Yang Ming-jun, you are back. I thought you were in trouble. We have to go find you. Chien Hinata looked at Yang Ming and smiled. Haha, senior sister Hinata, if you are in trouble, I will not be in trouble. Yang Ming laughed. Yang Ming-jun, you want to tease me again. Chien Hinata hummed softly, turned to look at Chiba Litsi. Litsi, hello. Hello Hinata. Chiba Litsi nodded. It seems that Inui Hinateko and Chiba Riko also know each other, after all, they are in the same cooking circle in Tokyo. Originally, there are not many female chefs in the cooking world, and Chiba Riko will still come into contact with Inui Hinateko. I heard that you got 98 points, which is the second highest score in this competition. Mizuhara Fuyamai said beside her, but you are much better than us. You are worthy of being said to be a genius chef who is rare in decades. The second highest. Chiba Riko was slightly stunned. Could it be that there are people who are better than her? In her venue, the other 3 people are lower than her. Could it be that calm man? As for Inui Hinateko, Chiba Riko knows everything about her. She knows that although Inui Hinateko is also very powerful, she should not be at this level. Unless Inui Hinateko and others have explosively increased their strength. But at their age now, unless they step into world-class cooking, it will be the same. No need to look, Litsi. Mizuhara Fuyamai smiled, this person is far away in the sky, but right in front of us. Right in front of us. Chiba Litsi's pupils shrank slightly, and she thought of someone. Could it be? Chiba Litsi looked at Yang Ming. Could it be that this boy has such strength? But if so, how terrifying this boy is. Chiba Litsi's scalp tingled when she thought about it. She was called a monster in the culinary world, so it was true. What could Yang Ming be called? Yes, it's him, Yang Ming, he got a perfect score of 100. Mizuhara Fuyamai smiled bitterly, we are far inferior. Full score of 100. Chiba Litsi looked deeply at Yang Ming. At this moment, Chiba Litsi knew that the spirit she felt before from Yang Ming was combined with strength. Perhaps Yang Ming's strength is even stronger than hers. Sister Litsi, you are also very powerful. Yang Ming smiled. Yang Ming. Chiba Litsi showed a bright smile, as if relieved. You monster. The other contestants who passed the Tokyo division were talking quietly while watching Chiba Litsi and Yang Ming. In their minds, these two were monster-level contestants, and there was such a gap between their strength and theirs. Yang Ming was even more so. He was so young, but he had such a strong strength, and they also knew that Yang Ming was still studying at Tatsuki Academy. If they didn't know the current situation of Tatsuki Academy, they would really think that when did Tatsuki's students reach such a terrifying level? Fortunately, there was only one Yang Ming. These chefs also believed that Yang Ming would not stay in Tatsuki for long. As Yang Ming stepped into a more powerful level step by step, the gap between him and Tatsuki was getting bigger and bigger. While several people were talking quietly, a person walked onto the stage. This person was one of the organizers of this diamond cooking competition, Fujiwara Koda. The person who asked Yang Ming to participate in this competition that time. Fujiwara Koda, who walked onto the stage, also saw a person, Yang Ming, a boy who he only had a little hope for. But in this competition, he performed so well that Fujiwara Sorita was speechless. He had never thought of getting a perfect score. Among the contestants in Tokyo this time, Fujiwara Sorita had high hopes for Chiba Riko, and Chiba Riko did not disappoint Fujiwara Sorita, scoring 98 points. However, at this moment, Fujiwara Sorita's mind was already on Yang Ming. You should know that Yang Ming and Chiba Riko are almost 10 years apart in age, but now, Yang Ming's strength can not only be compared with Chiba Riko, but even surpass it. After all, there are still 2 judges who are not satisfied with Chiba Riko's dishes. Perhaps for Fujiwara Sorita, letting Yang Ming participate in this competition is the most correct decision he has made. He also wants to see how far Yang Ming can go. After seeing Fujiwara Sorita, the following contestants stopped talking immediately. Good afternoon, everyone. Fujiwara Sorita said from the top, you are all the 8 most outstanding players in the Tokyo division. I congratulate you all for successfully entering the Tokyo finals. Of course, you can rest assured that the next competition will not be between the Tokyo finals, but will be held in conjunction with other divisions. Fujiwara Sorita said. Then Fujiwara Sorita expressed his opinion on the competition and also talked about the competition process that needs to be carried out below. Those who entered the Tokyo finals have indeed entered the great confrontation of chefs from Japan. The whole of Japan is divided into 6 divisions. In addition to the Tokyo division, there are 5 other divisions, so there are a total of 48 players who entered the finals. The 48 players will enter the next 2-on-2 duel, and the final 6 people will be able to compete with the world chefs. Of course, it is not just these 6, there is also a loser resurrection mechanism, because there will always be 10 people joining the world chef confrontation. But I hope you don't think about winning when the loser is resurrected. I hope you can directly enter the top 6. Everyone, work hard. You are the future of the culinary world. Fujiwara Kota said at last. As for the time and theme of the next competition, the next committee will notify you. Keep working hard. Fujiwara Kota said at last. Chapter 1150. But I hope you don't think about winning when the loser is resurrected. I hope you can directly enter the top 6. Everyone, work hard. You are the future of the culinary world. Fujiwara Kota said at last. As for the time and theme of the next competition, the next committee will notify you. Keep working hard. Fujiwara Kota said at last. Several contestants present had flames in their eyes. That was the flame of ambition. They all wanted to enter the 6 seats, or even the 10 seats. But there are always few seats. Their opponents are very strong. Some people looked at Yang Ming and Chibariko. Perhaps they would meet these 2 people in future confrontations. Then their chances of winning are very small. The strength of the 2 is probably one of the best in the entire Japanese cooking circle this time. They can only hope that they will not meet Yang Ming and his team, so there is still hope. A 2-on-2 duel, unless the luck is too bad. Of course, as Yang Ming and Chibalitsi continue to advance, if they also continue to advance, the chance of meeting is equally high. Yang Ming, I will definitely defeat you in future competitions. Chibalitsi said to Yang Ming. Sister Litsi, I am looking forward to this day, but what if you can't do it? Yang Ming said softly. You. Chibalitsi blushed. Litsi, let's go, Yang Ming-jun is sometimes like this. Chien Hinata said. I know. Chibalitsi nodded, and unconsciously, Chibalitsi's relationship with others seemed to gradually become harmonious. Yang Ming. Chibalitsi looked at Yang Ming's relaxed look from the corner of her eye. Thank you. Later, Inui Hinateko, Chibalitsi, Yang Ming and others left the venue and gathered somewhere to chat with each other. As for returning to the mist house for field practice, it was a simple matter for Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming's performance in the mist house was very outstanding, so Yang Ming did not worry that he would not pass the field practice. After the end of the Tokyo division of the diamond cooking competition, the nuclear-like explosion energy directly swept the entire Tokyo and even the culinary world of Japan. People in the culinary world knew that a boy named Yang Ming scored a perfect score of 100 in this competition, which was something that had never been encountered in the entire Japan. It was the same in other competition areas. Then everything about Yang Ming continued to stir the entire Japan. More and more people knew about Yang Ming and were curious about him. Being able to achieve such results means that Yang Ming's strength has also entered the top star chefs. Such ability, it is unimaginable that he is still in Totsuki Academy. For people in the culinary world, they naturally know about Totsuki Academy. If Yang Ming continues to grow, he may be able to become a world-class chef, and then he can be on par with the Food Demon King and Dojima Jin. At this moment, Yang Ming is just like a star. This diamond cooking competition is the most important culinary competition in Japan. It is also the only competition that is in line with the world in recent years, so the influence of this competition in Japan is not limited to the culinary world. Many ordinary diners will also pay attention to this. Just like the Olympics, it has become a milestone. For example, even if you have never been exposed to a certain event before, you will be interested in it because of watching it. Olympics and the competition for this event. The media news continued to report, and many media even entered the Totsuki Academy to interview people around Yang Ming. In this way, the students of Totsuki knew that Yang Ming's strength had reached such a terrifying level. It was not the strength of the 10 elites that they had thought before. This strength was completely the strength of a star chef, that was the strength of a master. At the same time, some students of the 10 elites of Totsuki were also secretly shocked. Fortunately, they did not do anything bad to Yang Ming, otherwise, it would be hard to say. In a building belonging to the 9th seat of the 10 elites of Totsuki. Senior Ruishin, Boss Yang Ming is really amazing. He can get full marks in the face of so many star chefs. Misakuang said lightly beside him. Yes. Ruishin's Hisuiya trembled, as if he felt that the hope of defeating Yang Ming was getting smaller and smaller. Such a gap has been getting bigger and bigger like a ravine. Then we must do a good job of supporting Boss Yang Ming at Totsuki Academy. Misakuang smiled. Of course I know. Ruishin's Hisuiya took a deep breath, his face calm, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Let's go and help Yang Ming deal with the rest of the work. No one knew that on this day, Yang Ming's shadow was so huge that it covered Ruishin's Hisuiya, causing Ruishin's Hisuiya's heart to change, because he had begun to regard Yang Ming as his guiding light. In other words, as a follower, Ruishin's Hisuiya seemed to see Yang Ming walking on a road that he could never touch. If I can't reach the peak, then let me assist you, even if this help is only a little bit. Such thoughts flowed slightly in Ruishin's Hisuiya's head. Of course, Ruishin's Hisuiya has not done so yet, but there is already a possibility of change. Conquering a person's body is not terrible, the most terrible thing is a person's mind conquering a person, so that person will no longer have hope of rising on the other side. Unconsciously, Eshin-Ezu has also reached this state. Originally, as one of the top 10, he would not be like this, but the gap between him and Yang Ming was too big, which made him feel that he could not match him. The scene of the tragic defeat in the food battle appeared in his mind one by one. By the way, it seems a little different. Misakuang scratched his head. Just now, he seemed to feel the breath of Eshin-Ezu again like a venomous snake. This made Misakuang feel nervous, but he shook his head quickly. As long as the boss Yang Ming was there, Eshin-Ezu would not be able to make any waves. In a magnificent building in Totsuki, Nakiri Senseiman looked at the railing and looked at the Totsuki Academy below, revealing a smile. Yang Ming, I thought you were already very good, but I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. This is a full score of 100 points. You have shocked the entire Japanese culinary world. This time, as a person from another world, he achieved such an outstanding result in Japan, which of course directly shocked the entire Japan. If Yang Ming's result was not so special, and he was not the first place in this elimination match, everyone would not be so excited.